yeah, nigga, yeah. Shit real round here, yeah. Yeah, nigga, yeah. Shit real round here, yeah. If you want it, you can get it, my nigga. Shit real round here, yeah. If you want it, you can get it, my nigga. Shit. Look, if you ain't no ask somebody, they'll tell you about me. Nothing fake, nothing flawed, nothing bitch about me. I'm a G, I've been running these streets since a youngin'. Since 14, I've been bugging, slaying heat, ain't nothing. You won't be, say something. You can get it, I ain't tripping. One song, just know you better not let me catch you slipping. Cause whatever we need, I'ma smash you. Broad daylight around the club, I'ma get at you. If you let me tip down on the nigga, you chapter. I guarantee you that it's gonna be a closed casket. I'm about this. What's understood don't need to be explained. For the money or the fame, I was a gangster in the game. I ain't lying when I tell you about me and my background, about me and my lifestyle. I ain't never backed down. I ain't never froze up. I ain't never turned state. I ain't never missed when I emptied the clip out the K, nigga. However you want it, nigga, you could get it, cause shit real. It's get it how you live. However you want it, nigga, you could get it, cause shit real. It's get it how you live. However you want it, nigga, you could get it, cause shit real. It's get it how you live. However you want it, nigga, you could get it, cause shit real. It's get it how you live. It's never die, do it, get dead, nothing less. Fuck with the kid, get two to the head, two to the chest. Nigga, I'm the best when it come to the street shit. You got your hands full fucking with me with this beef shit. I be on some all night flight, no sleep shit. Me, my dog, and 2 Ks, fuck that police shit. We coming with it, 100 rounds drumming with it. You running from it, we running with it. You bitch ass niggas ain't fucking with it. I'm out here, head first, ready to go head up. Walking with your head down, bound to get your head bust. Hit the feds, come, I'm off the scene, off the block. I know the bus move when it get hot. Shut down the shop, open up another on the other side of town. Got yeah and I got pounds. Jizzle was a hustler and a head buster all in one. Don't get it twisted, I do this rap shit for fun, you heard? However you want it, nigga, you could get it, cause shit. So I went all the way down to the trap in ATL. Oh yeah, to I let T.I., you know what I'm saying, to see how they do it. Cause I know how we do it in the hood and the N.O. It's street, it's real street. I've been a street nigga my whole life. I was raised in them, wild out, flighted for nights and days in them. Nigga, I played in them, I told the kids in them. In 7th grade, I started trying to get paid in them. If you ain't real, you ain't gonna be safe in them. Bitch niggas get jacked and they hoe get raped with them. I done saw niggas get stabbed and shot dead in them. No reppin', I bust my share heads in them. Leave caught niggas down bad and bust lead in them. The streets getting flaky cause not a feds in them. Putting pressure on busters, getting info from them. Niggas telling it all when it's coming and who from them. Damn, that's fucked up, the streets done changed. These bitch niggas straight poison in the game. But Jizzle can't change the streets, that's me. I live and die by the street rules cause I'm a G. I'm a street nigga, a street nigga. That's what I've been and that's what I'm gon' be, nigga. I'm a street nigga, a street nigga. I was taught if I'm a play like a G, nigga. I'm a street nigga, a street nigga. That's what I've been and that's what I'm gon' be, nigga. I'm a street nigga, a street nigga. I was taught if I'm a play like a G.
A nigga thorough as they come, was raised in the gutters in the slum, known as the number runner son, and the dope man nephew who uncle on the run, the candidate grandbaby hustle for the fun. The yay was sold daily from the dust to the chrome. Like easy in the 80s, nigga stayed in the sun. I swore I'd never run, so I stayed with a gun. I kept my little 380 with the blade to the sun. All I fit with God, play my card, how it come. I'ma stand like a man till it's all said and done. And that's even if they run niggas, cause I know I run with a clique of wild, misguided, underprivileged young niggas. Give a fuck who you is or where you from, nigga. You can get it, we taking over the city. I was raised in the belly of the beast, to say the least. My my role model was doing time, so I learned from the streets.
I'm a street nigga. A street nigga. That's what I've been and that's what I'm gonna be, nigga. I'm a street nigga. A street nigga. I was taught if I'm a play like a G, nigga. I'm a street nigga. A street.
Hopefully you can hear me. Welcome to the Revolutionary Agenda. I am your host, Seduction Dog. Co-host of Frontline Black News and contributor to Shabaka's Black Experience Nest. I'm Black Talker. Sorry I lost my voice. I kind of wanted to get this out of my system. Get this little, well, it's not going to be little, but I kind of wanted to address some thoughts that I was having about the damn new mayor. And I've been working on this little queue for a minute there. However, we kind of got busy with Frontline Black News, Shabaka's Black Experience. So it's been kind of hectic over here. A little bit busy, and then plus with Jesse's new news and all that stuff that's happened over the weekend with just man, I almost don't want to feel like I have to go over it again. We just talked about Frontline Black News. With all this good news, it was really good news, but Jesse, junior chairman of the Unity Party, contributed to putting Cornel West on the ballot. That's one thing. Second one news, if you weren't paying attention this weekend, they also nominated him for House District 8, where he lives, under the Unity Party banner. That's a big thing. So I've kind of been doing some research. I was busy. Then I went out this weekend with my sister, and it's been busy. I've been busy, and so I was doing research and kind of getting some stuff together for Jesse's his little campaign he's gonna have going on soon. That's been kind of like it's a different position, or just different political thing that he's doing. So I had a lot of reading to do, and I was doing some research. Then I just all of a sudden I watched them. I guess what you call it, house district house hearings here in our city, or in Denver. That shit is the most boringest shit I ever seen in my life. And they're discussing bills and stuff for hours and hours. That shit is the most boringest shit I've ever seen in my life. And that's where I lost creativity. So I kind of got stuck with how I was gonna help my baby get his shit together. You already it's already gonna you already got the Unity Party to system and all that, but it's we still got to do some you still got to do some legwork. It's not like a guarantee, you know what I mean? Or nothing's ever guaranteed, right? But you got to do some legwork. So I was thinking, want to help them. I had lots of fucking creativity watching them stupid ass house meetings. I was like, hey, that's to say, cuz you want to really sure you can make it through that. I mean, these little empowerment speeches in the house, they're 15 minutes long, and he falls asleep through it. You sure you can be okay? I was just teasing him, you know what I mean? I was damn, I was starting to lose focus. I was should you be drunk to go to this? Are you be able to make it in the day in there? It's like going to work. To break, you'll pick one of these little House representatives to hang out with during lunch. What goes on in there? You know what I mean? I never really went in and just watched. I clicked on it because they showed on a channel, and I was like, God damn, this is long. When do they take a break? just one after another, same fucking thing, same topic for like hours. I was like, man, boring as shit. Well, anyway, I lost my creativity. I got started in creating some shit, and I was just like, what? Listening to it, I almost just dozed off. Anywho, with all of that, this weekend, I had planned on calling Cap on the new mayor and his little budgets and his all his little reporting and stuff like that. So I had a whole queue set up, and then I lost my queue during I don't know what the fuck happened, but kind of moved things around. And I think it's the way I got my Chrome set up. Just sometimes like if I move around too much, I have like 10, like maybe 19 windows open. Part of them is just research, yeah. So I'm looking at them, and I will lose my window for some reason. Part of it is because I blew the screen up really big because currently, this is why I'm not on camera right now. Currently, my eye that was messed up when I was a little girl, is now starting to act up all of a sudden, and it's just it's a really long story, but basically, it emanates. Sometimes you always say my eye's leaking, and it emanates some sort of like pus from the back of it. Okay, because wasn't really sitting in correctly when it went back in. Long story. So, by a miracle of whatever, it's stuck in the whole time since. But prior to when my bones in my face were broken, the doctors could not get that fucking eye to stay in. It was a woman. So the black woman that got that eye to stay in, and it stood in all these motherfucking years later. It's still in, but it's just like something going on because I've been feeling like little pressures, and it's just weird. It just feels like it did when I had it covered up for like 6 months in the very beginning. With duct tape, right? After they put the stuff in, like black molasses, and fucking a cotton ball of sugar, and it's stuck in there. And I wasn't told to touch it and put a piece of duct tape over it, And it just kept taking it out, taking the stuff out little by little, and eventually stuck. So, and it's really like the vision was bad, still kind of bad on that side. But now all of a sudden, at least it's last year, but recently over the last week, it's been kind of giving me little pains on the side of my face. It's really, really just pouring out, like leaking pus from the back. It seals itself shut. It can be, there's so much drainage, it don't have a chance to dry. It has a chance to be disgusting, So, instead of messing with it on camera and like, doing, trying to look presentable, I decided to stay off camera, and just talk to you like this for today. Just because it's so much work, and to try to look presentable. And then I got something to do today, so I actually got to leave. So I'm kind of feeling like, man, if I had something to cover it, you know what I mean? Because you can't just go and leave with my sunglasses on. I got to actually cover the shit. Or else it's going to be like draining down my face, you know what I mean? And that's what's happening. So it's just messy. I don't know what happened, honestly. I have no idea. It's just been kind of moving around. It's weird. It doesn't look like it, but it feels like it, and it's acting like it. So, it's ugly. I feel like it's really messy. It's gross. But I have to leave today to go to the doctor. Not the eye doctor, but just the doctor, period. So I was like, how the fuck am I going to get there? Because I can't really see that well with that eye covered, and the other eye is so much. The vision is just fucking gone, and I got to drive. So it's like, man. Pray for me, Allah. Yeah, am I going to be able to make it? Because in the last couple of days, just going around my house, I fell like 4 times. It's because I can't see that good. Or when I'm typing up, I'm trying to type up some things, just some talking points for Jesse. And I'm typing. I gotta sit all extra close to the keyboard. That shit gotta be really lit up so I can see it. Because I got one of those keyboards that light up. And it only lights in like 4 colors, but they're like mostly green, and old slob ass red. So I'll just keep it on the green. I gotta light it up, put a light on it, then it's trying to type, and I go back over and I'm like, man, come on, I'm gonna type it because with a W. Yeah, fucking major motherfucking spelling letters all mixed up. I'm like, fuck, man, I don't got time for this shit. I don't have time to edit after the pre-edit and then take it to a new edit and then run it through the grammar thing. Like, this shit's gonna be like, for real. It's a lot of work. And I was like, so lost my fucking interest. You know what I mean? Because I can't see. So, like right now, it took me forever to redo my cue. Just right now, I'm sitting here, I was like, I'm really dig deep today. Explain some shit. Because, we're upset about with the mayor, right? And I'm like, fuck, man. I had to run this track back. So I'm looking for a couple of key things that the mayor had did or said, and then to lead into something else that had just recently happened. And I'm like, fuck, I can't read it. I can't see it that good. All right, let's hope we get it done. So luckily, as long as you can move your mouse, oh, this is stupid. As long as you can move your mouse over certain things, it's kind of like a natural function. You don't really type it or really read. It's so blown up. The screen, the words right now are so blown up that I kind of have to unzoom it just to see it correctly so I know where I'm at in my cues. The vision is just horrible. Like, I could be maybe 1, 2, 3 steps from it and I can't read nothing. That's how bad it is. So the bad eye happens to be the good visual eye. That makes sense. So I feel silly to explain all that shit. All right. Well, I decided to start off with something funny, a couple of funnies, and I thought that would be all right to start off with. Just kind of loosen it up a little bit because it's about to get really ugly. I had like, how I feel about the new mayor of Denver. It's kind of it's like whatever, but man, they sure as fuck do not return email requests. They don't you gotta damn there like stalk them to fucking talk to them. That's how I feel like. I sent it a couple of requests to speak with the actual mayor, just maybe 2 weeks ago, and the city council lady. About two, maybe 3 weeks on the council lady. 2 weeks ago for the mayor, and I probably did it like 2 times each. You know what I mean? Just submit. Because I got something I want to talk to them about. And normally I wouldn't really do that. However, what I want to talk to them about is so fucking important. And fuck, they're already housing people. You know what I mean? So they've been giving away free motherfucking housing all year long, damn near. So what I'm asking about is actually important. I think that you can't convince me that they're super busy when I watch city council and I see what they're up to. I see how they're moving around, so you ain't got no time to like write an email, tell the motherfucker working under you to send an email. None of that. You can't. I can't believe it. Especially when you're fucking up all over the city. You should have a lot of free time, So I'm gonna try to do my best. As much as I was trying to express to Jesse this new little, this new position or this new seat that he got the nomination for to run in. It's good, man. I was kind of like thinking, like, hey, how are you gonna do that? You know, like how you gonna fit yourself in that? It's not funny, really. It's kind of like that's like, man, it's just me myself and kind of on the same alignment. I'm like, fuck, I don't think I could do it. I got a 30-minute or less thing, with them. You know what I mean? Where they calling us everything but a motherfucking child of God. Shout out to Bears. You know what I mean? 30 minutes or less. So I don't think I could handle it. I don't think I would make it a full day. I really don't. And so I'm like, man, if we so on, so right there, you know what I mean? Like, how you gonna do it? It looks confident. I was like, I should know better by now. That he can do it. I've been questioning it. I've been questioning it sometimes. Like, I don't know. Let's see him in action. I'm like, oh, that's how you did. You know, they love him. I don't understand. It's weird. I don't know. I gotta have my. I don't want to call it doubts. I kind of feel like, nope, I wouldn't make it a whole goddamn day. It would be over before it started. You know what I mean, brother? Yep, got in there, and then all of a sudden they're like, "Yeah, we still have like a couple of days to get you out. Go back." You know? No, you're uncoachable. You're uncoachable. I can feel him saying, "Nah, shit." With me, that's how I feel it. That's how I feel it happening. Like, oh, we made a mistake. She's just so fucking loud. Man, I was like, how you gonna do it? Cause like, man, I sat here was just study. It's like to study, these little positions. I mean seats during election time. And I was like, this shit is boring. Fucking boring. In my opinion, boring. I was like, it went from city council. Now they're talking about it over here in the house. This is the boring part. They didn't quicken it up. Jesus, that's all I was thinking about the whole time. And so I was a lot of research, a lot of listening to stuff, and watching them debate like 4 topics over the last couple of days. And I'm like, on Sundays too? You there on Sunday too? Like, the fuck? There on Saturday? Jesus, that's a lot of fucking time to be bored. In my mind, it's like, man, you can't. Like, this is fucking crazy. If I tell you really what I said to Jesse, like, man, there's no nap time. You know what I mean? There's no nap time until they call your name. You have to actually be paying attention. He started laughing. I was like, hey, fucking crazy. I'm stop laughing about it. Okay, so yeah, welcome to the Revolutionary Agenda. I'm trying to get this done. I really just wanted to call cap on the mayor because it bothers me. It really thoroughly bothers me. From his term, from the start of his term, there's a lot of things, especially when it comes to what we feel. I don't want to get into it because we've been talking about it for like 8 months straight. But he man, I gotta calm down. I don't want to be like, I do actually. Let me just say this: when with the mayoral race, and our plan, Team Paris plan, ended up in the hands of them, meaning Mayor Johnston. You know what I mean? And then this amplifies itself to the mayor, right? And so So part of this shit that was going on was part of our plan, but we did not anticipate him fucking it all up. But we knew he was. We knew it was gonna happen because you can't. you can't do that. You can't just take somebody's work and their thoughts of how they were going to do things, and just a taste of it, and try to run off and do some shit with it. You know what I mean? Create some stuff. Especially when you weren't talking like that during your campaign. So, plus, I think that if Team Paris would have gone on, uh, this migrant influx would have not even got a third of the way. And I say that because um, shutting down a sanctuary city or shutting down a power pausing or whatever you need to do, there was a way to do it from that. You know what I mean? Because Mayor Hancock, I believe, from what I've been reading, and I got it, I got the shit, but it only come up if I share it to the whole computer, if I show the whole screen. And I'm kind of not trying to show you what's going on over here on the other side or whatever I'm looking at. So, I did read it over again, and I'm like, God damn, there's all these protections, there's all these fucking things written in there for them, migrants. You know what I mean? It's because it's sanctuary city. So if it was us, a lot of this stuff wouldn't have happened. A lot of this stuff wouldn't happen. I think that there's always gonna be some blame. The city's always gonna blame the fucking mayor or whoever's in charge. It's like off top. That's what I've noticed. It's always gonna happen. I think it's intentional. But I think that it could be avoided. A lot could be avoided if you cleaned up the previous administration all the way, and then put new administration in all the way. So you didn't have half or a third of the previous, or half of the previous administration still with the current one. And then wondering why everybody's so angry, or everybody's so upset, because it kind of would have just took everybody out and replaced it. I also don't think that that they're really telling the truth about the numbers, because we know that they're not, and the way they portray it on the with the media and in or news, it's all lies. Like maybe in order to make a lie work, you need at least 75% of the truth, right? And some confidence to sell it. I think that's what's happening. A person could feel that as they're watching things happen. They're like, nah, you lying. This is cap cut. So I was getting pretty tired of it. I get tired of watching certain things happen, and they're reading about it, and shit's changing. I'm like, is anybody paying attention? Fuck it. Let me lead you on to it until this was the plan. Until Jesse came on and was like, hey, I got nominated for, and I'm like, oh, for real? Shit. Do I go on? Or do I not? Yeah, fuck it. All right, let's do it. You know what I mean? I'm gonna just be, unapologetic about it. And say we should do such and such. He wasn't feeling it, so I was like, whatever. can't keep trying. It creates you otherwise. So with that happening, and the Unity Party electing or nominating Cornel West, you're welcome, Denver. You're welcome, Colorado. That was something that you've been watching the Revolutionary Agenda or the Frontline Black News, and old seduction doll over here that was like interested in Cornel West and the third party candidate option. That's it. So, if you've been listening, I've been saying the whole time up until the weekend that I would help him if he started to, he spoke to us a certain way, then I would help him in his campaign. I wrote him. There was a whole lineup about this, couple episodes, like in the third season. So, kind of redundant now going over it. However, Jesse went to a rally in Boulder, and I thought that shit was fucking it fucking weird and boring, except for what he was saying. I didn't the pre-show. That was kind of the pre-show. That shit was long and disturbing. Only to find out that when he go to other cities, he would get crunk. I like something I should talk to him about. He'd come over here, we get this whole hippie, boulder, sleepy vibe, right? Bro, playing a harp and all kind of extra shit. Man, it's really boring. Like I'm feeling like, man, I didn't realize because I can't see that good that the dude doing the indigenous shit. I thought he was a magician. I was like, oh, dinner and show, and he wasn't. I find out I'm looking, I'm trying to tap my drum too, and I realized that I need to fix my stick. It's like no wonder it's beating all weird. Hey, it's just weird. Only to find out I was browsing through the shit that he's on tour in Austin, just getting crunk, dancing and shit. Yes, show you that, but I'm busy. Like I mean, like real life dancing. Everybody's dancing. It's like felt like we was in motherfucking Black Church Revival. You know what I mean? It was that. It was crunk, real crunk. Like I could see just being crunk. It's like shit. Is that all you needed? The motherfucking black DJ? Yeah, maybe you should have came. Like I mean, like say that. Oh, that could have been arranged. Like somebody should do that. Why the fuck did we get the motherfucking weird old fucking Woodstock? You know what I mean? Like fucking shit going on. Like why? It took him forever to get on stage. Like a whole hour and a half later. You know what I mean? Why did that happen? However, it does not deflect from what we learned. And then the next day, when Jesse did the Unity Party fucking convention, and that, then that. So it was like a 2-day experience, and I was just like, fuck, too sick to go as usual. I was so sad. So fucking sad. But luckily, I sent Jesse with a list of questions that I told him to ask him for me and to tell me about it later. That was kind of fun. And so, Jesse, junior chairman of the Unity Party, helped help the system in getting him the nomination. So you're welcome, Colorado. To have a third option from the 2 selected options, you have a third option that you could ponder on as you stand there and check the box, if you so choose to. Plus, I have a whole bunch of other thoughts, so I need to leave that for another time. It's been a heavy weekend. I did leave the prison for a little bit, for like the whole day and part of the next day. I was out tearing, ripping, and running the streets with my sister. That was fun times. And then I got sick again, and has been inside since. My whole eye just like that was, I think, since before I even came back in the house. It started then, so I was like, oh fuck, I gotta go home. I was having a lot of fun though, so that was fun. Let's get started. I'm gonna start with a couple of funnies, then we'll open it up, and I'll get it with the mayor. I'm trying to keep this like 2 hours or something like that. Let's see. And play. Okay, invite. Let's see, I got my copyright up. I think it. Sorry, family. I'm just talking to myself, so I can make sure that I got everything done. Like I said, I can't really see that well, so give me grace. Give me grace. That kind of like in rare form. Yeah, I got the giggles all day. It's just super giggly and hyped up all day. Like, just like almost like I was when I left to go outside. I was like, man, could have talked to everybody. Other than on Shabaka's show earlier, or last night. Yeah, last night. So it's pretty fun. Let's say present, share screen. Okay. To start off with some funnies. Just a couple, okay? Where's my thing? Man, are they serious? Oh my god. Hold on a sec, family. Oh, why did he do this? No. I know, right? Stop me looking at my cue like this. I gotta have my thing up. All right.
If your travel trailer is uninsured, you could run into issues down the road. Protect your RV with Progressive. Quote online in as little as 4 minutes.
I don't know. I came across this dude earlier today. It's kind of funny to me. I like what somebody said.
Okay. Hey, sorry I'm late. I had a long night last night.
Oh, shout out
That's
to you.
fine. Okay, ready to get this interview started. I'd like to start this off by asking, what is your superhero name? I go by the name The Protector. The Protector. Nice.
Before I even get it crunk, just so just prepare to laugh, okay? Because it says the worst superhero to interview, okay? That's all I gotta say. So, yeah, just listen to what he said. It's funny as fuck. Listen.
Okay, what would you say makes you special? What makes you different, per se, from other superheroes? What makes me special is that I believe that I am the first and only feminist superhero. Wow, a feminist. Nice. What makes you consider yourself the only feminist superhero? What makes you say that? I only do my work at night. And nighttime is actually the most dangerous time for women, period. One of the privileges as a male is that after work, we can just walk the streets and walk home from work at night and we can feel perfectly fine. Of course, something can happen, but it's very rare. We don't have to really fear for our life when we walk back. And for women, it's very different. And I pride myself on protecting women at night, especially when they're walking home from work. What I do is when a woman is walking back from work, I'll basically follow them all the way until they get home to make them feel safe. I walk far enough back so that they don't feel like I'm crowding over them, but I also walk close enough that if they look back, they know that I'm there. I take a lot of pride in, making women feel safe because there's a lot of creeps, they'll like stalk women. And I basically walk behind the woman to make sure that they're safe. A lot of the times the woman will turn back and like notice me and like, I'm very famous. So we play like this little game. Sometimes they'll start running or they'll start jogging. And then I'll start jogging after them all the way until we get to their house. It's just a little personal game that we play, something to pass time. Sometimes the walks be kind of long. So yeah, we'll get all the way back to their house. And I'm telling you, man, like the women, they get so excited to make it home safe because I protected them. Like their hands be shaking, trying to put the keys in. And sometimes they'll drop the keys and pick it up and then they'll finally get it in. And then they'll rush inside the house, slam the door shut. And, they don't really tell me thank you, but I take that as a thank you. Just them being excited to get home and knowing that I protected them the whole way. And normally when they go inside, I'll walk up to the door. I'll twist the doorknob, make sure that it's locked. Or I'll also go to the windows, try to lift it up, make sure that's locked. And, most of the time it's locked and I'll walk away. But the times that it's not locked, that's the times when I will enter the house. I'll try to enter the house without them knowing so, they can still feel safe. I'll just protect them through the night. What I'll do is I'll enter the house and I'll crawl under their bed when they're not looking.
Jesus Christ.
And I'll stay under their bed the whole night while they sleep to make sure that, no creep breaks in and tries to like kill them or sexually assault them. Because main thing that they won't expect, is like these creeps and murderers and stuff. Is when they come in and see a woman on the bed, they will not expect a man to be under the bed to come out to protect them. And that's actually one of my secret attacks. So yeah, I'll just stay under there the whole night. I actually never sleep when I do that. I get a joy out of hearing their breaths at night, just knowing that they're safe. So I'll stay up all night listening to them breathe. And in the morning, they'll get up and they'll get in the shower. And that's the time where I normally get up and go. Sometimes I'll stay an extra like 4-5 minutes in the bathroom. I'll stand outside the shower curtain while they shower and stuff. And then just for extra precaution. But normally by that time it's safe because, it's sunlight. And yeah, that's when I'll leave and be on my way. Oh, man, it makes me tear up sometimes. Just thinking like how much like I love to protect women. It's a beautiful thing. It's a beautiful thing. Not a lot of heroes do it. Not a lot of heroes do it, and they should. That's the problem with this world today. We don't make women feel safe, and I believe that's why I'm here. Okay. Yeah, that's it. Who was that? Oh, that was my mom. Okay. You was on the phone this whole time? No, she had just called to say she was going to call back. Okay. Getting crazy out there, huh? Yeah, sounds like a lot of officers. So when do you think y'all will let me know if I can join the Avengers or not? Yeah, we'll review the footage of this interview and your answers, and we'll get back to you. Okay. All right, yeah, that's fine. I was just making sure. They're really getting close, huh? Yeah, they shouldn't be much longer. What you mean by that? Stay still. What?
I did everything right.
Oh, like that damn.
I picked a public spot, middle of the day.
Okay, let's get this started. Your name is Todd, am I correct? Yes, that's correct. Okay, Todd, you did great during the running exam. I just want to say that this is basically the last part of your training. If you get through this, you're hired. So this is basically a situational training. We're going to act out a situation that you would most of the time go through as a police officer, basically to see how you handle it. I'm going to act out a person that went over the speed limit, and you're going to act out the officer, of course. And we're just going to see how you handle the situation. Okay? Hey, sounds fine with me. All right, just going to walk up and I'll start it all off. Wait, 1 second. I just wanted to just know, just so I can just get this clear. What is the race of the character that you're playing? What does that got to do with anything? Oh, I'm just trying to just get into character. So I just want just know all the details. Just, I don't know, just to determine how I would act in a situation, You need to know the race to know how you're going to handle the situation? Not necessarily. Just to, just to be more in the moment, I'm just really trying to just get into this just so I can actually feel like I'm actually there. So what's your race? I'm Caucasian. I'm a white male. Caucasian. Okay. All right. Caucasian. Okay. All right. I know how to do this. All right. Let's go. Okay. Starting now. Hey, officer. May I ask how come you pulled me over this evening? Of course, sir. I pulled you over because you was going past the speed limit. Over the speed limit? I didn't go over the speed limit. Well, you see, sir, my machine picked up that you went over the speed limit, so you did go past the speed limit, sir. Oh, well, your machine is wrong. Oh, my machine is wrong? Oh, I'm so sorry for that, sir. Well, we're going to go actually work on the machine and make sure that it gets better for next time. But yeah, enjoy your day, man. There's actually a Starbucks around here that you should actually try it out. I really like that Starbucks. And whoa, wait, Todd, what are you doing? Wait, what do you mean what I'm doing? What? You can't just let me control the situation like that. Well, I asked if you went over the speed limit and you said no, so I was just I believe you. You know, I always believe the civilian. Todd, you're supposed to question more than just that. Oh, I'm sorry. I just, you look so trustworthy as the character, so I just didn't think I had to question any more than that. I apologize. How do I look? Okay, listen, Todd, we're just going to try that again. I'm going to play a different character. We're just going to try to approach it differently. Maybe we'll come to a different outcome in the end. All right, so let's start. Okay, wait, 1 second, sir. What is the race of this character? Todd, what does that matter? What matters is how you handle the situation. Yes, I know that, sir. But listen, I just want to be completely correct and accurate on the situation. I just want to feel like I'm in the moment. I want to feel like I'm actually there. So I just need all the details. I'm sorry, but I just need to know. All right, Todd, I'm African American. Okay, I'm African American. I'm black. Gosh, Todd. All right. All right, let's start. Hey, officer. May I ask how come you pulled me over this evening? Did you just say you had drugs in the car?
Oh.
What? No, I said, may I ask how come you pulled me over this evening? Did you just say that you're not feeling too sober this evening?
Oh my God.
No, that's not what I said at all. I actually... Put your hands on the steering wheel right now. Put them on the wheel. Okay. Let's cut this. Todd, you're not saying the lines that Put your hands on the wheel. Todd, we're not acting it out no more. Put your hands on the wheel, thug. What is wrong with you? Like, do you not understand? Why are your lips moving? You trying to grab a gun? How does my lips moving mean I'm gonna grab a gun? You people have big lips. You can do a lot of things. Whoa, what you mean, you people? Todd. Okay, let's slow this down. Stop moving your lips. Todd, who gave you a gun? We gave you a training taser. We did not give you a gun. It's not a gun. It's my taser. No, that is a gun. No, it's my taser. That is not a taser. That is obviously a pistol. It feels like a taser, so it's a taser. Okay, Todd, listen, you're acting way out of hand. Todd, we're going to stop this right now. Put your hands on the wheel and open the door while stepping out as you sit down. How can somebody even do that? Put your hands do not understand what's going on right now. This is not... Stop moving your lips. I know you're trying to grab the gun. You can't grab a gun with your lips. Like when you... Ow! You shot me. Whew. You actually Sir, that was great acting, sir. Oh my gosh, I was so nervous. It felt like I was there. Oh man. What is wrong with you? So did I pass? You are completely unqualified to become an officer. You got stressed out and you faltered in the least stressful situation you could be in. How can we trust you patrolling the streets if you're scared of the community you're supposed to protect? Like, what is wrong with you? I don't get it. Am I hired? Or hired? Of course you're hired. Man, go grab a badge.
Progressive makes it easy to save with a quick commercial auto quote online. So you can get back to your monster to-do list.
Really?
Get a quote at progressivecommercial.com.
What do teachers do with all those mugs they're gifted? Oh, well, that's creative.
Okay, how tall are you? How tall am I? Oh, I'm 5'10". Oh my goodness. Okay, but for real, what? I'm serious. I'm 5'10". Oh, okay. I didn't know I was messing with a short guy, but okay. Anyways, how much are you packing? Like, how big is it? I don't really feel comfortable giving all that information right now. Like, we're at Olive Garden. Okay. It's giving shrimp. Girl, you heard me? Yeah. I'm sorry, but like, if it's small, just say that. For real. If it's small, just say that. Okay, well, Since we asking stuff, how much do you weigh?
What? You don't ask a lady that.
What did he ask?
Excuse
me? What did you just say?
Guess what he just said at this
Who
table?
are you? You're not even
What did he
on
say,
that
girl?
Like, why are
He
you-
asked her how much does she weigh. Like what?
Wow.
Why do you care about how much she weigh?
Like,
if
for
you're
real.
gay, just say that. If you like men, just say that.
Ew, I'm not gay.
Whoa, what? Ill? What do you mean ill? Right.
What you mean? You just said it as an insult. Like,
Wow, you homophobic, misogynistic jerk. Mm-hmm. Tell him,
wow. You know, always.
What? What did you call us? No, he did not just belittle us. You know what? How about we call you a Mel? Period. Everybody call him a Mel, y'all. Call him a Mel. Hey, Mel. Mel. Hey, Mel. Yeah. How you like that?
I'm a male. Like, okay.
Wow.
Like, so what?
Okay.
I am a male.
Well, we're not females because a female could be an animal. Okay? You're trying to call us an animal? Period. Am I an animal? Is she? Am I an animal? Is she an animal?
Nobody calling you an animal, y'all.
No, well, it seems like you are. It seems like you're trying to call me an animal. So am I? Am I an animal?
Listen, yo, you got a horse on your head, a fur coat, and you eating a burger. You tell me if you're an animal.
Did you just say that?
Wow.
Okay.
Wow. Y'all want to be disrespectful?
Okay. So talk about my jacket. It's okay, boo. The
Easy.
jacket is cute.
Like, men are seriously the weakest links.
Period.
Well, I'm the weakest link. I'm the weakest. No, I'm out of here, y'all. Okay, bye. You can go.
Right,
Bye.
boo.
Never needed a man before, and I don't today.
Her.
Bye, boo.
Right,
Bye.
leave.
Bye.
Get out.
Get out of here. Like, bye. Who needs you?
Period.
Wait. What? Excuse me. Was you not gonna pay for my meal?
What's bracket? What's up, cuz?
Hold up. Who the fuck is this nigga? Excuse me, my nigga. Do you mind me kindly asking who the fuck you is? You look lost like you took a wrong turn or some shit, but I'm gonna give you directions on how to get the fuck from around here. You take a long walk that way, nigga.
Oh, I'm in the right place, cuz. This is You Got Me Fucked Up Avenue, right?
Oh no, this is I'm about to beat your ass boulevard, but I can show you where you got me fucked up at. It actually starts up there at the intersection and it ends right here. So I can understand your confusion, my nigga.
Look, bro, you're not really good at intimidating niggas.
Bro, what the fuck you mean? I'm triple OG out this bitch.
You're a bird, nigga.
I'm so sick and tired of people not taking me serious. I'm a gangster. Look, would a gun help?
Possibly.
Okay, I got one at the crib. I'll be right back. Wait here.
Nickelodeon was kid everything, but that marked one of the darkest chapters. These are 3 predators who worked at Nickelodeon.
Hey, what's up, man? See you got my gift? Yeah, man, the portal. I really want one of these. Thank you. That's what's up. I'm gonna need you to send that back though. Oh, what? I need you to pack up the portal and send it back to me. Oh, that's a good one. Hell, nigga, I ain't playing. Send my shit back. Why? Would you? Oh, you want to know why? Let's look. The fuck is this, Gonzo? Oh, that's your gift. Oh, okay. How much you spend on this? What? That's kind of rude. You know the portal, the thing about you starts at about $75. Okay, thank you. Nigga, ain't no thank you, nigga. This shit smell like you got it for free. How do you smell a price? When it smells like piss and prostitute sweat, you can assume it's free. I think this sweater got herpes. And you know, the audacity of you acting like you don't know how something smell with that Mark Wahlberg and Boogie Nights dick nose you got, nigga. I thought it was a thought that counted. When the last time you see me wear a sweater? When the last time you see me wear any clothes? It smells like somebody had sex with the sweater, not with it on, but with the sweater. I feel if I put this on, I'm gonna get shoulder AIDS. What? It'll give me a chest TD.
Listen, you know, my dad passed away. That was his sweater. And I gave it to you because you're the only person.
Man, fuck your daddy. He been dead since March. Fuck you. Did he get killed in the sweater? Because there's blood on this shit too.
He indeed did.
Nigga, send my shit back.
Portal from Facebook.
All right, everybody here? All right, so the agenda for today, I just wanted to go over
Before
a
we
few
get
things.
started, I just wanted to make an announcement real quick.
I know you see me talking, bro.
Yeah, that's why I interrupted. I got something real important.
Well, you should have called a meeting, bro. I'm in the middle of talking about the agenda we got to go over, so you got to wait.
It's real quick, I promise.
You have to wait till after, when we have time for announcements.
But it's important, Kermit.
Look, I don't have time, and I do not give a fuck what your announcement is, bro. I got a goddamn agenda to cover.
My announcement is more important than your agenda.
Well, you know what? If it was that damn important, maybe you should have called your own damn Zoom meeting so you can talk about your stupid ass motherfucking announcement.
I'm sorry, Kermit. I didn't know dying was a stupid announcement. Yeah, that's my announcement, everybody. I'm dying.
Well, this is awkward.
Oh my God, Gonzo!
I'm sorry to hear that. It was no big deal. Right now, I actually feel more bad for Kermit because He's got to feel like an asshole.
Yeah, Kermit, you are an asshole. I'm sorry, I had no idea.
One with blisters.
Come on, man.
And prolapse.
How the fuck am I supposed to know he had that kind of announcement at a work
Shut
meeting?
up, Kermit.
Shut your
Yeah,
ass
Kermit,
up.
shut the fuck up.
Skeeter, what the fuck? I thought you loud out.
Well, this is awkward.
All right, look, let's just start over. Look, Gonzo, if there's anything you need, just let us know.
Man, would you like some meth? Anything at all. Really? Anything?
Yeah, man, your family.
You'll have to pay for the meth, though. You know what would help me a lot is if Miss Piggy pulled a titty out right now.
Yeah, man, any other time I'd be ready to beat your ass about trying to see my girl titties, but, you know, since you dying or whatever, you know, go ahead and pull them out, Miss Piggy. Hey, Piggy, hey, pull one of the titties out right quick. So let them see. No! What the fuck is wrong with y'all? No! What you tripping for? You got 6 of them. Just show them the bottom one. They don't
Guys,
even
he's
count.
not seeing any of my titties. Piggy, put your titty online, I guess.
Hey, come on, he dying.
Yeah,
like, for real.
stop being a bitch. Hey, look, everybody, I'm not dying.
What?
The fuck you mean you ain't dying? I almost pulled out a titty. I was just trying to prove Kermit.
I fucking knew it.
Seriously, if somebody would ask one more time. Did you even have an announcement? Yes. I'm throwing a birthday party this weekend. I want all of you to come.
Boy, nobody don't give a fuck about your stank-ass birthday. What's wrong with you?
You on fucking meth.
I'll bite that
Fuck
dick
your
nose
birthday.
off
I
your
wish
face.
you were dying. Did you want to buy
Who
something?
prolapsed asshole with blisters now, Gonzo? Would you happen to know where the fuck we are, my kind bird nigga, sir?
Do I have GPS tattooed on my forehead, my nigga?
Oh, no, I just thought you knew where we was because you here.
Because I'm here, I'm supposed to know where we at.
Well, yeah.
Well, guess what? You here too. You know where we at.
Oh,
all right, so why you putting all that pressure on me then, bro?
I ain't think of it like that.
You didn't think about that because you're an asshole. And assholes don't think, they stink. Now get your ass the fuck off my block for something bad happened to you.
Yes, sir. Wait, hold up. Yo, block.
Bro, did I develop a stutter? Yes, my block.
How's your block if you don't know where?
Because I'm here, bitch. And wherever I fucking go is my block. Now, do we have a fucking problem, my guy?
I mean, I guess not.
Buy some bottled water from your boy.
Huh? Oh, no, we good.
No, the fuck you ain't. You thirsty.
Oh, no, I'm not.
Quit being cheap. They only $40.
Look, we go head out,
Fuck
bro.
you, give me a ride.
Oh, no, we not going that
I
way.
didn't say
so,
which way I was going.
You know what? You got a point.
You mean point in the direction?
But, nah, I meant, bye, nigga.
What the fuck?
You know, I'm here to tell you, this remaining silent shit ain't nothing like they make it
I'm not
up.
here to be silent. It was me, 2 other dudes, a toddler, and the letter today was a
You up
lowercase
in
q.
here all tight with it.
What? No, I'm not, bro. I'm telling
Wait
you,
for your pay lawyer.
my lawyer told me to snitch. That's what I'm doing.
You all wise, ain't you?
Ain't nobody fucking say I was fucking wise. Let me finish snitching. You've been talking for the first 48 minutes. So you ain't just telling me that long ass story about how you met your wife on Kristen Mingle and lied to her about you being Forrest Whitaker? That had to come clean after a year because you got tired of winking? Let me finish snitching. Now, one nigga had on stripes.
See,
you Luther Vandross looking ass bitch. Why don't you just let me fucking finish? I want to get back to these Sesame Streets. Don't you want to go dance with your father again?
Watch live and local news on a variety of networks with no
Hello? Oh, hell no. How y'all got my contact information?
Wow, that's crazy. This video just talked to me. You sound old and stupid. There's no way a video can talk to you.
Yes, it can. If you make a video call, what you've done.
Oh my God, the video is talking to you. What kind of evil shit is this?
Are y'all aware of current technology?
I told you we should have never went through that devil worshiping phase in the 70s. Now Satan is finally coming to collect our souls. Well, I knew he was on the way when I saw Justin Bieber with dreadlocks.
Oh, do y'all old asses want something?
I don't know. Do we need anything? Yeah, tell them we need to save 15% or more on car insurance.
The fuck is y'all decrepit asses laughing?
Well, he's saying you look like the Geico lizard. Wait, that's not him?
Bro, this shit's still not funny.
You ugly bitch.
Geico. 15 minutes could save you.
Hello? Yeah, put 2 exclamation marks after bitch.
Hello, I'm on the phone. What's
One of those smiley faces.
Hey, I'm actually on the phone, guys.
Tell him his mother's chest is so flat that he was breastfed with condensed milk.
Hey, my mother's dead.
Tell him that the earth used to be flat, so they buried her big fat ass.
No, don't type that.
Read this last line about his nose. Do you think it's too racist?
What?
Well, I haven't seen that word since the Reagan years.
Oh, so it's too much?
What? No, we're fucking old white men. We can say whatever we want. Let me add a couple more then. Yeah, and tell him blue lives matter. Well, that won't work because he is blue. Should your big nose evaporated milk fed dead fat mama have an ass up?
And be expecting a hateful email from us, you ugly bitch.
What the fuck?
Damn, she snores like a Samoan house husband. She? Wait, that's not Patrick Mahomes? What the hell? Well, actually, in my contacts, it says Ivanka Trump.
What is happening right now?
Should I start off saying something about a pig in a blanket? No, that's too easy. What about breakfast in bed?
Who gave you this number?
I like where that's going. Let's stick with the breakfast thing.
Going to stick my hoof up someone.
Assuming her vagina tastes like day-old bacon.
Excuse-moi, bitch.
I bet Kermit goes down on you with a plate of eggs.
Oh.
She going ham on that. She going ham on that. She going ham on that dick tonight. That's the only thing she can do. It looks like someone loaded up a cartoon cannon with makeup and shot her in the face with it. Bitch looks like every female cast member on every VH1 reality show. Oh, I'm pretty sure she used to date Joe Budden.
That was only for a week.
Love and pig slop. And now she has an Only Hams account. What?
You have balls on your chin.
Bitch, the goddamn audacity. You just had balls on your chins this morning. I bet her burp smell like felt frog dick. Big fat ugly bitch. Ooh.
Don't get caught in the uninsured current.
Man.
Get protected with Progressive today.
All right, welcome everyone. Today in group therapy.
Hold on, what did you say? Didn't understand.
I didn't get to say much. I was starting my sentence.
You said at least 7 words. I think I went ear blind on the 8th.
The 8th word was therapy.
What the fuck is he saying? My ears keep going blind.
I'm saying therapy. What the fuck is ear blind? Ear blind is like eye blind, but for your ears. So you mean deaf?
Deaf? Who died?
My God, Professor, is someone else dead?
Okay, take it to the law.
Oh no, it's Gene again.
Gene is dead again.
Gene is already dead.
Oh good God, no! Gene!
Gene hasn't been alive for 8 years. And this is why all of you need therapy.
I went ear blind on you again, but reading your lips, are you saying therapy? Like
yeah, I think you're saying therapy. Like
therapy. Is that a new word? Is that
you're saying it wrong.
Well, I just can't comprehend why I'm here.
Let me ask you this. What does R. Kelly, Mystical, and Harvey Weinstein have in common? They're rapey. I say the first word in that description fast and the last word of that description slow. Therapy.
Therapy? Therapy? What the hell are we doing here for therapy?
Because you fucking need it. With all due disrespect, Charles, we don't need any fucking therapy. We're goddamn men. And you don't believe men need therapy.
Fuck no.
Therapy is talking about your emotions and feelings. And that kind of stuff is for women.
Women and bitches.
Do you not understand how stupid that is? And you all care intelligence is for women.
Women and bitches.
Oh my God. It is imperative to your health to open up about your feelings and emotions. Hell no, Charles. You're supposed to take all of your emotions and bottle them up as a man. You bottle them up. You put all that rage in one place and allow it to glow into a fury, a fiery fury that explodes out of your face when it's time.
No, that is not what you do. You open up. I don't open up. I open motherfuckers up.
What? As a man, you take your pain and use it to hurt other people.
That's why I cut bitches.
No, none of that is right.
It is always right to slice.
None of you have the ability to cope, and that is why we are going to do therapy.
Fuck you, I got a fucking healing factor. What do you mean I don't have the ability to cope?
Yes, you can heal on the outside, but what about your inside slogan? Insides are for women.
Damn it, Scott. And bitches. That's why I open bitches up.
I was like, when I got
Several federal agents are currently the subject of an investigation following a raid on the residence of Sean Combs, also known as P. Diddy. It has been reported that during the operation, these agents allegedly utilized Mr. Combs' personal recording studio to create a rap song and subsequently filmed a music video on the premises. Footage of the incident has been released, and we have it here to show you.
Diddy, is that okay?
All my agents ready to breach, you are surrounded. Don't touch a thing, leave it just how you found it. We're here to investigate. Don't make a sudden move or it's heaven gates. Heard you had some footage and we need every tape, every hard drive, every cell phone. No, we back for a second date. We here to build the case to fulfill debates. and put you in the state where it seals you fate. I don't read Miranda's, they bore me. I got these extra charges here, hold it for me. You came through with such a surprise that you can't run cause your shoes untied. Dumb guys leave evidence on thumb drives. Heard you threw a pool party with a cum slide. You won't be around next year, the crime's too severe. Here comes the feds from the rear. Here comes the feds from the front to the rear. Yeah, we got feds in the rear. Don't run cause the feds are here, and we got them in the front, in the rear. Here comes the feds from the front to the rear. Yeah, we got feds in the rear. We heard at your parties you had some heeshies, and they blow vicious with gold lipstick and strong hands. Not my thing, but I understand. I watch you want a man. It's not for me, but it's cool if it's you. If that's your preference, then do what you do. But word to mama, I'd rather tongue kiss a piranha, eat out Madonna, and arm wrestle Michelle Obama. That shit sounds suspicious. Heads are in your ass crease. Let me loose, I don't even need a brief. In your bedroom with the dark light for the sheets. Everybody look, hey, hey, hey. Let's come on the walls, come on the ceiling, come on the door. Don't touch it no more. Here comes the feds from the front to the rear.
Goddamn niggas, bruh. Oh shit, we back?
Hey there, real quick, you guys. This is Steve Fisher, and I'm here to tell you about a great event from the U.S. Concealed Carry Association. We're hosting a 100.
Hello? So you really taking your album title serious, huh? What? You having an off season or some shit? You really trying to fall off? You trying to, this your real fall off?
What are you talking about?
So you really deleting songs off your album later for real?
Oh, my nigga, like, what
the fuck, Jermaine?
Hey, nigga, don't be calling me yelling.
Don't yell. Bitch, I will yell all I want.
Bitch. Bro, you need to calm down.
Calm down or what? You gonna drop a diss record on me? Huh? That's what you gonna do?
All right, bro. Look, the shit did not sit right with my soul.
Your
okay?
soul?
So yeah, my
Nigga,
soul.
fuck your soul. You just gave him more ammunition to diss on.
Hey, nigga, I was losing sleep. Now, I don't know if you know this about me, but I'm about to be 40, nigga. And I need my motherfuckers.
We supposed to be big as the Super Bowl. The Super Bowl don't apologize, bro. When the last time you heard the Super Bowl apologize to somebody?
Bro, what the fuck is you talking
They didn't
about?
apologize to Janet Jackson Titty. They treated Janet Jackson Titty like it was a criminal.
Look, bro, I didn't really feel like I needed to diss him anyway, bro. Most of that fucking verse is about you.
Bro, he said fuck the big three. That's you too.
I mean, if you're looking at it that way, he said fuck the big three. He's in the big three, so he's saying fuck yourself too. So if he said, you know, if I have to respond, I mean, he got to respond to himself. So did that make sense?
Nigga, no. Do you understand? This is bigger than you.
Are you talking about the Super Bowl again, bro?
You handed every light-skinned nigga in the world the L right now. We were rooting for you. We were all rooting for you. How dare you? Check this out, pussy ass, hoe ass, bitch ass nigga. I'm on the bill. None of you niggas real to me. So I'll apologize to you sorry ass niggas anytime I feel like it, hoe ass nigga. I said I needed some motherfucking sleep. You don't respect that, I'm gonna put your ass to sleep. Now leave me the fuck alone and good night, bitch.
Oh my God.
Hey, what's up, man? I was just calling you back to tell you I'm sorry about snapping on you like that. I tried to get off the phone and go to sleep, but they been fucking with me, bro. Like my soul ain't sitting right on that.
Bro,
shit,
are you fucking serious?
He's stupid. That's why he's my favorite. Man. Stupid. Oh my God. Okay. Let's get started. I was just a little something. Wow. Look at Ace, baby. I swear to God. All right, family. We're gonna delve into the mayor, the new mayor. I'm gonna try to be quick. I lost some of my material, but just know, I was looking into the fucking what you call it, sanctuary city thing. Like I said earlier, I have it, but you can only see it on if I open up to share my computer screen, the whole computer screen. And I don't really feel like you should get to see exactly all the shit I'm looking at aside from what I'm sharing. So I just don't think so. I wish I could put it like this, but I don't. It's just not that way. So yeah. I'm gonna start with the end of the last administrator, the last mayor, and then we're gonna move into it. Yeah. Here we go. Let me see. Oh, what's this? There you go. All right, here we go.
We're pushing for an outside company to handle migrant sheltering in the city. The mayor issued a statement today saying there's still too much work to do before the new mayor, Mike Johnson. Denver Mayor Michael Hancock is no longer pushing for an outside company to handle migrant sheltering in the city. The mayor issued a statement today saying there's still too much work to do before the new mayor, Mike Johnson, is sworn in on July 17th. The $40 million contract for the company Garda World was proposed to try and alleviate staffing problems. The city had hoped it would also save money for managing incoming migrants. So far, Denver has helped and sheltered more than 12,000 migrants at a cost of nearly $20 million.
Declaring a state of emergency as hundreds more migrants arrive in town, and there's no sign this trend will be slowing down. The city announced today that 600 people have arrived in the past 2 weeks, 247 showing up since Monday. More than 400 migrants are now staying in shelters, many at city rec centers, which are closed to the public during this crisis. Tori Mason has the very latest on the situation. Tori, seems like things are getting more challenging by the day.
Yes, Jim, but this emergency declaration is a really important step. Denver Mayor Michael Hancock says this will free up additional money and make more options for shelter space. Now, many of the migrants are coming from Venezuela. They started arriving a few months ago, but over the last couple of weeks, they started showing up in much larger numbers and without any warning. Now, the city is overwhelmed trying to find enough emergency housing. Hancock says he's been talking with federal officials, which is a change from last week when the city said it hadn't heard from the feds. The Department of Homeland Security is downplaying the problem, claiming around 100 people a day are crossing the border. But video from the border suggests otherwise. This is footage as just a snapshot of what's been seen daily in border towns. Hancock had strong words for politicians in Washington.
Cities all over this country are once again having to respond because of the failure of our Congress and federal government to address a very critical situation. This is a clarion call to our elected officials at the federal level to put aside politics and recognize the humanitarian crises that have come to our borders and have now put a strain on cities all over this country to respond.
Now, Hancock says this situation has cost Denver taxpayers around $800,000, and that amount is expected to increase significantly. He hopes the government will eventually pick up the bill. We're going to be following this story as it develops, and we'll have more information on CBS 4 News at 10. For now, we're live in Denver. Tori Mason covering Colorado First.
Tori, thanks a huge.
Building your online business? Go to Wix.com and set up your store on a single integrated platform. Add products, showcase them dynamically, and seamlessly track your inventory. Accept multiple secure payments, and design your storefront down to the very last detail.
As Denver Mayor Mike Johnson declared homelessness a city emergency. This is something similar to what former Mayor Michael Hancock did during the migrant crisis.
Well, 9 News political reporter Marshall Zellinger is with us now. Marshall, so what's the point of declaring a state of emergency?
Well, it depends. From one aspect, it's activating that emergency operations center and having people from housing and homeless.
Looks my fault. There you go.
Less than 24 hours since he was sworn into office, Denver's new mayor addressed what he calls the most significant issue the city now faces. And the issue, of course, is Denver's homeless population.
Now, for some background here, let's take a look at some data from the Common Sense Institute. In March, this organization reported the number of homeless people in the city last year was about 4,800. The year before, that number was 3,700, but did not include people who were unsheltered. Now, the Common Sense Institute says in the past 5 years, those without permanent housing in Denver rose by nearly 44%.
And Mayor Mike Johnston just declared a state of emergency, allowing more funding to help. Well, Denver 7 Chief Investigator Tony Kovaleski is joining us. The mayor has an ambitious goal for his first year in office, Tony.
A very ambitious goal, Ann. If we're talking in horse racing terms, Mike Johnson has come out of the gate sprinting. He's quickly telling Denver voters that he got the message.
Now, let's get to work.
Thank you so much for having me.
Denver's new mayor was not kidding. Less than 24 hours after taking the oath.
Today, we are here to announce a process we want to commit to make this the city's top priority.
And that top priority is these and hundreds of other tents throughout the city. Mayor Johnston announced an aggressive agenda, declaring a local disaster emergency and activating the city's Emergency Operations Center.
I think the important message from us is this is day one. This is what we think the most important crisis the city's facing. Many of us talked about this when we ran for office and had a charge when we took the oath yesterday to commit to taking on this problem. And this is our commitment that we'll do it in a unified way.
Mayor Johnston says his team has already identified empty parcels of land, options to relocate the tents, locations to set up what he calls micro communities that will include bathrooms, kitchens, along with mental health and addiction services.
We will set a goal, which is the target is we want to get 1,000 people who are currently unhoused access to housing before the end of this calendar year.
Johnston candidly admitted right now they don't have all the answers to accommodate an estimated population of 1,300 unhoused Denver residents. But he stressed on day one, the entire city has made this priority one.
This is about how we take courageous steps to start what we know feels like a very intractable challenge. I talked about yesterday, I think the biggest problems we face in a democracy are giving into the notion that somehow we think problems are unsolvable.
So you might be asking the question, where is the money coming from? It's a question we asked. Mayor Johnson said there are current dollars in the city's budget. He also mentioned access to state, private sector, and foundation funding. But here's the key. We're going to expect many updates on this. This was the start, and he emphasized that many updates in the coming days and weeks.
All right, day one. Thank you, Tony.
Thank you.
Tonight's dinner, it's going to be great with McCormick.
It's a big pig song. There was a hook on phonics. Your kid will read a 30-day guarantee. Got 'em hooked on phonics. That means taking books because we got 'em all hooked on phonics.
Why did we have to survive? Denver Mayor Mike Johnston declares homelessness a city emergency. This is something similar to what former Mayor Michael Hancock did during the migrant crisis.
Well, 9 News political reporter Marshall Zellner is with us now. Marshall, so what's the point of declaring a state of emergency?
Well, it depends. From one aspect, it's activating that emergency operations center and having people from housing and homelessness outreach and public health all in the same room. Another aspect is faster services. I was told the permit process for city-owned housing can be delayed, just like any of us, and this can help speed some of that up. The end goal of the emergency declaration by Denver Mayor Mike Johnston is to have 1,000 people who are currently on the street experiencing homelessness off the street and into housing by the end of the year. Denver's 2022 count of people living on the streets was about 1,300. Almost 3 times as many people are experiencing homelessness but have a shelter at night. This focus is on those who are on the street, and while the declaration itself does not cost any money, finding shelters ultimately will.
We have current dollars in our city budget that are allocated to this purpose already. And then as we build the portfolio of solutions that are going to come forward, whether they are current rental units, whether they are hotel conversions, whether they are micro communities, those will have different cost structures. As we get feedback from the community, we'll know exactly what the combination of those housing options are and what the cost is.
90 minutes after his announcement, Johnston met with those well-versed in helping those experiencing homelessness. Colorado Coalition for the Homeless was represented, as well as public health experts. Now we have 2 definitive goals set by Johnston on homelessness: 1,000 off the street by the end of 2023, and ending homelessness for those unsheltered, which is about 1,300 or more, by the end of his term, which is the middle of 2027, Tom.
How big a difference is this from the Hancock policies, if you will? Is it expensive? Are we moving money around? Or are we just moving people trying to get this done?
It depends on that. Right now, it could be moving money around. I talked, and you'll hear from the former Colorado Coalition for the Homeless president, John Parvinsky. You'll hear from him on Next at 6 o'clock. He paints a different picture where he presented some ideas to Hancock in the previous administration about what San Diego was doing, similar to what Johnston did today, and how there wasn't quite as much interest as what he heard today from now Mayor Johnston versus what he heard from previous Mayor Hancock. So when you make it the first thing that you say, you picture anything like at the state capitol on the first day when the governor says, I want to do this, when the Democrats in charge say, I want to do this, they do everything in their power to get that goal done by the end of their term.
It was
That's essentially what today is for Johnston. It's the number one thing. And if he doesn't hit the number one thing, that's something that you just never live down.
And he has provided some measurables that he wants to hit. So we'll follow up on that as well. We'll see you coming up on next with more on that.
We didn't make the ballot, so
lady-specific engineering, unique components, and stunning looks never hurt either.
Chelsea to debate.
Less than 24 hours since he was sworn into office, Denver's new mayor addressed what he calls the most significant issue the city now faces. And the issue, of course, is Denver's homeless population.
For some background here, let's take a look at some data from the Common Sense Institute.
Well, turning to Denver's homeless crisis, today the city's emergency operations center will activate under new mayor Mike Johnston.
Fox's Lisa D'Souza joins us now live. Tonight, City Council may actually vote to extend this declaration.
That's right. Just 1 week on the job, and the mayor certainly is making some big moves when it comes to this homelessness issue. And another thing that could be on the agenda, or rather could be approved at tonight's city council meeting, is the extension of a Park Avenue Inn that's been operating as a bit of a shelter for homeless for the next several years, for a continuation of basically an existing contract. So here's a bit of a breakdown on this front. Just like you said, today the mayor's emergency operations center officially activates. As for what all that actually entails, it's kind of all hands on deck. Johnson says all agencies will be involved in this. For example, we know city council members, they plan to tour 78 neighborhoods, really getting insight from a lot of people that live in our city. And the goal here is to get 1,000 unhoused people in homes by year's end. So just about 5 months left for that declaration, but also potentially approving, just like I said, a nearly $3 million contract with the Colorado Coalition for Homeless to operate a shelter housing here at 300 or 300 people, I should say, at Park Avenue Inn. Now, kind of the goal of this emergency declaration is to make it easier to access help and resources, potentially in the terms of funding from the state and federal government. So obviously a lot to follow up on, a lot happening today alone, let alone in the weeks and months ahead. So we're going to be on top of it. Live in Denver, Lisa D'Souza, Fox 31.
All right. Thank you, Lisa.
Hold on.
Hey guys, so I'm actually doing this last minute, so I'm actually gonna go something last minute as fuck. So let's get right to it. Hopefully we do see some ghosts and the people who I'm with gets possessed.
This is really cute.
I shouldn't be the first victim.
You have the weapon, so y'all have weapons. I don't have weapons. Damn, bro. Do we have a dog? There better not be no dogs up in here.
Oh, this is the office.
Yeah, this is the front desk.
Nah, see, this hotel, they were trying to get into the housing, but I guess they stopped it. They were going to be squatting up in there, man, like a whole bunch of shit. That's like right. That's in sorry, in our city. It's like near Colorado Boulevard.
This is fucking creepy.
Talk about this in a second. No sir. Hold on, we gotta get to the right one. So forgive me, barely, because I can't really see that well. Let's see. I want to talk about the House 1000 thing because let me see. Let me see. Oh man.
This is CBS News Colorado at noon. New at noon, ahead of a town hall meeting planned for tonight, Denver's new mayor has provided an update on the city's growing homeless problem. Thanks for joining us. I'm Tori Mason. We're hearing from Denver's new mayor, Mike Johnston, on what's being done to fix homelessness. He just started a news conference a few minutes ago. Here's what he had to say so far.
Things you will have seen over the last week. You may have seen the new point in time count, which came out to show what our current crisis is. We saw about an 8% increase in our unsheltered homeless count, so that is continuing to grow up. Not as much as the nearly 33% increase we saw the year before, and so crisis continues and is expanding. It's one of the reasons why we think there's a real reason for action.
We'll break down more of the mayor's plan tonight on CBS Colorado. On Monday, City Council voted to extend the emergency order made by the
This week, the city of Denver is expected to pass a major milestone of having sheltered more than 30,000 migrants.
Yeah, that is since the city began its coordinated response to the influx of people arriving here from the southern border. Data from the city shows that about 100 people are arriving.
On the final day of 2023, Denver Mayor Mike Johnston officially reached his goal of getting 1,000 people off the streets and into housing. According to the city's online dashboard, 1,034.
This was just a house to unhoused. Okay, that's where I was going. The house 1,000, it was just strictly for unhoused. Okay, that was it. Now, if you pay attention, family, me and Jesse were like, we ain't gonna make it because it was slow dragging around 200 for like a minute, like a long minute, and then it just skyrocketed to like 600 in like a week, and then it just kept going faster and faster. So they're gonna explain that now.
People were housed, with about 1,013 staying indoors. The micro community opening yesterday in Northeast Denver helped reach that mayor's goal. For this year, Johnston says that he'll be looking at workforce training, mental health, and addiction support, and availability of affordable units.
So today's the day. I've got my RTA mock system and Coyote appliances. And they did tell me it was only going to take a few minutes, and I got to say, they were right.
On the final day of 2023, Denver Mayor Mike Johnston officially reached his goal of getting 1,000 people off the streets and into housing. According to the city's online dashboard, 1,034 people were housed, with about 1,013 staying indoors. The micro community opening yesterday in Northeast Denver helped reach that mayor.
Denver Mayor Mike Johnston's homelessness initiative coming under scrutiny about how much it's costing taxpayers.
Now, we know the city has spent millions of dollars trying to help people experiencing homelessness, but there are still a lot of questions about that spending in particular.
Denver 7's Brandon Richard joins us now, and Brandon, council members also have plenty of questions about this plan.
Oh yeah, they do have plenty of questions. They were able to ask the mayor's team some of those questions today. They asked about spending and outcomes, but the answers they got weren't as clear as they hoped. The mayor's homelessness initiative comes with a huge price tag, but the exact cost is still somewhat of a mystery.
You have 8 sites, and I've been asking for what's the monthly operating cost for these sites.
Council members like Stacey Gilmore have been asking how much the program, which has been rebranded as All In Mile High, is costing Denver taxpayers. But the answers the mayor's office is giving aren't entirely clear.
There are many things that we're working on to fully understand, and I don't know that I'm going to have a good picture of that until closer to May.
We're all in on this, and I want to make sure that we're doing this in a transparent way so that it can be replicated if this is successful.
What is clear is the city spent $10.3 million on the mayor's homelessness initiative last year, $35 million less than they were approved for. The money they didn't spend has been carried over to this year. Aside from spending,
the jury is still out, in my view, on housing first and its success, because I've seen it fall on its face.
Council members like Kevin Flynn still have questions about the program's overall success.
I would say
164 people who exited the program, many went back to being unhoused, were put in jail, or died.
When we are spending a significant amount of money on these
programs, we've got to have better outcomes than a 73% negative outcome.
The mayor's team said they're working to improve those outcomes by increasing their engagement with site providers to understand the challenges they face. They're hoping to have a clearer picture of the results in the months ahead.
Fuck that.
It's also worth mentioning Councilwoman Gilmore resigned as homeless committee chair last November, citing a lack of transparency from the mayor's office on homelessness response efforts. And going back to the spending, when you combine the money that wasn't spent last year with the $39 million the city already planned to spend this year, that means spending could top $75 million this year.
Brandon, one of the things that money was spent on hotel rooms or hotels turned into shelters.
Did those council members bring up security, especially in light of the recent shootings, multiple shootings at that former DoubleTree hotel?
Yeah, that was one of the big topics they talked about today. The mayor's team says that they're evaluating security at each site, bringing in extra security cameras, guards, and in the case of the former DoubleTree hotel, they confirmed they've added metal detectors in an effort to improve the security situation.
But right here is where,
Of course, all of that.
You have 8 sites.
and so
And
keep in mind, all these little 8 sites are like in the district that Jesse lives in. So, and we said this, and keep in mind, we said this. I said this first. I said they set up old girl, the fucking city council lady in Jesse's district for the okie doke watch and see, because it's already showing itself. But you know, with the bro, you throw shade at us. Like, I can't continuously try to warn you. You know what I mean? Because that's really what she was doing. And the fact that I sent her a handwritten letter and made an appointment, she ain't really got back to me. And I can't really fucking believe, you know what I mean, that she's that busy. I can't not, you know, when I know better. So yeah. Don't you got somebody under you? Don't you got an assistant? Don't you got somebody to help you? I mean, come on now, stop the cap. Like, what I'm talking about is important. So yeah, no, she throws shade, right? But can't keep trying to warn her.
and I've been asking for what's the monthly operating cost for these sites.
I suspect that you know, some shady shit happening with the voucher systems, but in specific, talking about the Jesse's housing, you know, and how they keep fucking with them and you know, trying to evict him for no goddamn reason when they didn't put that much focus in anything over at the Fusion. So now, because, you know, Jesse is shining light on the failed programming. And not only that, but this motherfucking place is invested. There was no reason for his apartment at all to have any kind of anything. His apartment never had, I mean, for like I think he's been there like almost 4 years. The fucking, at least the last 3 that I know of, up until like maybe 6 months ago, he didn't have no problems like that till then. You know what I mean? And then him calling it out because, you know, shit's fucked up. There's like maybe 1 in 6 motherfuckers that keep a clean spot. You know, and they're constantly getting, you know, sprayed just to avoid that shit, like on a weekly basis. So for them to start fucking with him and making him move out everything, damn, they're out of his apartment, or else type shit, is kind of like fuckery. And I happen to just be thinking that it's a possibility. It's because, you know, he fucking highlighted that. I mean, listen, like when, you know, if we were in the position that he was trying to run for mayor, I believe that we took more due diligence to not be just placing any old motherfucker in with other motherfuckers. Anything that could bring in this kind of vermin or infestations, you know, try to keep his place pretty decent. I would do a lot more vetting, you know what I mean? There would be a lot of differences happening, still everybody will get what they need. But I don't think that we would have just put any and everybody in one spot, not knowing that it's going to cause conflict. It's going to be turning into dangerous situations, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And, or, things that weren't there before are now there. So I think that it's an agenda, like when anybody speaks against the fucking bought and paid for, put yourself at certain kind of risks. And I think that's what's happening. But because we're so fucking involved in a whole bunch of other stuff, we're really paying attention to the play that's happening right there with that. I'm more worried about what's happening with the city and the fucking atrocities that the city's doing, to people, and how they're neglecting the unhoused, favoring the migrants at some point. So we were more focused on that instead of looking at like, oh my God, they did the okie doke on us. You feel me? So yeah, I did warn old girl when she brought up them eight what you call it, shelters in the district they just live in. Same district he about to run in, or they, you gotta run in and House District 8. So it kind of seems like, now that I think about it out loud, kind of seems like some old bullshit.
Council members like Stacey Gilmore have been asking how much the program, which has been rebranded as All In Mile High, is costing Denver taxpayers. But the answers the mayor's office is giving aren't entirely clear.
There are many things that we're working on to fully understand, and I don't know that I'm going to have a good.
There's no reason any of these people, right? These two people right here should even be in the chambers speaking on housing issues, or this new all in fucking shit that it's like the third time you're gonna rename the same program. Like, come on, man. Like, you think nobody's paying attention?
Picture of that until closer to May.
We're all in on this, and I want to make sure that we're doing this in a transparent way so that it can be replicated if this is successful.
What is clear is the city spent $10.3 million on the mayor's homelessness initiative last year, $35 million less than they were approved for. The money they didn't spend has been carried over to this year. Aside from spending,
The jury is still out, in my view, on. Jury is still out.
Over to this year. Aside from the money they didn't spend has been.
Hold on 1 second.
Last year, $35 million less than they were. What is clear is the city spent $10.3 million on the mayor's homelessness initiative last year, $35 million less than they were approved for. The money they didn't spend has been carried over to this year. Aside from spending,
The jury is still out, in my view, on housing first.
It's been carried over. This is like cap. How can it have been carried over? Like, if you read the newspaper over here, they've been constantly getting and giving out money. Constantly. There's been money just floating, millions of dollars floating around for unhoused needs and whatnot, and or migrant stuff. So I mean, like 2 million here, 5 million there. So it's like, come on, man. Like, it's a lot of, the math doesn't add up. It doesn't look right. None of it is. And we're already seeing with one of the new council ladies that she already showed misappropriation, and she got the big old slap on the wrist on 7 racks collectively, so it's a bullshit, it really is. So there's misappropriation, which I've been saying since at least the last 3 years, but I don't mean to say, but it's clearly showing its ass.
And its success, because I've seen it fall on its face.
council members like Kevin Flynn still have questions about the program's overall success. Of the 164 people who've exited the program, many went back to being unhoused, were put in jail, or died.
When we are spending a significant amount of money on these programs, we've got to have better outcomes than a 73% negative outcome.
The mayor's team said they're working to improve those outcomes by increasing their engagement with site providers to understand the challenges they face. They're hoping to have a clearer picture of the results in the months ahead.
It's also worth mentioning that Councilwoman Gilmore resigned as homeless committee chair last November, citing a lack of transparency from the mayor's office on homelessness response efforts. And going back to the spending, when you combine the money that wasn't spent last year with the $39 million the city already planned to spend this year, that means spending could top $75 million this year.
Wow. Brandon, one of the things that money was spent on hotel rooms or hotels turned into shelters.
Did those council members bring up security, especially in light of the recent shootings, multiple shootings at that former DoubleTree hotel?
Yeah, that was one of the big topics they talked about today. The mayor's team says that they're evaluating security.
So this is always a pass by conversation. No real results, right?
Angel Soft toilet paper is strong and soft every time. Angel Soft, soft and strong, simple.
Was that an email from your customer looking for some immediate assistance?
Some advocates for people who are unhoused are upset with Denver Mayor Mike Johnston, and they came to know about it. Tomorrow, the group House Keys Action Network Denver will hold a rally outside the City and County building, calling on Mayor Johnston to keep promises they say he has broken on his homeless policies. Fox 31's Rogelio Mares joins us from the City and County building with those details.
Yeah, Kim, this group is sharing a flyer that flat out calls the mayor's House 1000 initiative a scam. The mayor, meanwhile, that initiative, as you'll know, is his promise to get 1,000 people who are unhoused housed by the end of the year, a pledge the mayor's office told us he promises to keep.
Encampments, people who are unhoused, and where to put them. It's Denver Mayor Mike Johnston's job to figure out just that. V. Reeves with HAND, or the House Keys Action Network Denver, says the mayor's promises on solving this issue of homelessness have lacked accountability.
We want him at this point just to follow his own encampment policy. We're not asking for more than that. We're asking for accountability to his own words when it comes to how he's going to decide when to sweep and carry out a sweep.
So the plan is to hold a rally outside of the City County building on Monday. The mayor's office provided a statement to Fox 31 on this planned rally, saying he remains committed to the goal of housing 1,000 people by year's end.
Focus on those people who really need to be indoors during the harsh winter instead of the most visible people, instead of focusing on geography.
Via that statement, the mayor's office says his administration is, quote, focusing on the most vulnerable populations. The statement from the mayor's office goes on to acknowledge that, quote, safety risks are highest for those currently living unsheltered in encampments, especially with winter approaching. V says the shelters where people who are unhoused are staying now need accommodations for people to have a better shot at getting back on their feet.
He needs to be sure that there are certain rules that are consistent across the board that allow for autonomy and protect people's rights in those settings.
As for the people themselves, V says Monday's rally will also ask the city for more hygiene resources.
And that means more bathrooms, hand washing stations, water access, so that we can make sure that everybody in the community has these things available.
We could say
So the mayor has a dashboard online marking how many people have been housed so far with his House 1000 program. We checked it out a couple hours ago. It stood at 168 people, giving him about 2.5 months to get 832 people housed by the end of the year if he's going to keep his promise to house 1,000 people. We are live outside of the City County building in downtown Denver. Rogelio Mares.
Keep in mind, we said he was gonna do some old fuck shit, and he did. He instead of housing, it was house 1,000 unhoused individuals. There was only 1,038 people in the house. Think about that. It's not just the other way of just. If to think about it, because there was only like 138 or 1,038 people in the house, and he had a house 1,000 bill, right, and filed a state of emergency. Because you see the fuckery. Yeah, y'all listening? Like, I'm a house 1,000 people that are already unhoused. There's only 38 people that need housing. No, dumbasses, that don't work, right? But nobody we could have continued to go with that narrative because this is us using our brain. But you stole the shit, and then you try to do some more shit, So we called it. We told you, but we just been quietly chuckling about that. So here we are. We only had like 1,038 people in the house. He declared a state of emergency. Oh, dumbass, right? On the first day, got the funding. Dun, dun, dun. And then couldn't meet the house 1,000. Which is, he couldn't meet him. He couldn't house them. So then he threw in all the migrants to meet the numbers.
Yeah.
Because you only had 38 people to house, really.
Right.
Y'all should feel stupid. Damn, Denver. Sorry, I'm sorry. Not sorry. We were holding on to that little joke. Damn, there was 7 months.
Yeah.
Now, everybody want to be upset. But you just keep in mind, none of them thought that yet. Nobody's put the pieces together. Oh, man. Gene Paris. Hated the game.
Right.
Really, that's all he really had to do. Is just go get the 1,000 that are already there and add 38 more spaces. Done. You could add that done in the first week. I'm sorry. I'm not sorry. God, oh God, man. That's funny, right?
Yeah.
Oh, that's what you get for stealing. That's what happens when you steal a motherfucker's hard work and intellectual property.
Mm-hmm.
That's what you get. That's what you get for clowning. The only person who lived unhoused experience and actually housed people. That's fucking shit, right? So Jesse was the only one on the whole thing that had lived unhoused experience.
Right.
And actually housed motherfucking people. Was the motherfucking face of homelessness. And all of a sudden the city didn't want to hear it because, you know, white voices matter. White tears, white voices. Man, all of that shit, right? All this, why not say so? Right? And the whole time I'm like, Jess, you see the fucking stupidity?
Mm-hmm.
That's what you get when you still Gene Paris's motherfucking genius. They gave you just a taste. You just gave you a taste. Right. Jesse had to bogart his way into these forums, right? And especially the one homeless one outside. Oh my God. And what happened, Denver? What did you do? What did you do, Denver? Stupid. Okay, if you would have just did the right thing, this would have never happened. Oh my God, it wouldn't have. We wouldn't like. I mean, for real. You would have had a full pause on the motherfucking immigration. The fucking sanctuary city would have been in like a fucking pause. There would be really no motherfucking shit going on. No immigration influx. It'd be a slow trickle of immigration. Yeah, you know, because motherfucker would have been sending you a bill. I would be like, man, cut them motherfuckers a bill. Send a bill to Texas. Send a bill to motherfucker every fucking country. Pay for your motherfucking people, because they're going to feed them, house them, you pay for it. Oh God, man, that would have been out. That would have been done. We'd have vetted all these fucking places. We'd have like segregated these different types of unhoused individuals and for needs. You know what I mean? Put them in certain situations that were gonna actually help them. There wouldn't be a concern about vouchers, whether they were gonna be cut off or not. Everybody in this motherfucking city here shortly is going to be living on edge, whether or not they're going to have a place to live. And that's just what the voucher program and vouchers and all this extra shit, that includes us. Well, not me. I'm on a different thing. You know what I mean? Mine is like, it's set in stone. That's different. This current shit, man, this would have never fucking happened. I bet y'all feel stupid after I just said that. I watching that motherfucking dashboard and we're all angry because we were fucking like this motherfucker right here. But literally, if I would have just shared that fucking months back, that would have been stopped. And I was like, let's just let this ride. So what happens when you pull a white boy swoop in, get funded, and all that extra shit clown us? It's still it's still the show. And act like homelessness is your first issue. And was it? Or was it Jesse making it a fucking priority in his campaign? Dun, dun, dun. Making it a priority, right? That wasn't his first issue during the campaign.
No, it wasn't.
It was nobody's first fucking issue. Right? Everybody was talking about the police and all kind of other shit. Right? So I mean, we can run them election things back, but I really trust me. Just go back a couple. Just go back like 2 seasons. Oh man, why would you just thrown that out there? But you can't give everybody the answers. That's what happens when you steal my fucking intellectual property and make an ass out of yourself. And you lied. And you fucking lied. Oh my god. Not to mention. Oh my god, let me stop right there. Let me control myself. I control myself. That was just too real for fucking the RBA. All right, man. Where do they go? Thank God. Yeah. Too black, too strong. I was like, God damn it, man. That didn't even have nothing to do with being black. That was just a general. We cared about the fucking other house so fucking much. They were the only motherfuckers that cared because they had the only ones that had lived experience. Current lived experience. You know what I mean? Did you message him? Did you message him?
My phone is completely dead.
Oh, I was about to call Jesse out his name. Here you go. There. Get that done. Tell him, ask him if you can come ask him to come at 10. My doctor, excuse me, Black family. I get to telling you more funnies here shortly. I'm gonna play one more thing real fast for you. Wait, hold on a second. Wait, let's see. Wait, hold on a second. Let me make sure I got it right. Okay. All right, I'm gonna play this one video real fast. I do not support this fucking dude at all. This dude is complete and total shit. All right. I'm just gonna play some of it. I don't like this dude. Just know he's not someone that we subscribe to. He is a fucking douche. I think that when you don't live here, and you're white, you are a dick. Okay, you're trying to speak on something you really don't know about. You don't live through in our city. We do have new Black media content creators that message boost, right? Also too, but create content, and they just do specific things like our city. So our city is like most other blue cities or other blue states. So like, for example, like TD Hip Hop, Lisa Cabrera, things like that. People like that. They are more than welcome to go ahead and talk about Black Light Revelation. Most likely Torian Rain. Let's talk about motherfucking Colorado. Well, because they're black first. Yeah. That's just the first pass. Kid gravity. Yeah. When was the last time we talked about that? Let's talk about that. I mean, come on, cuz I don't know. Jesse's over there chopping it up, and I saw what you did over there. Hey, I see what you did over there, man.
Billy
on
Williams.
On Torian shit. Man, I've been trying to tell Jesse since he decided to put himself in that position of being nominated. Like he didn't control himself. He just did he just did it and then forgot what the fuck he's been up to. But he just continues on with his mission, talking the way he talks. I'm like, man, okay, because he didn't want to hear it. He doesn't want to hear it. So I was like, all right, fuck it then. That's how you were behaving on Tory Rain. On Tory Rain, discussing that shit with Tory Rain.
Yeah.
I was like, damn, man. I was like,
I gotta go.
I was like, I can't watch. I made it two minutes in. I was like,
my sense on it.
no. I was like, I had really saw that shit. 2 minutes, I clicked off. As you were talking for 2 minutes with him.
Yeah.
And everything you said, I was like, oh, cuz
Don't trust
this
me.
is not. I was like, nigga. I was like, stop it. I was like, behave, cuz like, Jesus Christ, do you know what you just did? And do you not remember like hours before that what you just did to yourself? And then here you go. I was like, I didn't even watch to see what Torian said. Because I was like, I'm just like, goddamn, man. Like, goddamn, let me just, I can't, man. I can't. I just can't. I'm like, do you realize? All right, man. No, never mind. Maybe I'll catch on. Anyway, here. So I was like, all right, good. I tried. Yeah. I mean, the amount of pushback Jesse Paris gives me is fucking ridiculous. I'm like, all right, dude, I'm just trying to help. But you know what, man? Fuck you. I'm not gonna help you no more. Go ahead. All right, so I'll play this, right?
Folks, just want to take a moment to ask for your support today.
No.
Not a single donation goes unnoticed. I'm serious.
Denver, one of the most outspoken sanctuary cities, it's at a point now with its budget where it's going to close 4 immigrant shelters, starting with the Aurora one next week. Aurora basically said, we don't want any part of this.
Wait, stop the cat, because you don't know nothing about what's going on over here. All right, so first of all, fucking Johnston went and snuck that shit in.
Yep.
Went into Aurora, didn't tell Aurora shit, didn't ask for no permission, just went and commandeered a motherfucking hotel right there, right on the cusp, right, and kicked everybody that was living in there out, and then put the migrants in there.
Yep.
And then went and said, yeah, you know, it's great working with Mayor Kaufman. Right?
Yeah.
And then motherfuckers were like, hell nah.
With homeless Mike.
Yeah, hell nah, he didn't come talk to us. Hell nah, he just did that. Amongst the other sneak little shelters that he opened up that were later, fucking like a week later, snitched on, and he had to shut them down. Or motherfucking, you know, all these proposed little sites that he actually opened, they try to open, and the motherfucking, the people are like, no, shut that down, right? Yeah. Dude, when he snuck that Aurora shit in, and Mayor Coffin was like, no, we didn't talk, like, no. We didn't have no discussion. And old fucking white bread motherfucking, the one I don't like, Juritsky. The white supremacist, bro. Yes. Be, you know, slamming on the keys. Yeah, I'm saying that. Because the way she said that, man.
Her fresh wall.
They're all bad. All bad over there. And I'm salty still. I'm in my feelings. Still about Aurora. Still in my feelings. So I don't know when I'm going to get over that.
She's still in her bag.
I am in my bag because, you know, the shit that I went through, not knowing until like what? Months after, they wronged me. They wronged the dog. They really could have. I really could have gotten in that ass. Is it worth it? No. Don't worry. I'll try again. I see your game. You know what I mean? I see the game. That's what I'm looking at. Just like, did you not just watch the fuck I just went through? Like, right? he just can't stop being himself.
That's all.
Yeah, you just can't stop being yourself. I'm like, I'm like, damn, dude. And every day, I'm like, do you realize because you did this to yourself? Ways you didn't have to, you know? All right, we're gonna play this. I don't like this fat white dude. I don't think he's fat. He probably doesn't see he's probably fat. I don't like this white dude. I think he talks out his ass. I think he talks a lot of shit. It's condescending, sarcastic. I don't like it, and it fucking bothers me. However, he gets no passes over here, and it'll call cap every time he speaks within reason. He has
For you take care of it. Now Denver is kicking people out, 30 and 60-day stays, closing down shelters. Are they still a sanctuary city? Who knows? We've got shenanigans in Denver. Let's get into it. Here we go. Next week, when Denver begins closing shelters used to temporarily house immigrants, officials will start with the shelter in Aurora that has driven a wedge between the two cities. Now, Aurora's got common sense. Denver is going down a crazy train of poor decisions and just what happened? I mean, literally, what happened? You could say the same thing about Seattle. I kind of know what happened in Seattle. We had this massive influx from California. They brought all these liberal positions, and you went from a conservative logging and fishing, area to blue hair is great. Marry whoever you want. It's all good. The shelter is one of 4 hotels that Denver Mayor Mike Johnston said earlier this week the city would be shuttering over the next month, a move that is expected to slash the city's projected $180 million spending on the illegal immigration crisis by $60 million. Where are all those people going that are getting booted out of these shelters that are closing? Where are they going?
Right outside.
How's that looking? Because, that's what it's like, but you wanted this. You wanted this. You self-proclaimed you're a sanctuary city, and then you get into it, and you're like, "Oh, good Lord, this is."
No.
But you wanted this. You wanted this. You self-proclaimed you're.
Previous administration, the Hancock administration, and he enacted the sanctuary city shit, and there's so much into it. Like I said, I have it. I read it thoroughly. And I was like, this so, and I read it before when Jesse was going to the campaign. This is part of our 4 years of work. But excuse me. I don't know why I'm eating chips right now. I could Jesse woke up, man, and you can't see it, but I'm not looking at the stream here. I was looking at Jesse talking to the computer. I forgot that I was streaming sometimes. Anyways, let me stop. God damn it, Jesse. He enacted it. There's so much regarding that in our city, particularly. So when I started showing y'all the videos, it started off with Mayor Hancock saying, "Hey, look, I was going to do this, and this, but I decided to cancel it before the new mayor is put in." He had set up a plan, and then he decided to shut that down and let that shit build up for the new mayor. After giving us a lecture during a speech, he was going to let us be you. Divide the city by race. Yeah, that's what happened. You see what you see? Mayor Hancock is a shit. he did some little fuck shit, dude, to fuck with everybody. Like, I was reading a lot of shit behind the scenes about Mayor Hancock wanted to do this, and that, and him getting pushed back from everybody in all those positions he put in. They just was like, no, we don't give a fuck what you want. We didn't say no. So the narrative on the street is this motherfucker don't do shit. In reality, he was trying to do something. You just gotta read. You gotta go dig deep. You gotta go find the shit. Now you're not gonna see it in the media. You actually gotta go dig deep in the government. Yep. And you see him writing letters like, trying to get shit passed. Yeah. But he did that. He sure did do that. He's like, yeah, I was gonna enact this program to offer this and this and that, but no, it's be too much work for the new administration, so I'm gonna cancel it. You see that stupid? I would help him out, but I thought, no, cancel that. It'd be too much for him to handle when he first comes in. Instead, oh, white boy Swoop it, that stole fucking shit. Now you gonna pass it off. He did all the worst shit, the opposite of what was the easiest shit. And created more of a problem for himself. On top of the problem that was already there.
Sanctuary city. And then you get into it and you're like, oh, good Lord, this is expensive. Human beings are expensive. At least one Aurora official said Friday that the move was a little too little, too late. A little too little, too late. Aurora City Councilwoman Danielle Jurinsky, also who sponsored the immigration resolution approved earlier this week, called the closure a joke. Uh-oh, we've got diametrically opposed opinions here. I don't know what it is exactly that they're closing, Jurinsky said. Most of the people have already left because they were told you have to get out. In fact, Denver has been winding down its shelter operations in Aurora over the past 2 months. Aurora Mayor Mike Kaufman said on December 12th in a Facebook post, the Denver officials agreed to close the shelter. You imagine you just stick a shelter in some other community and say, hey, yeah, we're a sanctuary city. Yeah, but we're not located in your city. Oh, yeah. Well, anyway, I mean, give us a couple months and we'll try and get those shelters out of there. I deeply appreciate that Mayor Johnston not only agreed to stop busing any more migrants to the
You need your team. If she's lost in emails, he's consumed by a doc. You lose them for hours every day.
He stuck that over here.
hotel, but he also agreed to pick up the migrants who are currently staying there when their vouchers expire. You're seeing this happen in Chicago. You're seeing this happen in New York City.
Hold on. Forget the residents that were living in there out.
Yeah.
I fucking. There were people who were like, "Hey man, I haven't been working. I'm trying to save my money. I have motherfuckers that made me homeless. You have migrants." And Justin was like, "Yeah, we just paid for the hotel stay for them. Whoop whoop whoop." Gave them vouchers. Gave them vouchers to stay there for a short time.
Discussion on this.
He's like, it's all good. We talked to the mayor. He's like, Mayor Johnson was like, we talked to the mayor and everything. It's all good. They said we could do it. I don't know why he's complaining. You know, it's good to have a working relationship with the other mayor.
Like, wait a minute,
The cop was like, wait the fuck, 1 minute? Hell no, we didn't discuss this. What are you talking about? These are your problems.
Right.
This is your immigrant problem. Your unhoused problem.
He said yes.
This is your unhoused problem. Your immigrant problem. But we're fucking trying to push it out on the other little cities around you. Fuck no, we didn't have no discussion. He's like, what? No. And then the fucking Jurinsky was like, he never talked to us. But he let Michael Johnson talk about it. He's like, oh, it's great having a working relationship with Aurora. You know, yeah, we put them in there. Make sure they got everything they need. Give them a little vouchers and stuff. You know, they have every wraparound services. It was so great. They're like, what? Huh? No. Hell nah, we don't want that shit. These are your problem. Take your shit. Right? And amongst that, he was doing some more, which, like I said, you got emergency funding. You had emergency funding for the unhoused, and then he had funding for the migrants. And he's just speaking them around. And like, open it up like, what do you call them, here today, gone tomorrow, fucking fly by night, fucking shelters.
Yeah.
And motherfuckers are snitching on them. And you have to go and close them down. Oh my God. Like, dude, he let, oh my God. And when he closed that first shelter, they had like over what? It was like right there, they had like, what, like 600 migrants outside that world, right? Along the thing.
Yeah.
Old boy cussed us out about because we were like, man, fuck them.
Yeah.
And they would never let us do that outside the shit, right? Never. We could be like, we have a camping ban. Trust me.
Yeah.
Trust me, we was homeless. It's still a camping ban, right? We was unhoused during the fucking beginning of that camping ban. Till now. Trust me, believe, for a good couple years into it, you couldn't sit down and cover yourself. There was motherfucking people walking around crying and shit like that. But you just want to lay down and go sleep, but you couldn't.
Yeah.
You could not. They would arrest you. On site. It's just to believe. Trust and believe. I know I lived through most of it outside. It was illegal to cover yourself with a tent or sleeping bag. The first 6 months, I was sitting outside at the front of the Samaritan house on a fucking folding chair. Just in there kicked up with my legs up. I was like a little out of it thing, like just chilling right there because you could have a tent. You could have shit like that. And one day we were like, nah, fuck this. And thus begins the sweeps.
And we've had the tide turn. We've had the tide turn. But what happens when we get back to that 300,000 in a month?
You're out there, remember?
If we have that happen. Right now, we're at 140,000 coming across the southern border in a month. 140,000.
Yeah.
Double that. 280,000. They're going to have to go somewhere. Denver's going to pick up a bunch. Chicago's going to pick up a bunch. New York City's going to pick up a bunch. What is that going to look like? If we have the border happen like we did last fall, October, November, December, if that happens again, that will wildly impact the 2024 elections because you're going to have so many people on opposing sides of who they're going to vote for pointing at this going, what are we doing here? What's going on here? So will it be the perfect storm? I can see that happening. Will that happen? I'm going to pull a Tim Pool, which is, I can absolutely see that happening. I don't know. Maybe not. Yeah. What do I know? I'm just a, pundit that speaks on the internet. No, I think it could happen. Will it happen?
Yeah.
High probability. That's where I'd go with. Yeah, I can see this happening. I can see this taking place. And, the media trying to hide it. What illegal immigrants? Oh, you got 11,000 a day coming through right now.
That's true. That is
So the issue nabbed headlines after the hotel to make room for immigrants booted out long-term residents like Joe Sasida, who had been living in the Aurora Hotel for a year.
Mm-hmm.
We're hearing more and more here people locally in Seattle that have rented a hotel room being asked to leave, saying, hey, we got to give it up to a migrant. That doesn't seem very fair, right? It's just
he did that though.
But what you're having happen in the sanctuary cities is the competition for resources, meaning housing. In all these cities, you do not have enough housing because you have constricted construction and development to the point where you're always so far behind. Earlier this week, the Aurora City Council made a symbolic statement that it was not a sanctuary city when it passed a resolution demanding other cities and organizations not systematically transport migrants or people experiencing homelessness into their city without first coordinating with Aurora.
They're building housing the whole time.
Remember when Let's Go Brandon Johnson and then Eric Adams, they put in a bunch of, all right, you can only drop them off between 8:30 and noon, Monday through Friday, none on the weekends. Got to give us a 32-hour heads up that they're coming. Otherwise, we're going to fine your bus drivers. We're going to impound their buses.
Yep.
Yeah, just not very sanctuary city like, right? They were trying to stem the flow
At some point,
of all these people coming into their community.
that, right?
Let's watch a little video.
More than 2,000 migrants are in Denver shelters tonight, but their time is running out.
Some are now finding themselves on the streets in these freezing temperatures. Denver 7's Christian Lopez spoke with migrant families today asking for help.
I'm from Colombia and she's from Venezuela.
¿Cuánto tiempo tienen en Denver?
We've been in Denver approximately a month.
I spoke to Freyman Escorcia and his wife Nadelis, who say their time at this Denver shelter is running out.
When your time is up, they kick you out. There's no help when you get out.
Join the club.
Let's look at that for 1 second. I don't normally stop.
There's no help. Welcome to.
When
welcome
parents
to
are
America.
looking at Avid for Adventure, they might feel uneasy, wondering is their kiddo ready for an overnight?
Puppies.
Trust me.
You got snow on the ground. You got drifts on the side. These are not four-season tents. You got some cold temperatures. This is miserable, right? It just is. Meanwhile, Denver's closing down shelters willy-nilly.
Goddamn right.
There's no help when you get out.
All while also counting down
She's 7 months pregnant.
to the birth of their child.
This is the fucking shit that's happening, right? The mayor was like so amped. He was gonna do this, and that.
Yeah.
And when he said he was gonna house 1,000 motherfuckers, man, Jesse started off the shit outright. We already knew what was gonna happen. It's like this is the same old shit. And you know, whatever he said, the city council, we can run it back, right? Every fucking Monday. And every chance we got. We just shit talk, right? This is the same old look. He ain't making it work yet. Right? And he thought he could handle it. And then we've been riding that helmet so much about the fucking immigrants.
Yeah, that they want to call new.
Whatever the fuck. They're already rebranding shit. Like Denver almost out loud. Just because you change your name.
And they need to lose their 501c status too.
Yeah, exactly. But we can't keep telling you what the fuck to do. Because what did I say? I would close down at least 5 motherfucking things. Just from start. Just for the sake of corruption, cronyism, and misappropriation of funds. I would have did that. That's what we would have done, right? Because you can't have the same 5 entities cheating out the regular people, cheating out the people who live here, the unhoused that were here.
Yeah.
You've been fucking up for years.
No fucks about them.
You don't give no fucks about them, right? Like at all.
Nobody batted an eye when they were getting swept every day.
No, never.
Unannounced.
They fucking put hostile infrastructure against fight us.
That's before you got a week's notice.
And before you got the notice, man, I was like, man, we should like when the first fucking hostile infrastructure came out. I was on the news. Was like, man, you know, let's see children, girls walking by, all the people coming, leaving, drinking, walking down this road. And these hard ass boulders right here. And right when I pointed it, there was a motherfucking blood stain on the concrete. Or somebody that walked and bow, slipped on the motherfucking corner, bashed their head. I was like, see? Yeah. Like I said, what the fuck is this gonna do? Motherfucker, I build on top of it. I would build on top of it. I put my little pallet and shit. Oh yeah, the before the fencing. There was just the boulders.
Yeah,
They're the troughs.
The boulders they got from the mountains.
The boulders, the troughs.
Off of I-70.
The troughs, right? That they should have put plants and food in. They fucking let trash and debris get collected in, right? Motherfucker walk by, pee in it.
This is right. This is right when old boy try to go to Hancock's door. Bring the blocks up.
Yeah. This is shit that we were gonna like, fuck no, right? And that was a way of, you know, with the 8 foot fucking fencing.
Yeah.
You know, they was just like, we're gonna get these motherfuckers a sweep.
Sweep.
So you kidnapped the motherfucking unhoused to get them to move.
Yeah, remember there was 1,200 people went missing.
Right. That's because we no, they never gave us an account for that.
People. It was
1,500 in the winter and summer.
Yeah.
Right. You still don't know where they are. Right. And then how many people fucking died that they don't want to talk about, right?
Yeah.
And they're in the winter months.
Remember
all this shit, right? All this shit is happening during Jesse was this prior is during the election, yeah. All this shit was going on. right during the election. During the election, right? Old fucking Johnston who left Park Hill, fucking ghost town. Him and Terrence, right over there shaming Jesse. But he was the only one, the only candidate that had years of unhoused experience, and it was like it was working for fucking Denver Homeless Out Loud, aka rebranded Hands.
Not 20, 30 years ago.
Well, we were within 2 films.
Yeah, message to the mayor.
Yeah, right. Little dollar. He's the face of fucking homelessness.
That's black homelessness.
Black homelessness. Back there. That's what I said. Tokenizing, right? They gotta have Hands. That's another thing. Nobody ever calls it out except for me. Hands has to have a black token. Then and Judgy was big tokenized. And I had to make sure I had to clearly call that out. And they're building this up, man. Building this up. You about to be you're already the face of black homelessness. Right? They just don't know you are.
Uninvited people to the forum.
So they uninvited. And because I said so. I told you to go do that. Yeah. I know yelling at them like get your outside voice on, good. Like go bogart that shit. Because a lot of that campaign was like really sabotaged.
Yes.
For Jesse.
From beginning to end. So
I was like, man, fuck that. Just because they said no, man, we just show up anyway. Tried to get on anyway because it was unfair. Oh God. So I was like, I'm thinking none of these motherfuckers really want to talk about homelessness. That was Jesse's main thing. What like the main thing is main thing.
Yeah, I cornered on house neighbors.
Right. Aside from that is the main thing. I mean, how can you not take something like a motherfucker who's like the black face of fucking homelessness to get houses people, actually has house experience, housing people, right? Real life activist shit, right? So how the fuck you're not gonna take this seriously, Denver? Who complains about the homeless people? How are you not going to do the right thing?
My backyard.
You know what I mean? Constantly complaining about the homeless.
To take a homeless person home.
No.
But they had no problem taking these illegal.
No, they didn't. They sure didn't. They never had a problem feeding them, clothing them, getting money for them, welcoming them into our apartment, renting out whole buildings for them. Landlords just like, bring them on over. Just free rent for 6 months or longer. We don't care. They don't got no job. But you think they was doing any of that for the unhoused? Fuck no. We would get locked up.
Locked up and swept every day.
Swept, terrorized. I lost 2 motherfucking power chairs. Oh my God. So much. But so much happened. So I was like, you really think Denver did like they Denver complained so fucking much about the unhoused. Right? So much. That's the main thing. They were like so upset.
They're dirty, they're funky.
Right?
You can do better.
Right. So and Jesse, Mr. Unhoused, and worked for Hands and everything. Right? For how many years were you with Hands?
Denver Homeless Out Loud.
Right. How many them. How many?
5, 6 years.
5, 6 years, right? So you would think the main advocates for fucking unhoused people, Denver Homeless Out Loud, aka Hands. I was like, it's the same shit, right? Just because you rename it. Right. And they didn't stop talking to me. Like I said something wrong. I didn't say nothing wrong. I was like, just because you try to get out of fucking doing an audit. You should have been audited.
Yep.
You know what I mean?
You still be audited.
You would still be audited. You're lucky that we are there over there.
They 501c status because
you were lucky that we didn't get in there for the mayor because that would have been one of the first motherfuckers that got audited. And it would be like not waiting 6 motherfucking months when I would be like, just go to that file cabinet and take everything out and walk the fuck out. And then, find a couple speed readers. I'm available.
They get audited 1 year.
And I'll bring the material back in a week later, and that's it.
10 that got audited.
Yeah, there wouldn't be no fines. You have to get shut the fuck up.
They was freaking out.
Yeah, they were freaking out. We were there. Remember that they was like, you got to, Brandy got to leave.
Yeah.
We got to talk about infrastructure. Infrastructure in the what?
Oh, that was the 2020.
Yeah. The infrastructure. I'm just trying to warm my hot pocket, my pizza rolls. I was minding my own business. You such a hater, bitch.
Yeah.
Like, it's just because you see a corner of me. I'm just trying to warm up my pizza rolls in Jess's apartment.
Yeah.
Minding my own business, mobbing around and shit. And they're like, is that Brandy?
It's supposed to be a secret meeting.
We need to talk about the infrastructure.
Yeah.
Like, what fucking infrastructure?
Right.
A file cabinet? The fuck you mean? You're doing wrong. And you make Jared Burton apply for his own goddamn job.
Yeah, that was ridiculous.
And I know.
He's still with
oh my
them
God, he's still with him. The old treasonous motherfucker.
Right.
Jerry. Bruh. I know you're an Aries and everything, but there's no excuse for treason. Oh man. I remember when Jesse when the job offer came up, and I was like, man, I want to do it. And Jesse let me put my hand up. Let me get an application until he said, there's Jesse, that's Jerry's job, right? That's what he does, right? What? And like, because normally it's me whispering shit to him during the meetings, and everybody thought I was telling him fucking spy shit, but I was clowning, I was talking shit, but other things, right? I was like, man, you let me go through the whole meeting. And I was like, wait, back this track up. I'm sorry, I didn't realize, Jared. I apologize. How could you do such a thing? And just over there chuckling, like, this motherfucker never makes jokes and cracks jokes during these meetings. And sitting there serious, and I'm the only one sitting there whispering and shit, like sitting all extra close to him. I was like, yeah, how close was it?
Last year.
I was sitting so close to you because it was ridiculous. Like, that's how it looked, right? I'm like, I would turn around and look at shit. It looked like I was telling conspiracy theories or motherfucking telling them shit. I was a little bit some of it, like, man, they lying right here. They're having secret meetings behind your back, right?
I'm not gonna be able to do this shit no more.
Right, and that was that. But like, man, the conspiracy for Brandy, that fuck Brandy. I mean, they put me on the board, and they took it back. I was like,
the shit went down with Anna.
I was like, God damn, man, what I do? Oh yeah. Oh yeah. I was so sick. That was right before I got fixed.
Where'd
right?
the money go, Anna?
Where'd the money go, Anna? And when she got the stimulus cut, and I was like, you ain't gonna take us home?
Not that Anna that they parade on the TV now.
No. Oh no, that's clearly a fucking man. That's a man. I don't give a fuck what they say. There's a lot of man shit going on, according to one of my friends. So this motherfucker shit. Hey man, that's how you gotta get benefits. You gotta put on a dress. You gotta act this way in order to get help and money. Go for it. I was like, what? He said it's all a business. Politics is a business of what? Stop saying things like that. You're so fucking right.
Yeah.
Shut up. I'm saying that you're making it really hard to come back right now. Yeah. So, yeah, Jesse was like stomping her. First, they didn't want to open the door, remember? They didn't want to open the door for you, and I was in the back.
Stomp, kick the goddamn
Man, I Friday kicked the back door. I was like, bow. Jesse was knocking on the front of the building, and he was knocking for like a good 10 minutes.
Yeah,
and nobody would come open the door. And I was in the back because there's a little ramp in the back.
Yeah.
I was in the back, and I was like, what the fuck is taking up so long? So I was over there standing on the porch, and he comes back around. He's like, babe, nobody answered the door. I was like, what the fuck? Bow. And all of a sudden, dude comes and opens the door, and I look down the alley like he went that way. I was like, "No, else I don't know who it was." He went that way though. He guess you weren't coming to the door. He's like, "Why are you kicking the door?" I said, "I didn't. He did. Some dude went down the alley though."
Yeah, you try to play it off.
I did.
Yeah.
I did get away with it.
Yeah.
Well, listen, there was no camera back then. I did get away with that. I just kept it pushing, right? I gotta sit down. Me and I was having something. We had food. What were we eating? Fruit.
Yeah.
You had
Was eating
the fruit, right?
fruit tray or something.
Yeah. So did you bring it or they? Yeah. Yeah. I imagine you brought it.
Yeah, they don't bring fruit.
Yeah, man. Yeah, all the fruits. And so I was sick. This went on. My lung was still broken. And I was really sick. Like I was coughing up all this blood. And then, I'm telling you, the DPD, RTD, ditched me. Yeah, they all left me. They left me bleeding out on the street through my lung. You know what I mean? They're like, oh, and it's kind of like in the midst of not like at the end of COVID, right? Yeah, beginning of COVID. When my lung. Yeah, it's the beginning of COVID. Yeah, they were like, mask up, and trade up. Like that's how I look. Motherfuckers see me holding out for dear life, coughing up like a puddle of blood. The motherfuckers lift their mask up and kept it pushing. Cuz look at police just look like this, whoop whoop, and they like, cuz what are you doing? Help me, I'm dying. They were like, fuck that. They said it's a pandemic. No. She gonna die. Roll these windows up. Woo woo.
The policemen are your friends.
Yeah. They protect and serve. No motherfucker. It's like, I'm not trying to catch no zombie shit. I'm out. The RTD, I was at the bus stop right here. I was like, I was just trying to get across the street to the purple building. You know, it took me like 10 minutes to get through the parking lot because every 2 seconds it's like this. Just like this, right? This is how it sounded. I was sick I am right now. And it's like that, right? Every time I talk, I would stop and like literally cough up all these clots, right? And I was holding on the bus stop. The bus pulled up and I just stood coughing and spit up all this shit right there. That motherfucker, he told the people to stay on the bus and he kept it pushing.
Yeah.
He was like, oh no, I can't leave you here. I was like, God damn, man, ain't nobody gonna help me. I could die. Oh man. Yeah, so we went in the back and Jesse was like stomping around. I'm over there commandeering books and shit. I was like, ooh, this looks good. This looks good. You know, just sit down. He's like, sit down and eat this. I was like, all right, do my best, sir. And he's like, and he go talk to him. He's like, where the money at, Anna?
You're lying, Anna.
You're lying, Anna. I was like, God. I was in there like, I should have kicked my feet up on the table.
She was first Venezuelan illegal.
I kicked my foot up on the table and shit. And I was like, this is about to get real. And he was cussing her out. Bro said she'd be right back. She never came back.
She left the whole day.
The whole day. She was gone. I was like, what job did they do that at? I'll be right back.
Come back.
And not come back. And he didn't cuss at her. He just, like, there was only like 4 people in there. And his voice is so loud. He was like, she was trying to yell at him and say some old fuck shit.
Like,
and he was like,
man in the truck.
He was like, no.
They sent me on this ridiculous. They sent me and another brother on this ridiculous job. And this crap. I was like, y'all need to pack everything up. And then you need to move it. We said, all right, bet. We went out and said, fuck it.
Good morning,
never came back.
Good morning, MD.
Building Grand Rising.
Yeah, right, man. We just chop it up real quick. I was talking about Denver. I was like, man, when you always eat that pineapple, I was like, so there you go, so sick. I was like, he's just stomping around. He's like, that day he was all Black Liberation Army militant shit. And I was like, oh, okay. But he's so loud. This little old bitch was like, I'll be right back. I can't take this. I'm gonna go outside and get some air. Yeah. And she just trained the fuck up. She never came back. And I was like, this old cowardly bitch. Like, what the fuck is wrong with you? Like, all he's saying is you're lying. You can't handle your lying, but you was lying. Come on, bitch. Stop lying.
After she said, this is
when the stimulus happened, and I was like,
yeah,
you're not going to get us.
She said,
I saved my stimulus.
Thanks to y'all.
Thanks to y'all.
New car.
And I said, so you ain't going to give us a ride home? You going to give us a ride home? But you get your switch topics.
She looked at us, laughed, and changed the topic.
Yeah, and I was like, I'm serious. Are you going to take us home? Well, that means since it's on us, you know. I mean, we didn't get no car with our shit. Who saves your stimulus when you need the fucking stimulus? Because you're working for a homeless fucking advocacy fucking 501(c)(3) that's not trying to be a 501(c)(3) because they can't endorse no candidate, and then they have to really talk about their problems, knowing the whole time Jesse was going to run for fucking mayor, right? Because during the time before that, he was running for city council. Dun dun dun, right? They're all fucked up, and I'm like, ooh, I couldn't wait. So maybe they'll get audited out loud. Maybe there's an audit in your future. Yeah. Laughing and shit. It's showing up. I was like, maybe there's an audit in your future because it sounds like you're doing some old scammy shit, right? I said that with mind my own business, warming up pizza rolls. I was like, I don't give a fuck about your old stupid ass motherfucking file cabinet that I help file. I help clean up your motherfucking office. So what did you think I care about? A monkey can fucking do this job in 5 minutes. I was like, let's stop playing, man. I was like, I'm minding my own business. I didn't even listen. I was kind of listening, but I really wasn't listening. I was more worried about, warming up my pizza rolls and if he was going to let me sit out and chill. I was going to have to go back downstairs. And I was like, maybe I could finesse him into some weed and some E40. I have to wait till he's done with this. Because that's all he does is this. I said, maybe I could finesse him in smoking a blunt. I didn't see if he'll let me sit here and wait till he's done. I have my own apartment. You know? Yeah. I said, maybe if I just sit here patiently, he might say when he's done, I'll be like, hey, you want to smoke a blunt? Yeah. All right. Yeah, then we were going to be laughing about something, right? Yeah. Oh no, I was like, that's what I was thinking. Oh, bitch was like, is that Brandy? That's Brandy, huh? She can't be here. I was like, why the fuck not? I'm on the board. No, you're not. Fuck, I am. I am on the board. Yeah. Apparently, they took me off the board without me knowing. They're like, no, we need to have an infrastructure meeting. And I was like, for real? And I called out the main one, and she's like, yeah. Therese? Yeah. Yeah. Scarecrow. I'm like, come on, man. You're the one that put me on that. You gave me all the paperwork. You did all the shit. Hey, come on. You told me I had to do this, that. I did everything, man. I'm like, stop playing. I was like, well, maybe perhaps since, it's only one file cabinet, perhaps a motherfucking an audit is actually required. And since you can't find these motherfucking gift cards to fucking give to the unhoused. Remember? That was really the start. Yeah. Because motherfucking Jerry was like, we ain't got no gift cards to give to the people that clean the restrooms. Mm-hmm. we promised to give them gift cards. And they clean the porta potty outside. Yeah. What the fuck? And I was like, you already know what's cracking.
Yeah, because DO was providing porta potties to the house before the city.
Yes. Right. So
it was like, whoop that.
Yeah, they stopped kicking up trash and stopped doing a whole bunch of shit. Hey. They provided porta potties that weren't so far away, and they would give the unhoused a little bit of like a little $20 gift card or something, like $10 gift card, right? Mm-hmm. To go to King Supers and get some food or whatever. Remind you. 20, yeah. And all you had to do was just go change out the motherfucking toilet paper and kind of wipe down the shit. It's fucking porta potty. They come and handle the rest of it.
Yeah, then all the gift cards came up.
And all the gift cards came up missing.
And they try to blame Jerry.
They try to blame Jerry for it. And Jerry wasn't having it. But right, and then we stood up for Jerry. Then look what Jerry did. Yeah. I was like, Jerry, you old treasonous bastard. Right. Right, just because you're an Aries, brother, don't mean you're not a treasonous bastard. Right. Like, how you still over there? We just seen him sitting down with him, like literally. How many years has this been since like Like 3, 5, 4, 4, 4. Right? So so you still over there after we man. I was like, cuz, you know, we gotta stick together. Like we're over there standing up for him. Proud of the purpose of just we're the only black people in there. I'm sitting there doing the work, right? Jesse first, Jesse and Jerry. Jerry. And then I was unhoused. Who? Keith. No, that was after the fact. Yeah. They always got to have a token black person. And just keep in mind, Brandy was not, Brandy was not impervious to being tokenized either. So Brandy was like, fuck no. No, fuck you pay me. No. Just because I'm everything you want in a motherfucking token, woman, sick, disabled, unhoused,
Teresa's the main one that was doing
blah, 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 blah. I fit all the criteria. You know what I mean? In my late career. Yeah, they try to talk to me. Fuck you, bitch. I said, I would like, you can, but I don't believe in that. I believe you should compensate me.
Well, we have some gift cards with us.
No. No. I got Gettys. You gonna compensate me?
You gonna pay me for my time?
I said you're not gonna capitalize on my shames in my place without paying me. Right. Fuck you mean? She was like, whatever. And then when they got housed, for real house, like permanently, I was gonna go try to. Yeah, I was gonna try to go do my due diligence and continue my fucking helping my people outside. She was like, no, you know, no, we don't need you. Your house now. And on there, when I was like, that's Jesse. When we first met back up over there, I was like, hey, cuz, is it me or is that broad racist?
I said no.
No, I was like, cuz I said, I think she's racist. Is it me? I'm tripping, cuz he's like, no, she's racist. And I was like, I knew I was right. You know, then it's like, you know, the fact that I can feel it. You know what I mean? I felt like when they had that town hall meeting, like you was staring at me, Jesse. When I had that town hall meeting, they pushed me right up in front of the police, like intentionally. Yeah. Like to think that was you know, motherfucker ain't gonna lie. You know, the police still cause fear in the girl's heart. You know, I was unhoused. I got it how I live, man. You know, I gotta take care of myself.
What's his name? Commander Lowe.
Yeah, that motherfucker. You see how they walked in?
Sanchez.
Yeah. They was mugging me like, salivating. Yeah. Like they love getting their hands on the dog. They know it's a problem. Yeah, they're looking at me like, oh yeah, go ahead and put her out there.
Zachary, got in trouble.
we know she always up to no good. Hey. She is always on some bad shit. We just see her late. We know what she up to, right? And push me right in front.
And Chief pays her.
Yeah, and then push me right up front. I go front. You know, thank God it was winter time, right? Because I would have probably started. I was like, deep breaths.
She's like, and these guys.
Right? Oh yeah, that I give my little speech. I was like, man, fuck that. I live unapologetic. I don't say what I came here to say. It's cold outside. And I'm sitting at the table with these motherfucking white folks. And they're like, I'm like, what are you eating? Oh, you want this? Oh, okay. I guess I can partake.
That's when we used to get the. That's when we used to get mammy.
Yeah, she was a complete mammy. Then she was sitting there. I was like,
cracker that was all drunk and shit. And I was
yeah.
Like,
when I get my shit though, I was calling out the police. Amongst other things.
That cracker lives in my building on St. Florence News.
Now?
Yeah, remember I
Does he remember?
Yeah, he don't speak to me.
Oh, so he don't remember his act. He's bullshit.
Remember?
Oh, he did?
Yeah. I reminded him.
Damn it, Jesse.
I reminded him at one of the council meetings.
You can't behave yourself no way.
The Fusion Council meeting.
You can't just let that go.
Said, this dude, I remember this dude.
Yeah, you know the one that stuttered.
The
one that stuttered. Because that you know put the fear in that dude. No, you don't like it. He was mad that you kept talking or asking them fucking questions.
Yeah, that's what I do every week.
I was like, why the fuck are you mad? I've been doing that. You mad that you didn't think about asking those questions?
I've been attending city council meetings for 8 years.
Old dumbass. Right? He started stuttering when he was trying to address you.
I'm like, is this the first time you turned in the city council though?
No, he's like, he just actually, this is the moment he had to have some education.
Damn Skippy.
Goddamn right.
It could be 200 units a house and you still don't get the same questions.
And so I was like,
just don't tell me how to use my 3 minutes.
Right. It's not white. I say so, goddamn it, I know. When he pushed me up in front of the police, I think the police were like, oh man, I think they naturally get, aroused when they saw me because them motherfuckers were waiting to take me in all the time. Literally, I was just telling Jesse about how every time they take me in, what they come and get me in.
They do
right. So
like that.
When they do get me, they do fucking. They were like excited. They pushed me right there and literally hit me. I hit one of them with the chair. By accident, right? I was getting parked, right? And then I think Lisa Calderon and motherfucker Candy C. the Buck were like, but I didn't really think I was gonna talk because they see me, but they didn't really see me, like that. This is new because I'm in the neighborhood, even though everybody would act like. No, listen, wait, hold on, Jesse. Everybody would act like they don't know where I came from.
Yes.
Right, real shit. In our community, 5 Points, the East Side, everybody look at me like we don't know her. How the fuck you not know me? I've been out Curtis Park since I was 12.
Right.
It's just like like what is because I couldn't walk no more, like because I got sick. At the time, I couldn't really do it. Right, I was really fucking sick. My heart fucking there's a whole bunch of shit. Right, I was like, how the fuck you not know who the fuck I am, man? Like, there's only a few of us in the East Side that are like this, like me. You know what I mean? Like light skin. And so I was like, come on now. But they were like, we don't know who they're the free coons of. Where the fuck they come from sometimes. You just gotta wonder. Everything little sneak ditches, right? So when I seen them at the meeting, they're like, they're up on like a little stage looking down at me and shit. I give them the business. And in front of the police, and I pointed around at the police, and they're like, they started feeling uncomfortable and shifted around me.
Yeah.
Everything was relentless. I was like, man, trying to do the right thing. I realized how much racism was in Denver Homeless Allowed, aka Hands. Right? And then watch how they're moving now. And them yelling at us because we were like, now, fuck that. How you gonna house the migrants and not really be housing the unhoused anymore? Oh, well, we want everybody to have housing. Okay, yeah, that's a sentiment.
Yeah.
That's a sentiment. However, the reality was, that you just kind of switched over and not so much housing the unhoused unless you're snitching on them.
Yeah.
Right? Meaning you're contributing to Denver, what is it? Department motherfucking partnership.
Oh, the downtown Denver partnership.
Yeah, because all this data wouldn't have come. It has to come from somewhere, right? So it comes from one of the biggest motherfucking outreach activist fucking spots.
Yeah.
Right. So I used to say, man, they're walking around taking notes and drawing maps. They know where everybody is, right? And yeah, but before that though, remember I was outside getting arrested. How the fuck they even know I was over there? How did they know? Before the hot team, before all of that, they didn't have nobody except Denver Homeless Out Loud and the motherfucking service providers, which was only 3.
Yeah.
Right? So somebody had come with the fucking needle exchange. Mm-hmm. So the needle exchange, Denver Homeless Out Loud, and like maybe one of those, right? They go over there and walking around on South Street. They will all be done for the 3, right? Come around with a clipboard talking about you need this, this, and that. And as a doing it, take like drawing little tents, like little maps, so they know who was in what, right? Get to the police.
Oh, the CCA.
You remember? And the police would do this way before all that other shit happened.
Yeah.
Like, because we were sitting on the boards, remember? Yeah. So I'm like, there's a bad idea. Don't send the set team out. This is bad. Don't even push that out. Like, stop this now. Because if you walked up on me in my tent, I don't know who you are. You're a civilian too. You're gonna catch something. Like, I'll be like, who the fuck is you? Who sent you? who you know out here. You know what I mean? Like, you get the business. I do that. It's a known fact. I'm like, who sent you? Who you know out here? Like, what you doing out here? Yeah, you got all these questions. Why you asking me questions? You know what I mean? And then when the police come, I'm like, how the fuck you know it was me right here? And I think the third time is when I was fucking positive. I was like, no, like, check this out. Me and this three all had the same tent, same setup right outside. How the fuck you know I was in this one particularly? And why is it all empty now when you arrested me? Like, God damn it. You feel me? So, of course, I don't, I was like, I've been calling it out. So I was like, man, when they switched their names and I had a chance to talk to old girl, I said, just because you changed your name don't mean it changed.
Right.
Just because you changed locations doesn't mean your shit changed. This is like what's going on now with the mayor's office. It's called like All In or something.
All in Denver.
Yeah. I'm like, how many times you gonna change the name for the same program?
Remember it was Advanced in Denver first.
Yeah, something like that. Yeah.
On the campaign.
Yeah.
And then he changed it to this.
It was after the campaign.
House 1000 shit.
It was the House 1000.
And that was All In.
Nah, yeah, but it was something else too. I forgot what the fuck it was. It was like
Advanced in Denver.
I'm not sure. However, I'm not sure. This shit was fucking crazy. I was like, come on now. How you gonna change this shit but have the same fucking corruption in there? You ain't changed nothing.
What that shit Hancock was doing. Overall Denver.
No, I forgot about that. I know when Hancock swept me the first time, he was having lunch at the rescue mission with the big board meeting. And we were tripping outside. It was like, come out.
Like
bring the motherfucking mirror.
That's the same year he raided the Resurrection Village.
Mm-hmm.
And stole the 10 tiny homes that we never got back.
Yeah. He was acting like a real asshole because that was the time that my brother said I looked like a fucking war victim or Sarajevo. I was like, you fuckers are jealous, man. You're just jealous.
Nations. They're urging the city of Denver to do more to help. They tell us work permits.
I bet you if they help all these people get work permits, you wouldn't see all of this out here.
Are a major obstacle.
We're simply asking for help.
I'm going to stop this for 1 second here. The problem I have with that is that now you've got people that we haven't vetted, that we don't know, working in the community. That's why this isn't going the way it should. You're rushing all of this because the sanctuary cities have, on the front end said, yeah, come on in. And then they realize, oh, good Lord, this is expensive. Whack, 4 of these shelters. We're going to save ourselves $60 million because we didn't plan ahead. And now the migrants are like, hey, they brought us here. But if we could just get jobs, none of this stuff is in sequence, is what I'm saying. None of this stuff is in sequence. Remain in Mexico, hang out in Mexico till you get your court hearing. Yeah, just one of the few things. Not do the mass release of parole. Those are things that I blame the Biden administration for having opened up.
We know how to work. A lot of people outside with this cold is a cruel thing.
As it stands now, families have 37 days before they're forced out. Individuals only have 15. While the city of Denver says it hasn't forced anyone out in the last week, clearly many are still left out in the cold. Reporting in Denver, I'm Christian Lopez, Denver 7.
It is so heartbreaking to see kids out there like that. And Denver Mayor Mike Johnston took Denver's migrant crisis to the White House earlier this month. Mayor Mike Johnston joined Chicago's mayor to meet with the president's chief of staff and the senior advisor managing the migrant response.
Oh, pause right there. I got a video to show right there. Hold on, Jesse. Jesus Christ. Just hold on. I got the actual video, so hold on. I got the actual meeting,
one of the biggest sales ever. 30 beef sticks for just $30. Try for $1 each. 6 grams of protein.
Is there? Come on in. Oh, wait a minute. No, you gotta go. Yeah, there's snow here. It snows in Denver. It snows in Chicago. Sorry about that. The whole budget thing. Just so much lack of communication, so much lack of planning. So many shenanigans just happening because that's what happens when you don't plan anything. It's just like, we're bleeding hearts. Bring them all in. We love our fellow human being. Let's just give them all jobs. Let's just give them all more resources. We don't even know if half these people are going to be here after their immigration hearing. They might get deported. You know, Trump says he's going to deport them all. Biggest deportation ever. I don't really see that happening either. But what you got going on right now is just a cluster. Right? Migrants from Venezuela who have been pouring into Denver since last year, they're back on the streets. They reached their shelter stay limits and must leave. An advocate for people experiencing homelessness told the Denver City Council Monday.
You got money?
I mean, how'd you expect these people to, run through all of this lickety split without being a drag on the community? I mean, what did you think was going to happen? Amy Beck, who works with the migrants, said that they are erecting encampments as they are discharged from shelter. All day, I've coordinated with families that have fallen to the street, she said, adding she has still not found them shelter because there's none available. The inn is full, right? The inn is full. There's only so many resources. Children, again, are living in tents with their parents, Beck said, with one large encampment growing near Elite Gardens. She said 8 tents joined the encampment Monday and 5 Sunday. She said case management is needed at the encampments. Well, case management is needed at the homeless encampments as well, which are rampant. So,
no.
You're just going to give all the resources to the illegals?
Yes.
You're going to give some to the whacked out meth addicts and fentanyl addicts?
Not everybody's.
How are you going to? It's a mess, right? This was a mess from the get-go. It's just a rolling disaster. We need to do something, Beck said, suggesting the city open another congregant shelter in a central location or eliminate shelter stay limits. Okay, so let's just run this through. All right, we're going to eliminate the shelter stay limits. Everybody can just stay there. So the shelters get full, right? So you've got capacity, I don't know, call it 3,000. What happens when the next 2,000 illegals come through in the next 60-day period? Where do they go? Oh, yeah. Good Lord. Yeah. How did we handle it last time? We eliminated the shelter stay limits. Okay, but they're all full.
No. He shut
all right. So
everybody went back to the street.
Do we? What about those 4 we closed up? Can we open up those? And then no shelter stay limits there? Can we do that?
Man, that was just short-lived.
Literally, you've got the blind leading the blind on this stuff, right? You guys joke about how Eric Adams has a 3rd grade reading level. And then let's go, Brandon Johnston has that pointy haircut and he can't get out of his own way.
This motherfucker,
it's so ridiculous. I have spent all day trying to put families back indoors, but there's nowhere to go, right? There's nowhere to go. Beck also said it would be helpful if the city did not discharge large numbers of people from shelters on the same day.
Yeah,
this is a cluster. Nothing is happening in an organized fashion. This is not reasonable. That's why cities like Aurora are saying, we do not want this in our community. It's we can't afford it. We don't have the funds to take care of it. We don't want it. We don't believe it's good for our community. We don't know who these people are. They're not vetted. And at the same token, they are literally located next door to Denver, who's just, this virtue signaling big blue sanctuary city. And things are, not going all that well. We got to shut them down. We got to open them up. We got to close them off. We got to open them up. You don't know whether they're coming or going. That's the bottom line, right? The city plans to shut down 4 migrant hotel shelters in an effort to cut costs. Meanwhile, we should eliminate shelter stay limits. Okay.
Well, he just totally backpedaled. It's only
the migrant response is expected to cost the city and county of Denver up to $120 million in 2024, even with the closures. Now, if you've already got an existing big budget deficit, $120 million, that doesn't help out. And these cities are on the hook for this for quite some time because it takes time for these illegals to kind of cycle through.
Do you like online shopping? I recently discovered a very useful money-saving tool called Saver Genius.
It's crazy,
It has 2 major features. The first is comprehensive price comparison, which can be collected and analyzed on major e-commerce platforms to recommend cost-effective products to you. The other is
and get where they're finally going, wherever that may be. Do Better Denver. Have you guys checked out Do Better Denver? If you're on Instagram or you're on, I think it's X.
About that.
Do Better Denver. Yeah, they're kind of like, trying to think of the
Denver could do better.
PDX Real down in Portland. It's kind of like, you know, just showcasing some of the absolute shenanigans and tomfoolery that's happening on a daily basis. And I haven't seen a lot of those type. Somebody called me a social activist the other day, and I was like, I'm not a social activist. Meanwhile, I'm out there interviewing Andrea Suarez of We Heart Seattle. I see the point. But you know, these I don't see, they're activists, and I guess I kind of fulfill that. But when I think of activists, I think of Looney Tune, blue hair, really big, never miss a meal, and just talking about ridiculous stuff that is not based in reality. But then you've got kind of this reality activism as well. And that's where I would kind of say that I fall into. So you've got Do Better Denver. I love the name. Do Better Denver. Denver. Do better. All right. Okay. Let's see what we got going on that they're saying that Denver needs to do better. They post video of encampment. Johnson said last week that city officials were not seeing new encampments on the streets as the migrants begin to be discharged. But Beck's remarks Monday, as well as social media posts by Do Better Denver, have proven otherwise.
Right?
Where are they going to go? If you dump out an entire shelter or 4 of them, where are those people going to go?
No.
I mean,
I want it to be
you just don't have this happening in big Republican cities because first thing they do is calculate the cost. All right, how much is that going to be per person? You think it's going to be that much? Good Lord, we can't afford that. We're already upside down in our budget. Hey guys, just decided we're not a sanctuary city. Nope, we're not doing that. Nope, I don't care. No, we're not doing it. No, we don't have the budget for it. No. That's what happens.
Okay, well,
and yet in these other cities like Denver
is in there.
They just take them on because when you shut down 4 encampments, and even though the people have been leaving over the last couple of months,
okay, hold on.
What do you think's going to go on? But Beck's remarks Monday, as well as social media posts by Do Better Denver, have proven otherwise. The citizen group Do Better Denver posted a video on X showing the tents around Ilitch Gardens. Now, I've looked at this. The issue, what I would say, it's we're going to look at it, but we're not going to watch the video.
Hold on.
Because what I would say is these may or may not be shelters, tents that are housing illegal immigrants. I don't know. And without, having know exactly what that looks like, they could just be a bunch of homeless people. Or in the case of what I saw last Friday it was, over with Andrea Suarez and Tim of We Heart Seattle, so many of the encampments that you see standing are not occupied by anybody. They're literally there. The tents are there to do sex trafficking and shoot up drugs and smoke drugs, period. That's what they're there for. I mean, horrific, right? And that's why you got this squalor thing, because nobody's really living in them. They're just, everybody's girlfriend and then doing a bunch of drugs. So Mayor Mike Johnston, this is the post from Do Better Denver. Mayor Mike Johnston has said to 9 News Denver, they have not seen an increase in the number of people living on the streets since changing their migrant discharge policy. Well, you had a bunch of people and then they went somewhere. Where did they go? Not into another shelter, because we know you're closing those down. So where are they going? They're going to the streets. So is this a realistic portrayal? You can watch that video if you want. Do Better Denver.
Can I?
I'm not going to. I looked at it I thought that just looks like a bunch of tents at night. So if you want to watch a video of, a car going by a whole bunch of tents at night, that's the video for you. Discharges will be based on arrival date and occurring in rolling fashion, with every family receiving a written notification of their discharge date. According to the city's migrant website, all families with children will have received at least 42 days in shelter, with some families having been provided as long as 4 months.
Write your case number.
If you're a sanctuary city, shouldn't you be just housing these people for forever? Perpetuity? Isn't that what?
It's one of that one. Oh my God. What the fuck do you want me to fill out it? What the fuck am I here for? I already got that thing. What am I doing? What is it? Stupid, right? The fuck are they asking for?
It says, please send us information.
Today, I'm going to talk to you guys about where I get my glasses.
Yeah,
I buy direct.
For though, what is this for? Because they don't.
Whenever I make my content, the questions I get asked the most are, where do I get some of my clothes? Where do I get some of the nerdy stuff in my room? And where do I get my glasses from? And it's one of my favorite questions ever because I always direct people towards iBuyDirect. I've been using iBuyDirect for the last maybe like 5-6 years, and they're so awesome. You can find over 3,000 styles on the website, starting at $6. And it's part of the reason what drew me in. They have glasses, sunglasses, blue light glasses, and of course they can be prescribed. I've been wearing glasses mostly my entire life, and I'm very big on fashion. And I love to incorporate my glasses into my outfits. iBuyDirect has such a large variety that it makes it so easy to mix and match. So I'm going to take you through some of my favorite frames that I have from iBuyDirect, starting with the ones on my face. These frames are called flowing, and they're probably my most worn frames from iBuyDirect. I love the gold color. It fits on my face so well, and I found that I can match the gold color to so many of my outfits. So if you go into the iBuyDirect website, you see that this frame comes in 3 different colors. And if you've never ordered frames online before, or you're just not sure if the frames will be suited to you and your face, iBuyDirect has a virtual try-on feature where you could just upload a photo of yourself, and it'll digitally place the frames on your face so you can see what it looks like. iBuyDirect also supports 2-day shipping for over hundreds of their frame, which is convenient for people like me who wait till last minute when they decide they want new frames for some event. Frame number 2, Groove. These frames I also wear frequently, and guys, don't be afraid to be bold and wear pink on your face. No, it may not be for everyone, but you never know. You might like it. And it doesn't hurt to stand out sometimes. It comes in 4 different colors, also has 2-day delivery, and the virtual try-on feature on the website. You can also see and filter the size of the frames, and they go small, medium, large, and extra large. When I'm looking for new frames, I generally filter the search and look for large and extra large frames because they just look better on my face. Everyone is different. You kind of just have to search and find the frames that are right for you. The size, the shape, color. Like I said, I've been wearing glasses mostly my whole life, so I've already gone.
Check this out. I'm going to show you how I afforded this car. Okay, you ready? $118 for car insurance. That's how much I was paying.
I know.
Okay, I picked up the car a few months ago and watched this. Ready?
Just keep looking for it. Like actually,
plans for a homeless encampment sweep tomorrow morning are still a go. It's after a large debate at City Council tonight.
That sweep happening at Zunai and Spear, a location where hundreds of migrants have been living. Fox 31's Gabby Easterwood was at the council and has more for us.
Well, dozens of migrants came to council tonight to voice their concerns about the sweep that's going to happen in this area at Zunai and Spear. Most of them, though, telling council that they're ready to work in this area and give back to the Denver community. These migrants will be moved in the morning, but tonight they were at council, voicing their gratitude alongside worry for what's to come.
We are in dire need of help.
Outside the chambers, though, is where the real conversation happened.
Asked to meet with the governor because he is the one who has said that this is not a statewide matter, statewide concern. I disagree with that.
Yes, with council members Chantel Lewis and Serena Gonzalez Gutierrez meeting with migrants.
We don't want y'all on the streets. Let's just say we want to continue to fight for you.
Joanna Gonzalez was a nurse back home. A skill she's ready to bring to Denver, but for her and so many others.
We are urgent need of those work permits.
Work permits are standing in the way.
La situación es algo que yo le
really need work authorizations. We don't want the government to pay for all of our expenses, all of our lives, housing. No, that's not what we want. We want to be able to work and sustain ourselves.
The city says the plan is still a go, mainly because they plan to connect these migrants with housing and are working to open 2 shelters.
I'm a nurse and I am here to get more training. I want to continue supporting my two kiddos who are back in Brazil.
Now, this sweep is set for tomorrow at 7 a.m. The city says that they've already had 300 rental applications from these migrants, and 100 of them have already been placed into housing from this encampment. In Denver, Gabby Easterwood, Fox 31.
Gabby Easterwood is a racist.
What's the magic behind the no-pierce earrings that even Melissa McCarthy couldn't resist? You must have heard of the 2016 interview where Melissa claimed that she hates relying on diets or any weight loss measures that discomfort the.
More than 2,000 migrants are in Denver shelters tonight, but time is running out.
Some are now finding themselves on the streets in these freezing temperatures. Jerusalem's Christian Lopez spoke with migrant families today asking for help.
We thought it was funny as hell.
I'm from Colombia and she's from Venezuela.
¿Cuánto tiempo tienen en Denver?
We've been in Denver.
Dozens of other migrant families now living in this large encampment at Spear and Zunai.
A lot of people outside who have been kicked out, they have nowhere to go, so they're out here with these temperatures. It's concerning because there's kids and pregnant women like her.
Many families who are staying in these tents tell us that they were previously living in this hotel.
Here we go. So now
thank you all
now this just happened.
being here. We are here today to give you some
Like last week or
updates on
and
the
I was
city in
like, oh, I
regards
got
to
covered.
our city budget and to our newcomer program. I want to open with a couple.
That house 1,000 family. Strictly for the unhoused. But he was acting like we weren't paying attention. Yeah. We clearly paid attention. And then threw in migrants and their families.
Yeah.
He made a whole shelter for migrants' families. Because only here you can be a migrant with your children outside. But if you're a black Denverite or a motherfucker just Denverite, period, and you have children outside.
Yes.
Thank you, Jesse. Yeah, you ain't got your kids outside for very long. They took your kid. Yeah, some old neglect shit. And they're real quick to snatch up black people's children. Oh, yeah. So yeah, that's why black people don't be letting their kids outside like that. I know for a fact. Because it happened to me, and this is a fucking fact, straight fucking fact. So, but no, migrants can have their motherfucking children outside all hours, and especially they have little girls like 12 to 14 and stuff, mobbing around playing around unhoused, and this period outside playing around encampments where you never know who lives there. And, your kid could come up, fucked off, violated or, fucked off. So, it's a real problem. And they don't seem like, like we had what's neglect? The question is, I know because motherfucker was accused of the shit. Hey, I wasn't, there's certain things, right? And I'll just say this. I'll say this real quick. Leaving your kid unattended so you can fuck off and do whatever and preach narratives how you just want to work and oh my God, you went through so much to get here, blah blah blah. Ain't nobody ask you to motherfucking bring your motherfucking children across 4 or 5 motherfucking countries, bomb rush the border, and then try to force yourself onto us and every other sanctuary city or whatever. That's a reality. Fuck it, I don't give a fuck. It's like that's what it is, right? It's just what it is. So, yeah, motherfucker does want did say, well, you should do a hard pause. Just to deal with it was not one, but just that's off top. That's a whole separate conversation, cuz Jesus Christ, man. Try to focus. You focus on what I ask you to do, please. Because I can't see. I really can't see. They'll come. It's like a recertification packet, and that way I could just fill it out, take a picture, and submit it. I mean, that's the thing. Retake these that one packet that had the application of the SS stuff in it. So I can retake those pictures. I did it, and my hands were shaking. My heart.
A couple of thoughts before we jump into the details.
Yeah.
There is a cycle that's been happening for hundreds of years in America.
Oh my God, let's get past
People live in a home country that denies them fundamental rights to arrive and.
Do you really want to make your holiday special? Tanzania has got so much to offer. From the famous Serengeti.
Denver, by the busload, we faced a crisis, the biggest in the country.
The crisis started beforehand, so
one that threatened to overwhelm the city. But while others facing this crisis demonized our new arrivals or ran from the problem altogether, we did something different. In Denver, we believe our biggest problems are solvable, and we believe that we are the ones to solve them.
No, it was more orderly because
we held fast to that core American values that have always built America. That people who believe in America so much they want to risk their lives to come and make this country better. And that for America to work, everyone has to do our part, especially when it's hard. That's true for residents. That's true for newcomers. That's true for elected leaders. And that's when we realized this problem was just an opportunity to solve another problem.
Sir, yes, we did it.
In Denver, we are undertaking our own great enterprise to be the most dynamic, most equitable, and most affordable city in the country. But this booming economy faces a real challenge. We need workers to make this great machine fly.
I left it.
We need to build 3 times more housing units than we've ever built before to keep this city affordable. We need healthcare workers to serve our aging parents. We need teachers to support our growing children. We need chefs to support our thriving restaurants. We need entrepreneurs and engineers and data scientists who will make the vibrant spaces where Denverites want to gather and tourists want to visit. Denver's dream for our city and the American dream of our newcomers are aligned. A broken politics has made a crisis out of an opportunity. We have taken a population who desperately wants to work and pitted them against a population who desperately needs that. Today, we endeavor to solve that problem. 3 months ago, we found ourselves stuck in the same trap with continuous waves of newcomers, no federal support, challenges for access to work authorization. But we knew that serving our newcomers well could also mean serving the city well. We refused to accept the terms of that challenge. Because in Denver, we believe the way to solve these problems is not by turning our back on our American values, but by turning to our American values.
Is that the case?
And that's why today we are here to announce the next phase of this program that we think positions ourselves to serve the newcomers who arrive here best and to serve the residents of this city best. So let me walk you through what we want to talk to you about today.
Oh my God.
Here are the highlights. Today we'll announce the Denver Asylum Seeker Program, which will give us a chance to better serve migrants and avoid cuts to core public services and stabilize the city budget. And as a result of that, we only need to propose today a package of $45 million in cuts to help meet the remaining budget need for the city. That means some very exciting things for the city. It means that all rec centers will be fully open before the summer. It means all of our Parks and Rec programming will be restored for the summer and the fall. For city employees, it means no more layoffs, no furloughs, and it means that the seasonal staff who experienced reduced hours will all be offered the chance to return. That all starts today. Let me tell you a little bit about how we got here and where we're going from here. When we started this crisis in December, as you remember, these were our actual expenditures that we were facing in 2023. Increasing August, September, October, November. In the month of December, we spent $15 million in 1 month. And at that moment, the number of newcomers was still increasing. It was at that moment that we built a projected budget for 2024 based on that $15 million month of December. When we started this crisis in December, as you remember, these were our actual expenditures that we were facing in 2023.
What?
Increasing.
God damn it, what? Okay, man, I thought you had something serious to say. This for the people.
August, September, October, November. In the month of December,
You've seen this already.
Yeah, I did.
Okay, but the people haven't, so we'll just let the people hear it. You stop talking. Jesse, focus. All right, yeah.
Anything else?
22 there was what did it say? I can't read it. I can't zoom in, Jesse.
December 2022.
How am I gonna make it? Because I can't even see this shit. I can't see period right now.
More than 40,000 illegal immigrants. I'll never call them newcomers.
And look, these numbers are not the same. Okay.
0.1 million.
There's a lie on the numbers.
This 35 million was paid in just the past 4 months.
Like, first of all, do you really believe the money rolled over to the next year?
March 2024.
Hold on, man. Can you just answer my question? Do you think that the money rolled over? Because they be getting all kind of money.
Yeah, they still got the COVID money.
They just be getting money every week. City council just be approving funds, right? So I mean, you and since you know what you know, because we were here, we live here, right? We watch this shit repeat rapidly, like all day. You know, we know what's going on because we're so sick of it. And plus, we're still a little salty, you know. You know, motherfuckers run off of my intellectual property and then go fucking pervert it and then fucking act like whatever, and then we get it all out of control and then want to lie. What she said was going to happen. It said right after the election, lie, and then backpedals.
Yeah.
So, you know, these numbers aren't the truth. They aren't. We had a lot of motherfucking migrants supported more than 40,000 at the cost. Jesus Christ. Okay, so yeah, and do you think that part of that 35 million rolled over to the next to 2024? all that funding, right? Okay.
Still from the handcuffing.
Mm-hmm. Plus the funding you got from when he did the fucking state of emergency.
Mm-hmm.
He did a whole bunch of shit. Yeah, emergency shit. I'm not talking about just right.
You spent $15 million in 1 month. And at that moment, the number of newcomers was still increasing. It was at that moment that we built the projected budget for 2024 based on that $15 million month of December. 15 million times 12 months is $180 million. That was the gap we faced in December. That led us to do two important things. One was to sit down with all the agency heads you see in this room and say we need to start having hard conversations about how we could adjust our budget. Second was to sit down with our nonprofit partners and our program providers and our city team to work on what changes we could make to our migrant program to reduce the costs. Let me show you what that looked like in the next slide.
Telling you, there's more there.
This slide shows you on the blue line the number of folks we had in shelter throughout the last year and a half in Denver. You'll see if you look at December, where that first yellow dot starts, that's where our numbers were going up dramatically in December. That's where we spent $15 million. That's where we first made our $180 million projection, and after that, numbers continued increasing. In the first week of January, we started conversations with our team internally about budget cuts, and then we began program changes. We had individuals that were still exiting the program. We started with our nonprofit partners by doubling down on expanding case management. So we knew when folks were exiting, they could exit to housing. That also meant resuming our length of stay requirements, which meant beginning to exit families again who we had been holding in shelter to get through the cold winter. What you saw as a result of those policies was our ability to successfully exit thousands of families between January and April, and to do that without significantly increasing homelessness on the streets of Denver. That is an incredible testimony to the work of our nonprofit partners, and none more than Yoli Casas, who is here today, who helped lead this effort for Vive Wealth. In that moment, we also started to see more and more folks who did not have access to work authorization. In order to let them support themselves and get transitioned into housing, they needed to work. That was why our teams, including the city attorney's office, including HRCP, including technology services and others, stood up an unprecedented effort to put newcomers through work authorization clinics. We put almost 1,500 people through work authorization in the month of March alone, a larger effort than we have seen anyplace else in the country. That meant that folks were exiting with work authorization in hand, with an apartment to move to, and a successful place to go. That is what drove our budget down all the way now to where you find ourselves in April 1, where we are just below 1,000 people in residence. We were able to close 4 hotels in March, which further dropped our costs. And now in a spot where we only have 1 hotel left, and we have a remaining gap of about $89 million. So let me tell you how we get to the $45 million of cuts we'll be proposing today. Next slide. As you may know, we had already started making initial cuts early in the fall for things that we could protect or move. We had some rollover from 2023. We had some FEMA dollars. We made some early transfers around things like the Castro building and early contingency, which cut $44 million down immediately in January and February. These program cuts, together with these initial changes, left our total gap left at $45 million. That is the package of $45 million we'll be bringing to the City Council in the next 3 weeks. And we'll tell you where those $45 million come from. Because thanks to the incredible work of our agency heads, who saw this not as a crisis, but as an opportunity to make sure we could meet the needs of the city without affecting public services, they were able to prioritize cuts that would not affect core public services. Next slide. This shows you where those cuts predominantly come from. What you'll see here is the majority of those come from vacancy savings. Those are positions that were hard to fill, or we were not on schedule to fill, or spots that we delayed filling. They came from capital funds that we were able to defer, or from places like services and supplies, and occasional technology projects. But what we were able to protect was the core public facing services. We're not taking officers off the streets. We're not keeping rec centers on reduced hours. We're not reducing the number of permitting officials that are there to help you process a building permit when you come to the city. That's thanks to the work of this team. Next slide. That explains the budget and how we got to where we are. Let us now explain to you what our new program is meant to do and how it will operate. I think it's important, if you are commenting on the slightly less elegant design of this slide, this is all my handiwork. And so this is not the great design staff we have internally. But what I want people to understand is there have been different phases in the newcomers that have arrived in this city. And no one knows this better than Yoli. But for folks that arrived in all of last year, they had access to what was called temporary protected status, which meant they could get work authorization and apply quickly and get up and working on their own. For many of the folks that arrived through the fall, they had access to what's called CBP1, which was a border application that meant people also could get access to work authorization when they came through our legal clinics. That's why we put almost 1,600 applications of people through legal clinics. What is happening overwhelmingly now is that the folks that are arriving do not fit in either of these two categories. They do not have access to work authorization through TPS or through CBP1. They are what we call asylum seekers. They've arrived in the country from Venezuela. They want asylum. And right now they have a court date that says they can get a hearing on that asylum somewhere around the year 2030. And until that court date, they cannot work. This is why we have folks in the current system for whom a 14 or 42-day stay no longer helps and no longer works. For these first phases, our shelter system was built to support these needs, and it very effectively supported these needs. We have a new population with new needs now that requires a different structure. So this is why today we are announcing a different plan. We're presenting what we're calling the Denver Asylum Seeker Program. Well, that will allow us to do is to serve these folks who are arriving now overwhelmingly who are asylum seekers. But we will help them do our 4 things. One is we will help them affirmatively apply for asylum. This is an incredibly cumbersome process. It can take up to 20 hours of legal work per application. That's why many cities don't do it. The benefit of filing the application is once you file proactively for asylum, within 180 days, you can get access to work authorization.
Harry and David makes Mother's Day easy. Share a gift made with love with the mom in your life. Choose from
This is our path to help these folks get to legal work in the same way we help people with temporary protective status or CBP1 status get there previously. But to do that, they need 6 months. So what we are establishing through the Asylum Seeker Program is a program that will help folks apply for asylum. We will connect them to apartments where they can live and support themselves. We'll connect them to food assistance. And over the course of that 6 months, we will connect them to a program we are launching called Work Ready Denver, which will be led by our Department of Economic Development and which will offer asylum seekers the opportunity to get job training and skills. That can mean everything from English language services to financial literacy to newcomer integration and support, as well as the opportunity to connect to industries that they want to enter, to get certificates in those industries if they're applicable, and to have on-the-job training opportunities that are unpaid, so that when those 6 months pass, they can get their work authorization, they have certification, they have training, they have preparation, and they can enter the industries in this city that have openings they so deeply want to fill to drive the economy they want to help us support. That's the path going forward. What that means is we will change the structure of our current shelter system. We will no longer move forward with a hotel infrastructure that offers 14 or 42-day stays, because that is not the right structure for the services we have. For those folks that are in shelter today, they will have access to the asylum seeker program if they want to enter it. We will work to help them access apartments, help them access workforce training, and get on the path to work authorization. We will have a limited number of slots to be able to do that, because these services require more time, require more staffing, and require more expertise. For those folks that don't do that, we will have a congregate shelter system. We will have an overnight congregate shelter system for folks that arrive. If they arrive and we do not have a spot in our asylum seeker program, we can either help them with case management, we can help them with onward travel, or if they have friends or family in the city they're connecting to, we can help connect them to those services. So if you go to the next slide, this is what the model of our new Denver Newcomer Services Program will look like. You see, we'll continue to serve folks who are never in shelter. You just came to Denver on your own and never came through our shelter system. You can still access work authorization. You can still access some wraparound supports and services. If you on the other side have come through our system and exited shelter, you can still access our workforce authorization clinics. You can still access some wraparound services and case management we'll have in place with partners. And you can still access onward travel if that's the best decision for you. For folks that enter the asylum seeker program, there are these 4 components I laid out: asylum clinics, apartment housing for up to 6 months, food assistance, and participation in our work-ready workforce training program. For folks that are not in that, our other option would be the short-term congregate shelter, where we can help case manage them to exit independently within 72 hours, or to be able to onward travel. What this does is both make sure we serve the folks we have well, help them get connected to work, and have, we think, a model for other cities to replicate on how to serve even those folks with the most difficult path to get them into work authorization. And also to make sure we provide stability and consistency to the budget long term, so we do not have a continual crisis that our nonprofit providers are facing, that our city is facing, that the budget may be facing. We think this allows us to deliver a win-win both for the city and for our newcomers, and that's why we're excited. I'm going to stop there, and I'm going to ask all of our agency heads, as well as Yoli and some of our key nonprofit partners, to come join me on the stage, and we'll be delighted to take questions, because we know you have specific questions on budget, on program, on operations, but I want you both to be able to have the team that has helped make this possible here to answer those questions. We're sort of a big group, so it might take a minute to get the family up here. Thank you.
God is lying to me, man. Like, for real, like, there's no such thing.
Sure. All right, everyone ready? So the first.
No, man, no. I asked already.
Question was, what happens if numbers begin to go up again? So what we will do is, when we have availability in the asylum program, we will welcome new folks into it as capacity is available. We will take all the folks that are in shelter tonight and be able to right away allow them access to that program. They'll be the first in line for that program. So we'll have to add apartment units. We'll have to add workforce partnerships to meet that capacity. When we've met that capacity and we have more, we'll welcome more people in. If folks arrive in the short term and we do not have capacity in that program, our services would be short-term congregate shelter, onward travel, and/or connection to families or networks they have here. We know still a great number of folks who come to Denver come because they were not ever intending to stay in Denver. They're looking for opportunity. And so many of them were put on a bus to Denver against their will in the first place. So we've always had this service. We'll continue to offer it, and we'll continue to help folks navigate to where they think the best option is for them if there's not spots for them in the program we have here. Yeah, so we're going to start with all the folks that we have in shelter now we think should have the right to be able to enter. And so we have buses still arriving today, so I don't know what our final number is today, but it'll be somewhere around 1,000 that will enter into the program as we launch it in the next few days.
Hi, I'm Nicole Hockley from Sandy Hook Promise. I know this is hard to hear, but it's important.
Let the
The
commercial.
shooter who murdered.
Damn it. Good.
Yeah, so we have incredible nonprofit partners who have helped connect them to housing. Yoli and Vive is one. Another one is a Papagayo Village Exchange Collaborative. They are case managing very successfully these individuals to find available apartments. Happy to have you talk about that, Yoli, if you want to.
Yes, absolutely. And so
Step right up
there are
there.
so many apartment complexes that we actually go through and have conversations, and they're really happy. So basically, they do the same as everybody else. They have to apply for it. They have to do background checks. They have to look at they're making enough money, or at least somebody's helping them. Sometimes we get families together. And the beautiful thing is, citizens have come through and say we have rental properties that we would like to help. So that has been huge for us. So that's together we actually reach out and meet families with their places to live. And now that we know the kids are in school, we try to match them close to their school.
Yeah, great question. So this is why we built this model around the needs that folks have around a 6-month wait for work authorization. So what we've found is Nicole has this great phrase that I love, which is the current system we had is not a way you would support your own family. You wouldn't eat out 3 meals a day and stay at a hotel every night. That'd become very expensive for you. But that's the structure we had. And it's much more expensive. To put a family into an apartment and allow them to shop and cook their own food in their own home is much more efficient. So what we'll work with nonprofit partners, and we will provide up to 6 months of rental support and food assistance that would allow them to be able to cover room and board while they're waiting for that work authorization, and to participate in the workforce training program the same way you would if you were a student enrolled in a college program or a student enrolled in a workforce training program. So we cover those base needs, allows them to get training, and get prepared for work when they are authorized.
So it could cover them all the way to 20 what? We're gonna give them, yeah. See, well, let back the check up, Ellie. Listen.
Become much more efficient and doing them very expensive for you. Support is. Yeah, great question. So this is why we built this model around the needs that folks have around a 6-month wait for work authorization. So what we've found is Nicole has this great phrase that I love, which is the current system we had is not a way you would support your own family. You wouldn't eat out 3 meals a day and stay at a hotel every night. That'd become very expensive for you. But that's the structure we had. And it's much more expensive. To put a family into an apartment and allow them to shop and cook their own food in their own home is much more efficient. So what we'll work with nonprofit partners, and we will provide up to 6 months of rental support and food assistance that would allow them to be able to cover room and board while they're waiting for that work authorization, and to participate in the workforce training program the same way you would if you were a student enrolled in a college program or a student enrolled in a workforce training program. So we cover those base needs, allows them to get training and get prepared for work when they are authorized.
All
right. So we have of the dollars that we offset here, some of those FEMA, well, there's about $9 million federal dollars that we named in that first 45. We spent a lot of time, as you know, this January and February advocating at the federal level for support here. There was a bipartisan bill to do that failed in the House. You know that story. I think what we found at that point is whether we would like the federal government to do it or not, that was no longer a choice for us. It was clear that was not going to happen in this Congress in the next 7 months. So we felt like we had to take this into our own hands to come up with a solution. And that's why what we've come up with is something that both provides better support for newcomers and stabilizes the budget for Denver residents without cutting core public services. So our first program here for asylum seekers will be a 6-month program. We know the phases can change. That'll carry us about through November of this year. We get a new Congress, you can get new legislation, you can get new work authorization changes. Many of these variables could change down the road. Until those variables change, this is the program we think best serves newcomers in the city. I mean, obviously, I think this team has done an incredible job of making these budget cuts not be public facing. So we won't see core changes to public services. We'll see things you saw here, like vacancy savings, like deferred capital costs. And so we think we've come forward with a package that will not have a big impact on public services. Yes.
I know that there are budget cuts that impact the city. Can you talk a little bit about those, or those not hiring certain positions, we still have recruit classes going through? And just talk a little bit about those to give people better understanding.
I'm really glad you asked that. Thank you. It is critically important that all of our recruit classes will still be going through. For the police department, we protected those are moving forward. So we were not going to change any part of that. We may be working on lateral hires for officers who could come in to be able to fill positions as well through a lateral recruit class. So no change in officers that are deployed to the street. No changes in our plan on recruiting, and no changes in public-facing services. These came from a combination of some of them were capital cuts, things like delaying new furniture purchases in some of the police department buildings. So they really tried to focus on places that were not public-facing. Happy to have them jump in if they would like to, but that was a core priority for us, was not to affect public safety.
Yeah, I would just say, you know, obviously we all recognize our need to be partners in this endeavor. And so certainly we looked at our core services not wanting to impact them. So we looked at some of our technology services and identified ways that we could actually get the same thing done by maybe a service that we've already have a contract with. And so we were able to make sure that we provide all of our core services without having any impact on the budget at all.
At some point there were talks about
Okay, hold on. Right there with that file. You might have to take it. I just see it.
Well, certainly. I mean, and certainly happy that we found a pathway to help these migrants.
No, it's not. Wait. Well, all it really
Just to add to your point, Mark, I think we were originally looking at around 15%. The current cuts, I think, the state's around 2%. So it's vastly more than we originally thought. Yes, sir.
No. Because I have to. Girl, wait now. You can tell me if that bitch like shit. Stop that now. Come on, girl. It is. No one grab it. This is what I'm.
Yeah, and this is where I think go back to the slide that has the line chart. What it really was us figuring out what the needs of the folks that we had that were arriving, and then meeting those needs and seeing how the needs changed. So we had to do two things. Sorry, go back a couple more slides.
I'm trying to download it.
Keep going. Keep going.
They won't send it that way.
So it was two things. You know, when we saw this big budget bump, we said we got to change services, then we got to figure out how we can reduce costs. And so that was resuming our exit policy, our length of stay policy. And then it was realizing we had a lot of folks here that could work through work authorization with CBP1 applications. That's why there's this massive effort around legal clinics. So that was the major focus in February and March, is let's get everybody work authorized. And once we got through that, was when we discovered this huge and growing population of the asylum seekers who did not have a path to work authorization. And those are the folks that you see showing up with the squeegee on Colorado Boulevard or showing up in a Home Depot parking lot looking for day labor. So for us, it was seeing what the needs were and how we had to modify the program to meet those needs to make them successful.
19, I don't even want to look. We just keep moving stuff around like. Hold on.
I mean, we've spent extensive amounts of time with immigration experts around the country, legal experts, workforce training experts, partners here to build a program that we think 100% sets people up for success, sets individual immigrants up for success, sets businesses as partners up for long-term success in the city. So yeah, we're very confident that we have found a path that is going to be highly effective and totally aligned to both immigration and workforce legal requirements. Yeah.
Now you can help me to do both things. Yeah, you're not getting it right now, but you will get it if you need something, though, right? You need something, you'll be able to. You'll be there right then, right? Come on now. Come on now.
I mean, the reason why we're so excited about this outcome is this is a plan that is going to better serve migrants who arrive in the city and better allow them to get to work to actually support the city and to support themselves and to support industries that have open jobs. We have almost 8 million open jobs in this country. We have hundreds of thousands in Colorado. We have a great supply of folks here who want to work. The frustrating part for businesses and for the residents are, why can't these folks work and support themselves as they want to, rather than taxpayers needing to provide that long-term support? This helps resolve that by getting people access to work, protecting city budgets, and making sure we can get newcomers access to services. I know Yoli did want to step in on something about that.
Yes, I want to speak from the nonprofits and the community and the citizens. What Major Mike said for what what was the reason to start that is absolutely true. But from us is looking at that spike in December, to do that whole thing another year, it's been 17 months. There's no way you have the capacity of the nonprofits in the city to do that all over again. There had to be a solution. And when we hear there were cuts also for our city, that really important, it's where we came in and we're like, whatever you need, let's work something out. But there's no way we can do it in order to 17 months of 5,000 people, either as nonprofits, as citizens, we cannot cut anymore. So somehow we came with this wonderful thing together. I think it's a win-win for everybody. I just want to share that.
Same people for fake shit.
What was this?
I have the energy part. All right, cool. All right, now that that's over with, basically give money right here. But man,
What I love about Home Chef is there's no guessing.
Saying this,
Everything's pre-measured. Everything is
gonna be like
Make sure that we provide all of our core services.
2026.
Legal experts, workforce training experts, partners here to build a program that we think 100% sets people up for success, sets individual immigrants up for success, sets businesses as partners up for long-term success in the city. So yeah, we're very confident that we have found a path that is going to be highly effective and totally aligned to both immigration and workforce legal requirements. Yeah. I'm going to let you jump in after this.
The stack I gave you, that we already put aside. You know what that stack is? Okay, so separate them. You're gonna take it.
I mean, the reason why we're so excited about this outcome today,
Never
this is
mind.
a plan that is going to better serve migrants who arrive in the city and better allow them to get to work to actually support the city and to support themselves, and to support industries that have open jobs. We have almost 8 million open jobs in this country. We have hundreds of thousands in Colorado. We have a great supply of folks here who want to work. The frustrating part for businesses and for the residents are, why can't these folks work and support themselves as they want to, rather than taxpayers needing to provide that long-term support? This helps resolve that by getting people access to work, protecting city budgets, and making sure we can get newcomers access to services. I know Yoli did want to step in on something about that.
Yes, I want to speak from the nonprofits and the community and the citizens.
I sent you to clean.
And you might said for what was the reason to start that is absolutely true. But from us is looking at that spike in December.
Well, maybe it was
to do that whole thing another year. It's been 17 months. There's no way you have the capacity of the nonprofits in the city to do that all over again. There had to be a solution. And when we hear there were cuts also for our city, that really important, it's where we came in and we're like, whatever you need, let's work something out. But there's no way we can do in order to 17 months of 5,000 people as nonprofits, as citizens, and we cannot cut anymore. So somehow we came with this wonderful thing together. I think it's a win-win for everybody. I just want to share that with you.
So it's easy for me. Make it easy.
What was this?
Never mind. Hand it to me. I'll do it myself. Please just hand it to me. Thank you. Thank you for the assistance. I just told you. Take a picture of that little stack you have so I can resubmit it. I told you. I already did it.
Ya, eso va a ser el propuesta por el año que viene, por todo de 2024, porque no creemos que nada va a cambiar del gobierno federal ni de las leyes federales para cambiar oportunidades para gente que están llegando. Más y más van a llegar que necesitan aplicar por asilo y eso sería su solo manera para obtener permiso de trabajar. Entonces, eso es el programa que pensamos que va a trabajar por esas personas que llegan y por la ciudad en las meses que vienen por el resto del año.
This right here. This right here. Good. One.
Para ayudar a la gente que necesita asilo.
Run it back.
Sí, hay diferentes maneras de obtener permiso de trabajo. Si tienen CBP1 o TPS, hemos tenido éxito para ayudarles de obtener permiso de trabajo de repente, menos de 30 días. Esas personas que necesitan asilo tardan mucho más tiempo, tarde como 6 meses. Entonces necesito más tiempo para apoyarles, para obtenerles, aunque están aquí afuera en los ómnibus rotos pidiendo trabajo donde no pueden ser pagados y también muchas veces sus wages pueden ser robados. Y no queremos eso.
Never mind. I got it. I'm not going to.
If you're over 50, you don't want to use traditional makeup. As we age, our skin tends to lose moisture and we all get lines. Traditional makeup make us look older. Powders can be drying and heavy. Foundation could be too flat, making your skin look worse. We need something different. We need something moisturizing that gives.
I make my decision. Let's stop. It's late now. It's over it. Go ahead, get ready. Go. Hey, actually, we can't do it. I don't need to go.
Yo creo que gente que no quieren trabajar, que no quieren aplicar por asilo, va a tener un tiempo difícil, porque en este país tiene que trabajar para apoyar a sus niños. Toda la gente que nosotros hablamos quieren trabajar, quieren aplicar, necesitan la ayuda para hacerlo y eso va a ayudarles. Déjeme regresar porque tengo otros también.
So it doesn't really matter. My eyes are bad and I'm really sick. So I can't really see. I don't want to get back far enough. I really can't afford another physical fucking traumatic injury to my body. So don't worry about it. It's all good. No worries. Already logged in. I don't even know where I'm.
Great question. I'll give some initial answers and then Adib from our team can jump in as well. So you make a very important point. No one is receiving wages at all during this workforce training. No one is compensated in any way. What we do know is they can get the training to be able to enter jobs that are in high demand industries where we know we have needs. So that will include, as I mentioned, a lot of coursework. That would include English language skills, could include financial literacy, can include other let's call them assimilation courses and programming around skills here, and the ability to investigate potential career tracks and industries and be able to have some unpaid on-the-job training opportunities in those places. So that is the curriculum and the cadence. As you know, that sounds like you're more of an expert. There is a separate question for whether asylum is granted for these folks versus whether they get an initial work authorization. They may still be facing a 6 or 7 year wait for their asylum case to be determined. But the benefit is we have not seen any challenge in getting the work authorization when you apply. So we think what's deterred most cities from doing this is how labor intensive it is to be able to file one of these asylum claims. We think it's much better outcome for us and for them and for the city to spend the time and energy to get that application done so folks can work legally 6 months later instead of trying to support themselves where they're at risk of getting taken advantage of. If there is an entirely new administration that proposes new changes, they would have to change.
He's lying right here.
Eso es la programa que pensamos que va a trabajar. Once we got through that was when we discovered this huge and growing population of the asylum seekers who did not have a path to work authorization. And those are the folks that you see showing up with the squeegee on Colorado Boulevard or showing up in a Home Depot parking lot looking for day labor. So for us, it was seeing what the needs were and how we had to modify the program to meet those needs to make them successful.
I just had to do 21 fucking steps so I could give up right now. Because they just get telling me no anyway. Like they're doing right now anyway. They just fucking
I mean, we've spent extensive amounts of time with immigration experts around the country, legal experts, workforce training experts, partners here to build a program that we think 100% sets people up for success, sets individual immigrants up for success, sets busises as partners up for long-term success in the city. So yeah, we're very confident that we have found a path that is going to be highly effective and totally aligned to both immigration and workforce.
Like for example, I need financial assistance. It's only $200.
I'll let you jump in after this.
Right. With food stamps, whatever, they made me like they're making me apply for Social Security again. She's gonna deny me again for like the 16th fucking time, and then and only then after they.
And the reason why we're so excited about this outcome is this is a plan that is going to better serve migrants who arrive in the city and better allow them to get to work to actually support the city, support themselves, and to support industries that have open jobs. We have almost 8 million open jobs in this country. We have hundreds of thousands in Colorado.
Could have been handled already.
We have a great supply of folks here who want to work. The frustrating part for businesses and for the residents are, why can't these folks work and support themselves as they want to rather than taxpayers needing to provide that long-term support.
I'll sit on
This
hold
helps
3
resolve
hours.
that by getting people access to work.
If you live in these 24 states, listen up, you're most likely overpaying for car insurance. I got this.
So we got
protecting city budgets and making sure we can get new contracts. I know Yoli did want to step in on something about that.
Yes, I want to speak for the nonprofits and the community and the citizens.
Support them.
What Major Mike said for what was the reason to start that is absolutely true. But from us is looking at that spike in December, to do that whole thing another year, it's been 17 months. There's no way you have the capacity of the nonprofits in the city to do that all over again. There had to be a solution.
That's probably why
we hear there were cuts also for our city.
I'm doing a lot.
Really important.
Just for them to say
it's
no.
where we came in and we're like, whatever
And
you
I
need,
feel like
let's work
literally,
something out. But there's no
like
way we can
last
do
Friday,
in order 17
so
months
defeated.
of 5,000 people.
I was waiting.
Either
It's almost
as
true.
nonprofits,
And then the
citizens,
changed the rules.
we cannot cut
I'm
anymore.
wrong.
So
And then
somehow we came with this wonderful thing together. I think it's a win-win for everybody. I just want to
not
share
a
that.
win-win. It just makes me mad.
What's that? Ya, eso va a ser el propuesta por el año que viene, por todo de 2024, porque no creemos que nada va a cambiar del gobierno federal ni de las leyes federales para cambiar oportunidades para gente que están llegando. Más y más van a llegar que necesitan aplicar por asilo, y eso sería su solo manera para obtener permiso de trabajar. Entonces, eso es el programa que pensamos que va a trabajar por esas personas que llegan y por la ciudad en las meses que vienen, por el resto del
Oh, you really want me to go drive? See that safe? Do you really think that question mark? Would you drive like that? Yes, but you want me to go, just.
Para ayudar a la gente que necesita asilo. Sí, hay diferentes maneras de obtener permiso de trabajo. Si tienen CBP1 o TPS, hemos tenido éxito para ayudarles de obtener permiso de trabajo de menos de 30 días. Esas personas que necesitan asilo tardan más tiempo, tardan como 6 meses. Entonces necesito más tiempo para apoyarles, para obtenerles, aunque están aquí afuera en los Olivos o otros pidiendo trabajo donde no pueden ser pagados, y también muchas veces sus wages pueden ser robados. Y no queremos eso.
See how he's doing? This motherfucker just good use of this fetish. Basically, some of the stuff he's saying is just crazy.
Yo creo que gente que no quieren trabajar, que no quieren aplicar por asilo, va a tener un tiempo difícil, porque en este país tiene que trabajar para apoyar a sí mismo y sus niños. Toda la gente que nosotros amamos quieren trabajar, quieren aplicar, necesitan la ayuda para hacerlo, y eso va a ayudarles para hacerlo. Déjeme regresar porque tengo otros también. Yes.
Dude, you see how crazy? You know how much money they're gonna spend on that?
Great question. I'll give some initial answers, and then Adib from our team can jump in as well. So short answer, you make a very important point. No one is receiving wages at all during this workforce training. No one is compensated in any way. What we do know is they can get the training to be able to enter jobs that are in high demand industries we know we have needs. So that will include, as I mentioned, a lot of coursework. That would include English language skills, could include financial literacy, can include other sort of, let's call them assimilation courses and programming around skills here, and the ability to investigate potential career tracks and industries and be able to have some unpaid on-the-job training opportunities in those places. So that is the curriculum and the cadence. As you know, it sounds like you're more of an expert. There is a separate question for whether asylum is granted for these folks versus whether they get an initial work authorization. They may still be facing a 6 or 7 year wait for their asylum case to be determined, But the benefit is we have not seen any challenge in getting the work authorization when you apply. So we think what's deterred most cities from doing this is how labor intensive it is to be able to file one of these asylum claims. We think it's much better outcome for us and for them and for the city to spend the time and energy to get that application done so folks can work legally 6 months later instead of trying to support themselves or they're at risk of getting taken advantage of. If there is an entirely new administration that proposes new changes, they would have to change those laws proactively in 2025. None of that should affect retroactively the folks who we're helping in 2024. We're optimistic we would get an even more sympathetic and action-oriented Congress that wants to solve this problem in 2025, not a less action-oriented one, but we'll see what happens. Yes.
I'm gonna be dressed. I got some going on. Be in a dress. With situation. Yeah. Well, what do you think? If it was you, what would you do? Well, it's not a life-threatening emergency. It's a regular.
Thank you. So there are two different parts of the program. One is the asylum seeker program, which is the longer program for folks to do the longer process of application, workforce training, etc. We will still have Congress shelter supports for folks that arrive, and there is not a cap on that number of people we support. We just have a much shorter length of stay, which is it's 24 to 72 hours, with the knowledge that folks either need to be connected to families or friends that they can move with in Denver, or most often that they will seek other cities to move on to. That has always been the case in Denver. I want to remind people that right now, overwhelmingly, folks at El Paso are being put on a bus to Denver, not because they want to come to Denver, know about Denver, have networks here, but because someone's putting them on a bus because it's the cheapest bus ticket in the short stop. So they're looking for opportunity wherever it is. We will have great opportunity for the folks in the program. We'll have case navigation and support for folks that arrive in Congress shelters still. We will just have probably more folks that will choose onward travel than do currently, given that we won't have a 42-day shelter system. We also already have 2 people on the ground in El Paso from our DHS team today. They're already talking to newcomers there, talking to nonprofit partners and others. Because again, many folks came to Denver because they knew about a 42-day stay opportunity. Now that they know that's not the case, many folks I think will decide whether or not they still want the services we have. But we think this both will serve them well, but will serve a smaller number of people to get successfully into work. And I want to reiterate, we're going to share this playbook with all cities around the country. We think we've now cracked the code on how to help people at each of these phases, and we have a path to help crack the code on the hardest phase. Everyone has to do their part. Denver will do more than our part, but we can help other cities that want to also do their part.
How much? Do you know? Hey, you've been doing great. You've been doing excellent right there, sir. Worse.
Is a switch bike.
This is a switch bike.
You know, they're talking about Mayor Johnson in Chicago.
For more on how immigration is affecting communities across the U.S., we turn now to 2 Democratic mayors, Chicago's Brandon Johnson and Denver's Mike Johnston. Gentlemen, welcome to Face the Nation.
Nobody showed this.
Good morning. Thank you for having us.
Thanks for joining us. And Mr. Mayor of Chicago, I want to put to you a question about what seems to have developed overnight. There are reports of a plane from Texas landing in Chicago carrying more migrants that arrived around 1 a.m. I'm wondering if Texas officials gave you any heads up, who's on the plane, what happens next?
Podcasts and shit.
Well, what we have is clearly an international and federal crisis that local governments are being asked to subsidize, and this is unsustainable. None of our local economies are positioned to be able to carry on such a mission. And what we have attempted to do is to create structure and some coordination.
For more on how immigration is affecting communities across the U.S., we turn now to 2 Democratic mayors, Chicago's Brandon Johnson and Denver's Mike Johnston. Gentlemen, welcome to Face the Nation.
Good morning.
Thank
you for having us.
Thanks for joining us. And Mr. Mayor of Chicago, I want to put to you a question about what seems to have developed overnight. There are reports of a plane from Texas landing in Chicago carrying more migrants that arrived around 1 a.m. I'm wondering if Texas officials gave you any heads up, who's on the plane, what happens next?
Well, what we have is clearly an international and federal crisis that local governments are being asked to subsidize, and this is unsustainable. None of our local economies are positioned to be able to carry on such a mission. And what we have attempted to do is to create structure and some coordination around this humanitarian crisis. And unfortunately, the governor of Texas, Governor Abbott, is determined to continue to sow seeds of chaos. And last night and several nights before, a number of buses continue to arrive in the city of Chicago throughout the country without any coordination. And now he's taken on this very dangerous task of placing individuals on airplanes and flying them into our various cities. This is certainly a matter of not just of our national security, but it's the type of chaos that this governor is committed to administering.
Mr. Mayor of Denver, to be clear here, I know that you have looked at New York and Chicago making decisions to restrict bus arrivals. Are you trying to take measures in your city to restrict them from even arriving in the first place?
No, all we want is a system that is humanitarian for both the new folks that are arriving and for our cities and our city employees. And so we understand there will be an inflow. We have already had 35,000 migrants arrive to Denver. We've successfully helped them integrate into the country here. What we don't want is people arriving at 2 o'clock in the morning at a city and county building with women and children outside in 10-degree weather and no support. And so we want buses here to do what every other bus does, which is land at a bus station and a bus stop and hours when we can have staff there to receive them and to direct them towards services. And so we understand the flow is coming. We just want it to be coordinated and in a humanitarian way, which we think makes it effective for the city and for those newcomers.
Yeah.
So that means things like arriving 8 to 5 Monday to Friday with notice.
Right. And I understand that you haven't been able to get the state of Texas to stop sending people. But when it comes to your party's leadership, as Senator Graham said, you have asked the White House for more help. Did they respond to your public call?
Yeah, we've talked to the White House, we've talked to leadership there, and we think they agree on the core needs that we see. I mean, we think this is a solvable problem. There are key priorities we need. We need federal dollars to help support our work here in the cities. We also need federal dollars for more support at the border, the ability to adjudicate asylum claims more quickly so they can be done in 90 days and not in 4 to 6 years. That makes a massive difference. If we have resources for cities to support us, if we have, when people arrive, we actually have work authorization when they get to a place like Denver so we can put them to work, which is what they want. And we have a coordinated entry plan where it's not just the governor of Texas deciding what cities to send people to, but it's actually the way we've welcomed asylees in this country for years. When we had asylees from Afghanistan or Ukraine, we had federal support, we had coordinated entry, we had work authorization, and those efforts worked quite smoothly. America knows how to do this. We think we can do it here.
Right. Those are different programs for those refugees, but I hear your point on the work authorization. Mayor Johnson of Chicago, did the White House give you what you need in your public call this week?
You don't say nothing to read.
Well, look, I think there's no secret.
It's
a networking event.
Read up, scroll up. Scroll up. There's more to that. See? Keep scrolling. Keep scrolling.
Another event on the 20th.
Keep scrolling. There you go. Keep going. Jesus Christ. Read.
I did. You act like I don't read because I'm not.
I don't know if you do or not.
I actually read.
Why is there pushback?
Because
Why is there pushback? For what? What are you pushing back for? Because it's important. It's important.
That's already been established. Please focus on the show.
I was. You didn't really pick up my thing. Because you just are ignorant. Stop. Well, you stop. You stop. If you stop talking. If you stop talking. If you stop talking. Well, then here, I guess you're not going to the thing for that, right? Because you're just going to say no to that. No, here. Stop that real quick. Pause. Pause, Jesse, because you're really going to want to go to the store.
No.
Pause. Yes, you are.
Already went to the store.
No, for the other thing. Just pause right there. Just hold on. Hold on. Hold on. Sit down. Hold on. All right, family. Hold on a second. Oh, little eyeball. I see you. 1 second. Accidentally moved my thing. 1 second. All right, pull it back up. Okay. Put it back up. There you go. Oh wait, I'm sorry. Here you go. Thankfully, I did not lose it. All right. I can't see. Sorry, little eyeballs. Can't really see that well. I accidentally clicked myself out of the thing. Yes, it's early, but we had plans for today, and the plans doesn't continue. But I just want to make sure that he under the awareness of why he should go. And if I should send him this other stuff, since he's running, since he's been how do you word it, Jesse? How do I word it, Jesse? Like you've been nominated. How do I word it? Huh? I can't hear you. No, I know that part. Cuz. Oh my God, he's so frustrating. Okay. I don't know if I should give him this stuff that I'm working on, so he has it with him. That's the shit. That's the whole reason I gave him that thing to read. As usual. Yeah. I don't even know. Anywho, that's where we're at. That's what's going on.
This comprehensive immigration reform would certainly transform this situation. In fact, it solves this crisis. What we have said repeatedly is that we need Congress to act to provide the resources that are needed in order to carry out this mission. But what we can have is a governor in the state of Texas acting the way he is acting. And quite frankly, the rogue buses that are being dropped off across this country in the middle of the night, leaving people with no real support at all, no coordination with the local municipalities. That type of chaos is certainly dividing our country, and we need better coordination between all levels of government to be able to respond to this mission.
When you reach out to the governor, I'm assuming you have, do you get any response?
Well, we sent an entire delegation to the border to see firsthand what's happening at the border. I've actually spoken with leaders of the Mexican government. They're having the same challenges that we're having here in America. And so there has to be a real coordinated effort to be able to respond to this crisis. Again, putting people on airplanes and dropping them off in the city of Chicago and Denver and New York without any coordination, without a manifest. I don't know how many federal laws or aviation laws he could be violating, but this type of chaos is not what's needed in this moment. We need a coordinated effort between all levels of government to ensure that this humanitarian mission, that's an international crisis, is met with the type of civility and sanctity that's required.
Understood. I mean, I checked the weather in both of your cities. It's 32 degrees in Chicago. It's 25 degrees in Denver. I'm guessing someone walking across from Mexico.
I don't know how many federal laws or aviation laws he could be violating, but this type of chaos is not what's needed in this moment. We need a coordinated effort between all levels of government to ensure that this humanitarian mission, that's an international crisis, is met with the type of civility and sanctity that's required.
Understood. I mean, I checked the weather in both of your cities. It's 32 degrees in Chicago. It's 25 degrees in Denver. I'm guessing someone walking across from Mexico isn't outfitted for that kind of frigid arrival.
Yeah,
we see that every day.
Right.
We have folks arrive in t-shirts and sandals.
Yeah, it's I want to talk about this more, but I have to take a commercial break. So if you would both stay with us as we do that, I'll be right back with you. Welcome back to Face the Nation. We pick up where we left off with Denver Mayor Mike Johnston and Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson. Gentlemen, I do want to pick back up on one of the points you raised, Mr. Johnson of Denver. The White House says it takes 30 days to process work permits and temporary protected status for some of these migrants. You're saying you need people to arrive ready to work. What happens in that 30-day period? Why is that not fast enough?
Yeah, we were grateful for the government's action, including the Secretary's action to provide temporary protective status for Venezuelans who arrived before July 31st. We advocated for that. They made that change. That was a huge help. The challenge now is Venezuelans who have arrived in the last several months are not eligible for that temporary protective status. They often don't have a path to work authorization, and they may have an asylum claim that is 3 or 4 or 5 years in the waiting until that claim is heard. And so the challenge is on our city streets. We have folks that are here who, whenever I talk to migrants, I was with them yesterday, they'll just say, I only want one thing, which is the ability to work. And we have employers calling me every day saying, hey, Mayor, I have open jobs. Can I please hire these folks? But we have folks that right now are currently without a path to work authorization. We'd love to see that path to work authorization expand for more recent arrivals, the same way the Secretary helped it be possible for those who arrived before July 31st.
And that was done through federal authority, through the administration, but changing the law would require Congress to alter some of these programs. I thought it was interesting, Mayor Johnson of Chicago, you also made the point that when it came to Afghans and Ukrainians, they arrived without a problem in your city, and that you would like to replicate that program for everyone.
Cars lie to us. Motorcycles tell us the truth.
We are small and exposed and probably moving too fast. But that's no reason not to enjoy every minute of every ride.
Get a quote with America's #1 motorcycle insurer.
Having a vision is human.
So excited to show them this.
And the best warranty in the business means we're committed to helping you see it through. Staples Business Advantage. Business is human.
That's exactly right. There are 30,000 Ukrainian refugees that are in the city of Chicago right now. The difference is, of course, they were fully supported by the federal government, and they were able to acclimate themselves and integrate into our economy. We have a number of asylum seekers from Central and South America and the continent of Africa. And the question is, why are we not providing that same support and treatment?
Mm-hmm.
Here, look, the bottom line is this. We need Congress to act, and we need them to do it expeditiously. But we cannot have the type of chaos that continues to come from the state of Texas. And clearly, the governor of Texas, Governor Abbott, is certainly afraid and mad, but he can't cut his own nose off, right? And so what we're simply saying, what I've done over a month ago, we provided an ordinance that would ultimately provide some structure and some coordination around when buses should arrive. Should not be dropping people off in the middle of the night, in the middle of nowhere, without the type of support that's needed.
Very quickly before I let you go, I read Mayor Johnson of Chicago, less than 2 weeks ago, a 5-year-old boy died after falling ill at a migrant shelter in your city. What state are people showing up in, and what is the health risk here, if any?
Well, our condolences are still with the family, and we continue to pray for the family who lost their child. I'm a father of 3. This is just an unimaginable pain. But what is very clear is that not only are we providing mental health related services, as well as vaccinations and health screenings, and providing medical health care for these families when they arrive, the moment they get off those buses, we're not seeing that same treatment at the border. In other words, there's no health screenings, no vaccinations. That process at the border is absolutely raggedy and reckless, but we cannot have a governor who decides that he's going to cling to the vestiges of Jefferson Davis when we should be pulling to the hopes and aspirations that were left by Frederick Douglass. We have to have a coordinated response to this humanitarian crisis. We cannot allow chaos to dictate and to divide this country.
Well, we will wait to hear from Governor Abbott's office in response to that. Mr. Mayors, thank you both for joining us.
Wayfair presents rugs. Let's roll. Save big on 5x8s under $150. And shop by size, style, or color. From low pile to cozy styles. And yeah, they're machine washable. Unroll a new look with top styles at low prices, all with fast and free shipping.
Some advocates for people who are
Apologies, friend. All right, yeah. See, so I didn't know about all that, but now now he's just doing a whole bunch of shit. Like, he's basically reneging on all this homeless stuff. He basically is reneging. He's shutting down shelters. Any programs. He's doing a lot. You know what I mean? He's doing a lot.
Well, Denver has spent a year and a half struggling with a massive influx of migrants. Well, now it has a plan to help those who are here while convincing others not to come at all.
Mayor Mike Johnston unveiled a plan today that revolves around jobs, and he says no city services will be cut in order to pull it off. The Denver Asylum Seekers Program will offer legal help in obtaining asylum and work permits. It will also help people find housing and get job training. The city will also close its hotel shelters for migrants and give people just 72 hours in a temporary shelter. The mayor thinks this could convince people to go elsewhere.
I want to remind people that right now, overwhelmingly, folks at El Paso are being put on a bus to Denver, not because they want to come to Denver, know about Denver, have networks here, but because someone's putting them on a bus because it's the cheapest bus ticket and the shortest stop. We will just have probably more folks that will choose onward travel than do currently, given that we won't have a 42-day shelter system.
Your reporter, Gabrielle Vidal, is following this story for you tonight.
Yeah, and Gabby, the mayor certainly hopes migrants can fill many of the open jobs we have here in our state.
Yeah, that's right, Karen and Michael. And this asylum seeker program hopes to address one of the biggest hurdles that migrants are facing with being able to get work, which is obtaining a work permit. Though this process could still take about 6 months, not every migrant entering the community is going to benefit from this program right away.
We were worried more than anything.
It's a worry that many migrants like Marcielo Ruiz Pastor are still feeling.
We've been here at the Quality Inn for 2 weeks, pretty much.
And not knowing what's next after their shelter stay runs out.
We were worried because we only had until the 25th here, and we didn't have a place nor knew anywhere to go.
But now an asylum seeker program introduced by Mayor Mike Johnston could change that.
That's a big help. Sincerely, it's great news for us because they basically want to help us get asylum. They want to help us get our work permit.
As one of the nearly 1,000 migrants who will benefit from the launch of this program, people like Pastor and her family would receive rental assistance and food for 6 months. At the same time, they'll receive help on their application for asylum, with the end goal of becoming eligible for work authorization after those 6 months.
Our job is, through that 6-month period, is to be able to find the right opportunities to make individuals as successful and as ready as possible to be able to enter the workforce.
Denver Economic Development and Opportunities Adib Khan says migrants in the program will be provided training opportunities and certification for areas in which they hope to work once they receive their work authorization. He says they hope to set up migrants for success in their future employment, while also introducing businesses that partner up with this program to migrants who are ready to work.
As soon as the work authorization kicks in, we've had individuals who've been trained, they've been certified, they've had opportunities to connect with employers.
For people like Pastor's husband who struggled to find work without a permit, a program like this could lift up their and their children's future.
Be able to find work and help us more than anything.
Mm-hmm.
And of course, there's still migrants entering the Denver community. There will still be emergency shelter options for them. But when their time runs out, and if the program still doesn't have space available, the city says that they're going to have to either travel elsewhere or look to family members or other people in the community.
A large encampment near Denver's Elitch Gardens has officially been cleared out. The city moved dozens of immigrants from Central and South America into shelter.
But as Denver 7's Christian Lopez shows us, most of them are no longer in shelters.
We were just here Wednesday as the city of Denver was clearing out dozens of tents near Elitch Gardens. It's all empty now, but now most of them are back on the street just hours later in a new location in Denver. And while we were out here talking to them, things escalated.
Llegamos a un acuerdo para irnos pacíficamente.
Willie Bastidas says they had all agreed to leave peacefully. But things took a turn when he wasn't allowed in the shelter.
Sale uno, salen todos.
He said an altercation broke out Wednesday night, causing dozens of them to leave and set up a new camp.
Have you guys, the other side over there, we're going to take off.
While we were there,
It's going to be a crime scene area.
things took a turn again. Within minutes, the area was swarmed with police officers and city officials.
You're on this side of the tape.
So what is going on here right now, and why is there so much police presence here?
It's really just for safety. It's only just for safety.
Trying to convince them to go back to shelter. Homeless advocate Amy Beck said she didn't agree with their approach.
The city could actually de-escalate the situation right now. Rather than enforcement, we need to actually just have a conversation with them. They're telling them that they have to move from here, but they are on public property and they require a 7-day posted notice.
We were hearing that they are being forced to leave right now. Is that accurate or no?
It's just an advisement. They're being told, hey, you can't camp here. You need to know this. You also need to know that you were offered space in a congregate site of the city.
While the city says they were only given written warnings. What's going through your mind? ¿Qué está pensando ahorita?
Muchas cosas, la verdad.
Some told us they were threatened with more than that and decided to leave the area. They say all they're asking for is a real solution.
Trato de ver que esta gente, en fin, de verdad, tengan algo, pero algo que sea una solución de verdad y real.
In Denver, I'm Christian Lopez, Denver 7.
The city says all the immigrants have since left the new encampment. Some, but not all, say they chose to return to the shelter.
Always outside.
Did you know that I'm getting my very own channel for SiriusXM? It's called the Kelly Clarkson Connection. I would only sign on to do it.
Just now in Denver, when it comes down, the city is going to address migrants that arrive here in the city.
Since December, the city has sheltered more.
It's always
a large encampment near Denver's Elitch Gardens has officially been cleared out. The city moved dozens of immigrants from Central and South America into shelter.
But as Denver 7's Christian Lopez shows us, most of them are no longer in shelters.
We were just here Wednesday as the city of Denver was clearing out dozens of tents near Elitch Gardens. It's all empty now, but now most of them are back on the street just hours later in a new location in Denver. And while we were out here talking to them, things escalated.
Llegamos a un acuerdo para irnos pacíficamente.
Willie Bastidas says they had all agreed to leave peacefully. But things took a turn when he wasn't allowed in the shelter.
Sale uno, salen todos.
He said an altercation broke out Wednesday night, causing dozens of them to leave and set up a new camp.
Have you guys, the other side over there, we're going to take off.
While we were there,
It's going to be a crime scene area.
things took a turn again. Within minutes, the area was swarmed with police officers and city officials.
You're on this side of the tape.
So what is going on here right now, and why is there so much police presence here?
It's really just for safety. It's only just for safety.
Trying to convince them to go back to shelter. So what is going on here right now, and why is there so much police presence here?
It's really just for safety. It's only just for safety.
Trying to convince them to go back to shelter. Homeless advocate Amy Beck said she didn't agree. While we were there,
It's going to be a crime scene area.
things took a turn again. Within minutes.
Right? You said, look. You said that. Look, you said. I think you said crime scene, not time sensitive.
While we were there,
It's going to be a crime scene area.
things took a turn again. Within minutes, the area was swarmed with police officers and city officials.
You're on this side of the tape.
So what is going on here right now, and why is there so much police presence here?
It's really just for safety. It's only just for safety.
Trying to convince them to go back to shelter.
That's the city covering up something because the police were like, it's about to be a crime scene. And they basically put up the tape. That's crime scene tape. If it was like something else, they'd have brought the fencing. They'd have brought the fencing. They'd have fenced it off.
Yeah, they done crime scene tape too.
Not for fencing off and moving people. When they crime scene?
Yes.
When?
You don't remember when they did that?
When?
You don't remember when they did that?
When? The question is, when did they do that?
2020, because you don't remember.
Okay, no, we're talking about recently. 2023.
2021, you don't remember when they did it.
2023.
2022, you don't remember when they did it.
Let's talk about 2023. That's most recent.
2023, you don't remember when they did that.
No. Was there a crime scene?
Yes.
Somebody get shot?
No, but they put the crime scene tape up.
After they moved them. They did that after. They didn't do it while they were shifting them around.
Arkansas, they did it at Arkansas. They did it over there by.
During Arkansas is like a fucking mile-long sweep. When did they do that? But we weren't there.
I've seen it.
All right. Okay, fine. But this is different, though, don't you think? Or is this not different? This is not a different scene? I don't know. I think that my opinion, I don't know what's going on, but I don't like it because they're talking about they're at a shelter getting us the way the news portrays it, that they got in a fight and one had to leave, or they all had to leave. They tried to go back into the shelter, said no to one of them, and everybody was like, "Well, fuck that. If he don't go, we don't go." It's pretty much how it broke down in Spanish.
Homeless advocate Amy Beck said she didn't agree with their approach.
The city could actually de-escalate the situation right now. Rather than enforcement, we need to actually just have a conversation with them.
Nos quieren meter obligados al refugio.
They're telling them that they have to move from here, but they are on public property and they require a 7-day posted notice.
We're hearing that they are being forced to leave right now. Is that accurate or no?
It's just an advisement. They're being told, hey, you can't camp here. You need to know this. You also need to know that you were offered space in a congregate site of the city.
While the city says they were only given written warnings, what's going through your mind? ¿Qué está pensando ahorita?
Yo, muchas cosas, la verdad.
Some told us they were threatened with more than that and decided to leave the area. They say all they're asking for is a real solution.
Trato de que ver que esta gente, en fin, de verdad, tengan algo, pero algo que sea una solución de verdad y real.
In Denver, I'm Christian Lopez, Denver 7.
The city says all the immigrants have since left the new encampment. Some, but not all, say they chose to return to the shelter.
Did you know?
Why YouTube ads are important? Massive audience, largest search engine, advanced targeting, detailed analytics. Contact us today.
People everywhere are recommending.
We begin here at 9 with an encampment near Elitch Gardens. It's going to be swept next week, forcing dozens of migrants living there right now to find another place to live.
But as Fox 31's Rogelio Mares learned today, some migrants prefer to live in encampments instead of city-funded shelters. He has the reason why and joins us live near Elitch Gardens tonight. Rogelio.
Yeah, Talia and Erica, these migrants told me they're not intent to keep living this way, but that legal work permits are their way out of this lifestyle. In fact, they say until then, they'll keep doing those odd jobs, collecting resources among each other, and that, in fact, the encampment itself is the way they're able to maintain themselves right now.
Say what you will about Jose, from just one look at him, underneath he's hiding scars. He showed us wounds he said he suffered from torture in his native Venezuela. He faces a new struggle now, though, finding somewhere to live. This is after orders were made by the city of Denver to clear out the migrant encampment at Elitch Gardens. He says what the city is doing is entirely wrong. People who live here, Jose says, don't want to stay in shelters. Sometimes they only serve meals once, maybe twice a day there, he says. How can you tell your child not to cry because they're hungry, he wonders. Martha Perdomo has been in the U.S. 6 months with her husband, daughter, and son. My 2-year-old son can't get into a shelter with his bottle, she said. I can't save any food for him to eat at night. The city has previously said they don't allow outside food into shelters as a matter of public health. The encampment, meanwhile, is a place where Martha can come to make meals for her family. Jose says the migrants have an entire system where they do odd jobs, clearing snow for businesses and cleaning car windows, for example, in order to buy food and store it here at the encampment. They've collected a lot of food, cans, and fresh vegetables. For these folks, encampments aren't ideal, but their autonomy. Jose says a legal work permit would be a means for families to get off the streets and into their own home.
Denver Homeless Hotel, the Doubletree Hotel. It's had 7 deaths since January, including a double murder. What do we got going on in Denver? We've got shenanigans happening in Denver. Let's get into it. Here we go. What's up with that? Well, yeah. Here's the other story that just happened. This is another one on top of this. Woman shot inside former hotel. Can you imagine council meetings that are going to come up? Beetlejuice? You betcha. How about Mayor of Portland? Mayor Ted Wheeler. That guy. He just, yeah. But no, Denver, homeless hotel, 7 deaths since January. You imagine council meetings that are going to come up? Hey, I mean, local officials are going to be, yeah, we've had some issues. Yeah, you had 7 people die in the hotel, 2 double murders. What's up? What's up with that? Well, yeah. Here's the other story that just happened. This is another one on top of this. Woman shot inside former hotel converted to shelter in North Denver. That happened last night. Woman maybe she got shot in the leg. I don't know. This is Denver, though. You're going to have a different stat map, right? So the ongoing theme here is maybe you don't want to hang out at the double murder tree in Denver.
And that
podcast, I think it was last week that I did, was the credit union that just boom shut down. And given the fact that they are next door, I think it's I'm going address here.
Running for, yeah. Thank you.
4,000, whatever the street is the address of the double homicide hotel. And then 4040 is the address. And I'll remember the street name. It'll probably be in the article here. It's literally next door. It's next door. So the credit union just overnight shut down. And given the fact that another shooting happened last night, I do not blame them. I do not blame them. And this is just insanity. This is insanity. But look at this hotel. When you see an aerial map of this hotel, it's huge. Hundreds and hundreds of rooms. It's not like one of those, I want to say Travel Lodge, but a Marriott down in the South, in Texas and in Oklahoma, like the ones I stay at in Oklahoma City. You've got like kind of the set format for what a hotel looks like. They're boxy. They try and make them look, almost European now. And you got the porte-cochere out front, which is just a carport. And most of them end right about here on they're just kind of this box in this rectangular box. This one is a big one. I mean, you see the aerial and you're like, oh my gosh, that is a lot of rooms. So, what could go wrong when you put several hundred homeless people in one area and there's low barriers of entry, meaning you don't have to take a drug test. You don't have to do anything. You just, there's your key. Be safe in there. Yeah. 7 people dead. I'll talk about this one for just a second. The shooting occurred inside the former hotel in Central Park, despite increased security following a recent double homicide. So we got a double homicide, got a shooting last night. That lady is supposed to be in okay condition, but yeah. And then you've got thousands of illegal immigrants that are going to work their way to Denver. I'm sure it'll work out fine. It'll be fine. It'll be good. Federal government's going to have to step in and cough up some money at some point, aren't they? Because all these virtue signaling sanctuary cities, they're going to go tilt, just like this hotel is going tilt right now. Because, what would happen if you put several hundred whacked out homeless people into a hotel altogether? Yeah, you're seeing it happen in real time. It's funny how few news outfits are covering this story because, mainstream media. Oh, don't point that out. Yeah. Yeah. 7 people killed. Yeah. What? Hey now? I mean, they're mostly peaceful. I mean, yeah, they do a lot of drugs. They've got hammers and machetes and whatnot. But 7 people have died at a hotel turned shelter for Denver's homeless people since it opened in December, according to the city's medical examiner. This is per the city's medical examiner, right? You know what's crazy is they consider somebody who dies to exit the homeless system. You have exited into, typically I'd say casket, but nobody gets buried in a casket anymore. They get cremated, right? So they've exited the homeless situation. Yeah. I mean, that's how the system works. Yeah. How many people did you have exit your program? Well, including the guys got murdered. 14. Former DoubleTree by Hilton Hotel. I'm sure Hilton is so proud of this. The former double murder tree by Hilton's Hotel serves hundreds of homeless people under a campaign by Mayor Mike Johnston to move 2,000 individuals out of the city streets by the end of this year. How is that working out? How many murders? Yeah. Okay. All right. How many people dead? Oh, how many was that? Oh, okay. That figure counts the 1,000+ homeless individuals who moved into temporary shelters, including at the former DoubleTree Hotel last year. The hotel located, 4040 Quebec Street. All right. I had 4,000 as the 4,000 was the credit union. 4040 Quebec Street, right next door, came under scrutiny. There was some concern about the double homicide. Came under scrutiny. We're putting a little bit of emphasis on this double homicide hotel. Following a double homicide on March 16th, when police said 2 victims were found dead inside a room. The medical examiner's office later determined they were shot to death. Oh, hey now.
Man.
Yeah. In addition, 5 other deaths occurred at 4040 Quebec Street since January 19th.
Mm-hmm.
I'm sorry. What happened? Oh, yeah. 5 other deaths happened since January 19th. Do you think they might get some Denver National Guard there? Do you think they might get an emphasis patrol? Do you think they might get a workers' bill of rights for the strippers? And look at that. But what do they do?
That yet, but we
absolutely nutty, right? Just nutty that this kind of stuff is going on. Pack as many into a hotel as you can. We'll just see how it goes. We are seeing the fallout in real time of what happens when you do that. Because these people they're not sane. They're whacked out of their minds. They're willing to kill each other. Yeah, the medical examiner said it is awaiting toxicology results. Yeah, I'd say stuff. Get some chapstick if you're smoking the crack, if you're smoking the meth, smoking the fetty down in Portland. The causes of death remained unclear, though the medical examiner said it is awaiting toxicology results. Yeah, I'd say by the look of that bullet hole there, that guy died by gunfire. That's how I would rule it. All right, next. What else you got for me? A day prior to the double homicide on March 15th, 2 other deaths were reported at the hotel's location, according to the records. It's, I start to giggle, and I giggle because it's so ridiculous. These are somebody's family members that are having their lives ended. Maybe they had some really bad life choices somewhere in there. Maybe they're mental. Maybe they should be in a mental institution somewhere, but we don't do that anymore. Maybe they should be in prison. Yeah, maybe. Maybe they should be in a detox center getting cleaned up somewhere. They're not going to have that opportunity. Johnston administration. All right. It's a name adopted by the Johnston administration, Ohio City, and elevation over a mile high. All right. Yeah. All in mile high. What does that mean? What does that mean? And that's terrible. That's just terrible. That's the name adopted by the Johnston administration. All right. It's a name adopted by the Johnston administration for the mayor's campaign to end homelessness. All in mile high. To end homelessness? These people that get elected, I don't know. What's worse, the people that get elected or the people electing them? Yeah, it's tough, right? The city's homeless dashboard, which tracks exits. So now we're going to debate whether all the deaths are attributed to the homeless complex or not. So the city's homeless dashboard, which tracks exits from the city's all-in mile high program, again, shows that a total of 9 people have died. 9! Fantastic. I mean, we've got progress here. This is very progressive. Earlier, the dashboard showed that 6 people have died, and the mayor's office said 4 of those deaths occurred at the former Doubletree Hotel. You got a lot of people dying. That's the bottom line, right? Of the 7 deaths at the former Doubletree Hotel tracked by the medical examiner, there were 3 guests or visitors, the mayor's office said, adding the city's homeless dashboard doesn't track deaths of people who are not part of the program. If you weren't in the Mile High Club, literally, in Denver, then they're not going to count you if you die. The medical examiner's office said it makes no distinction. Somebody dies, they die, we're going to count them. 7 dead, 9 dead, whatever it is, per hotel location. That's an incredible amount. I know we've got the Morrison Hotel here in Seattle, which is just infamous for, it has had so much corruption and murder, and the street out in front of it is just a train wreck, but it's supported by the homeless industrial complex, right? It's supported by this group of people like, we just got to save everybody. And nobody's getting off the drugs. Nobody's getting off whatever. We just created this super conducive atmosphere. Hey, let's put all the drug addicts together in a hotel. We'll just, see how it goes, because it's easier for us to get them services. And now you are literally seeing the end result, which is 7 murders, 9 murders, whatever it is. A lot of people dying, right? Because that's what happens.
Dysfunction.
These people don't give a rat's ass if, you're not paying them for the drugs. They take your drugs, you take their drugs. Who knows? Who knows what it's over, right? You got a lot of that back and forth action going on. And that's why you see tents catch on.
Everybody out the motels, closing motels, right? They're about to let the regular people who've been on vouchers, and this is where the gray, scary issue comes in, like with us over here. We about to let that voucher system end, and don't have no plan for them. It just shut down 100 motherfucking people in a shelter on the streets over there. Cleanup, 2 cleanups, right? And didn't have no plan for where he was gonna put them. He's still receiving money though. You see what I'm saying? He's still getting money though. And nobody's really saying that you ain't housing nobody at all. In fact, you're creating homelessness. And you're trying to push for the homelessness you're creating, the possibility of you're giving them money to be homeless basically and do shit for 6 months, more than what you would give, more than what actual residents and citizens in any state would get, right? Trust me, we've just been kind of like arguing about this over there. That's not even arguing, but like it's frustrating, you know what I mean? That I got to do so much, and I'm a fucking United States citizen, United States born and raised in the motherfucking United States from the fucking soil. I have to, if I apply for food stamps, a minimal fucking thing to take care of myself, I have to also apply for Social Security so they have a way to recoup, right? And then, yeah, they might give me that, right? And if I get denied, which I've been denied 15 times already, this will be like 16, then I lose that too, right? So if I apply for financial assistance, like with food stamps and medical, I got to do the same shit, right? Then they pretend to get the paperwork. That's what the argument's about. The paperwork's been submitted. I've already done the shit. The bitch is playing with me, right? We're calling the county every day for twice a day for 3 hours each time I hold. It's fucking stupid, right? But and in reality, in my mind, because I'm poor, I think about when I first put the application in. So they got a retroactive back pay that. But no, this bitch wound up taking it off. I said, fuck that. And I had to put in a whole new application. So technically, I put in 3 fucking applications. Technically. And I submitted all the shit they asked me for 3 fucking times. Just for one, just to get this so that I didn't struggle. I wouldn't lose internet. My lights wouldn't get cut off. You feel me? But these people could come and be given apartment for 6 motherfucking months free, off the state, off the city anyway, a card with money, and food stamp and income that'll guarantee for like 6 months. We have to renew every 3 months, right? So for 6 months or longer, till they get approved to have a little waiver to work, right? Come on, man. How is it right? And then you got so us regular folk are mad about other shit, wilding out in these hotels that are like temporary. They're like little housing, like what Jesse and me Jesse still live there, but like what me and him used to live with. And it was a good idea, you know what I mean? When you put all kinds of people in, you put sober people in there, you put women in there, you put anyone that's under the LGBTQ banner in there. You put unhoused in there, right? And unhoused could be anything. Not everybody who's unhoused is under the drug thought process. I mean, I can speak to this very fucking real situation. Both people in my family, very close to me, extremely close to me, talking about immediate family, right, are unhoused. Neither of them do drugs or drink. One of them has a fucking job. Real shit. A whole fucking job is held down for 10 plus years. Just out there, like out there. So, because he makes too much money, which is not enough money, really. But according to the state or city or whatever, he makes too much money. If you only making $35,000 a year, that's nothing. You know what I mean? So, and he's out there, right? Just saying. And I got another one that is clearly qualifies for housing under a medical banner. Then we have medical housing too. Specific thing that was created. So we have people that lose limbs or actually get fucking sick and they can't. They may die. So we actually have medical housing. Okay. And they go through so much. They can't even get in. Unless they have some kind of pull or some kind of way, right? And because of pride, they don't want to go through that route, right? So they'd rather just outside struggle. However, it would be very difficult because for some reason, these providers want to ask residents or Denverites that are struggling every motherfucking question in the free world. They want every amount of paperwork that you can find about yourself, whether you worked or not, if you have any assets or whatever. You're old enough to be getting Social Security. If you do get it, can they have a part of it? You know, if you got a job, yeah, we'll help you. You got a job, you're gonna pay 30%. Sometimes you got that 30% plus your gas, utilities, your phone. Just say that's the basic, insurance, things like that for your car. To go and keep and maintain your job, that 30% could really help. Not to mention, nothing is cheap, right? Like, insurance is fucking not cheap for a car. Depending on what's up with your license, right? Gas, I don't know if this is pretty fucking affordable. I don't see how, but it's whatever, right? Essentials that you need other than food, toiletries. Jesse, how much is a pack of toilet paper, cuz? Huh? Jesse, how much is a pack of toilet paper? Yeah. Like $10 for like a 4-pack? Huh? Like $8 for like a 4-pack of toilet paper. Just single ply. Not to mention you need stuff to clean your house with, right? Little stuff to clean your house, cleanser, dish soap. You need soap to wash your body. Shit like that, right? You can't get on food stamps, you actually need shit. Factor that in. That's another fucking remember Jesse was getting aid, getting aid too, right? And so he would use that minimal little $200, right, to maintain both households. Can you imagine? And pay like one a bill. You know what I mean? I think he had to pay his phone bill, something like that. I can't remember. You had to pay something, right? And maybe and do laundry. Jesse actually didn't do the laundry in the building. You mean like what did it cost you to do laundry, Jesse? What did it cost you to do laundry when you were getting money? Huh? Yeah, but when you used to take money out in quarters, how much would you get every month? No, I know, but how much in quarters would you buy to do laundry? 2? So basically it costs them like between $20 and $40 to do laundry for the month. And you still wouldn't get it all done, right? Because the washers are like $1 fucking like I don't know how much. I can't hear him, so I'm pretty sure the last time I checked, in the same building that we lived in, I wasn't allowed to use the washers. I was the same building I live in, and my program wouldn't let me go use the washers or go to the food bank or any other shit that he had privilege to. Right? The real shit. I had to leave. So that shit was foul. And I felt like kind of personally, they only do it to certain people, right? So with $200, you gotta pay. You have to pay a bill or two, maybe buy $20 to $40 worth of quarters or whatever, and factor in laundry soap, whatever, to do your laundry. You gotta buy toiletries to clean your house, your body, and whatever else, trash bags, whatever the fuck you need, right? You had to do that for 2 households. You see? And that was a fucking struggle. That had to last, right? So that was a fucking struggle. That I'm trying to go to that struggle. And they make it difficult and deny me, right? But these people could get it right now. They get a free apartment for like 6 months. Their needs are handled. The kids get to go to school. Trust and believe. They're at the doctor's office making scenes. I know, because we go. And fucking and now they're gonna get card with money. Is this money? Then they pray you feed your family with it. Just money. Who knows how much? I'm telling you right now, it's gonna be more than what we get. You feel me? And that shit. So yeah, that's frustrating because the unhoused, they either could get on that on this grant I think it was like a fucking a pilot program where they randomly picked people and gave them 3 different types of income, and they did a little study, or they had some sort of, they might get a voucher, but the voucher only covers certain things. It's fucking fucked up, and so they're in a program to it turns into permanent housing. These little shelter hotel things that this motherfucker's clowning on, they're like what me and Jesse used to live in. They will be permanent housing for us. You know what I mean? That's the goal. You get in there, maintain it, do whatever. Like in Jesse's building, there's some people that pay 30% of their fucking income. They pay rent there. Then there's people like me and Jesse that qualified to not have to do that because of circumstances, or there's circumstances like I'm on a medical fucking thing. But the bill I got in under was because I'm one of those habitual people that go to jail or the hospital. Got tired of dealing with it, so they instead they just gave me housing. And ever since then, I've done the work to maintain my housing because it's a privilege to get housing. And I haven't had to go back to jail or be in the hospital, you know what I mean, to get off the streets or whatever. I didn't do that for that. I was always sick or something, you know what I mean? But because I have a repeated, because I was outside going to the hospital so much, and not having a place to go when I get well, like when my hand had worked, and I was in the hospital for 97 days. They couldn't let me out because I didn't have nowhere to go. I was outside. When I go to jail for like 3 months or longer, 2 months or longer. Sometimes I have to go on a little, I like to call it jail tour. I haven't had to go in a while. You know what I mean? So it's really weird. So they don't want to deal with it. Instead, you go to the hospital again, you have to be admitted for longer than, 10 or 11 days. They can't, I did something to where I can't go into a nursing home. I fucked up my possibilities. A, because I was too young, and B, man, I hate being, I caused my own demise on that, I did something bad. I got myself kicked out of that, you know what I mean? And it's because I didn't ever get approved for nothing. So I gotta get it how I live, right? I got in trouble, so you can only be in trouble so much. And then they just say, fuck that, that's a problem. Sick or not, we don't give a damn. Saying she's obviously not on hospice care yet right now, so we don't really give a damn. She's not collecting Social Security, so it can't get paid for. So no, fuck her. She gotta be outside. So I'm lucky in that aspect. So I've just been good. I'm take care of whatever I can. But they don't say when they give you the voucher that, like mine, I was under the impression that it was going to be all included. Instead, I had to pay for the electricity. Electricity is so fucking much in Colorado, right here. And I kept telling them every month that I didn't have a job, and this is that, and it didn't matter. Shit just skyrocketed. To be in a house for 3 years with no electricity, no heating, I feel some kind of way about paying $100 and something. You know what I mean? A month. Yeah, I feel some kind of way about it. So fuck no. Right? He obviously has to pay it. To be able to do the work that I was doing for the Justice campaign, you need the internet. Shit is not cheap. That's a luxury item. What I like to think about. So I filed for assistance. Fuck, man, because I needed help. I really need help. And no good deed goes unpunished, right? So my brother don't live here no more. Actually, nobody lives here. The way let everybody tell it, nobody lives here. But I needed help, so I didn't know any other way. I'm trying to be, I'm trying to do different things in my life to get a real job, like a real job, where you go in and you do something. And this right here, whatever we're doing right here, this is not really a job. It's just me talking about whatever, right? It's not a real job. You don't see me really trying to collect money for it or be monetized or anything like that, because I just don't. I wouldn't know how to get to that number. I've watched channels build just 100 subscribers. It take them like 5 years to build, just because nobody's fucking with their intelligence, I guess. So I couldn't fathom, how to do it. And the reality is that, I want to do certain things, like, I like being of service to the city and whatnot. I like sitting on all the boards. I like helping the city make change. I do like that part. It does feel quite different. But it's not a job. You feel me? It's not a job. Standing up for shit. It's not really a job. This motherfucker talking about activisms and activists getting paid. I don't know where he saw that at. Nobody gets paid if they're activists. What the fuck you need money for? If you're standing on the right? You stand up for something, what the fuck? Nobody pays you to stand up for something unless you're one of those people. Like you're a spokesperson or whatever. I don't fucking know, but I know that real activism, you're not out there protesting because you know you're gonna get paid for it. Nobody starts a fucking process and go protest or some shit, or be standing in front of city council talking shit to them because they think there's money involved. No, there's no money involved. And this right here is not a monetized situation. So I feel like in this aspect, but they didn't, they don't tell people that exactly what it's gonna take. And they don't have a way to make it right. Like they could give you a stipend for electricity, but that electricity isn't even gonna cover a third of the fucking bill. You dig? You just imagine you're paying for electricity and you have no heating or cooling. Right? And you barely, like me, I don't like the lights on at all. Especially right now, like with my eyes being the way they are, like I don't like the light. And the sunlight is perfect. You can't beat the sun, right? I can't tell the sun to turn off. But the ultralight, the lamps and stuff, I can't do it. For some reason, I just cannot fuck with that light right now. Like I just can't. My eyes burn, and it's weird because my eyes are doing weird shit right now. You'll see me walking around this motherfucker with shades on, or laying down, and sometimes just you'll come in here, like you'll come on the days want to check or whatever, and you'll see me just passed out movie playing, and I got Lokes on, and I find the darkest pair. You know what I mean? And he's like, you turn on the light now, I'll be like a vampire. You know what I mean? My sister Carrie, she's like, you ain't gonna turn on the lights? Fuck no. I was like, I ain't got no friend of the little Excel Energy. You no friend of the power company. Or he's having me walking around yelling, turn these lights off. Yes, sir. Hold on a sec. 1 second, family. I'm sorry, family. I had a phone call. I apologize. I'm sorry.
What do you want from the store?
I just told you.
Okay.
Yes, please and thank you. Thank you. It, they don't have a.
I'm not going next
You
to
take
Like
it.
10 o'clock now.
I thought you weren't doing it. I'm sorry, family. I had a phone call. I apologize. I had to take it as one of those really serious phone calls. I apologize. Where were we?
On fire so often. In Seattle, it happens all the time, and you'll hear somebody, it was a drug payment, argument. Somebody came over and torched a, nylon tent, not that hard to catch on fire. Not that hard to catch on fire. You got enough Looney Tunes, hundreds of Looney Tunes running around in a hotel. Just run down the hallway. Did you guys see the video of the two cars in Atlanta, I think it was? They're just screaming down the freeway, and they're literally shooting at each other. You can see the gunfire coming out of their windows, and you're like, ooh, good Lord, that's not good. Nobody got hit. Median section got hit. But Atlanta's got some stories going on. They've got some crazy criminal activity happening right now. So, but Denver is one of the cities that I'm covering because, like I told somebody in the premiere, each morning, if you haven't been following News for Reasonable People, each morning we premiere at 9:00. We premiere a new video, and we also release another video. So we release 2 Monday through Friday, and then 1 on Saturday, 1 on Sunday. But on the 9 a.m. premiere, I'm typically there. And somebody, we were talking about Denver having pound for pound, probably some of the craziest stories as far as homelessness, just terrible decisions from the governor, terrible decisions from the mayor of Denver, shouldn't have said governor, but, governor as well. Just, one event after another that give me podcast content for days. Months, whatever it might be.
Yeah, this dude is like that's the thing, man. Like, it's one thing, for our people to cover situations that happen, with us. I mean, there's other B1 content creators and whatnot, and it's not a big deal. It's like it's cool because they're going through. They're either in a city like that or they know someone who is, right. So it's not a real big issue. But when this motherfucker's like this, oh my God, like he is so fucking derogatory. Like it's all stereotypical, right? With that cat. It's really irritating. And I sent him a seething motherfucking message one time, a comment. And I was just like, man, I wish I had the numbers you have so that we could have a debate. Because it's these type of bougie motherfuckers that exist that you can't have a debate with or you can't talk shit with because you have low numbers, even if you're good. You know what I mean? Even if you know exactly what the fuck you're talking about. Because you don't have the numbers that reflect you have viewership. Because that's all that matters to them at the end of the day. Your viewers, you gotta have a lot of motherfucking viewers so that they can gauge value of whether or not they want to argue with you about whatever topic you're trying to check them on. You know what I mean? Because they're going to obviously try to capitalize on it somewhere. They're going to try to make it go viral or whatever, right? So it's a thing. I myself, there's been times where I've been watching something and I'll see something totally derogatory and I'll just fucking cuss them the fuck out. And then they'll just delete my comment. So their people don't see it. Like I'll be like, man, fuck you, Banfield. I called her, I told that lady one time, they used to racist, blah, 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 blah. I said, why don't you just say you're a reactionary opinionist like us instead of what you think is journalism? It's like crazy shit like that. And she definitely deleted that message. I was like, oh, you're just a reactionary fucking commentator like everybody else. Stop it, you know? And she don't like that shit. So yeah, I do that. I wish, because there's certain things that you want to get upset about, especially when somebody's talking about your city and they don't really know. They only know what they're getting from the media. And if we in the city know that the media is not even giving you 10% of the truth, and the people that are behind all that shit are not giving the media the fucking truth, then what makes you think that anything you hear is valid? You know, unless you're outside or you move around your city or you have some sort of skin in it in the game, you know, skin in it, to where you could actually, you know, dialogue about something. I mean, you would just be listening and basically regurgitating something, you know, right? So, yeah. But family, it's getting late. I would thank you all for sitting here, listening, and watching this migrant sanctuary city shit. And the fuck ups of the new mayor. It's not really a fuck up. It's like a problem that was already there that needs funding. It is created and continuously is created. It's not like if you really look at it, him shutting down all these fucking shelters, which is big ones too for the migrants and whatnot, and he's allowing these other programs for the unhoused get closed down, right? He's basically creating homelessness, and he needs money to keep it funded. You know, and then he'll pretend to give him help because his representation who speak for him on these projects all come from other administration, and they're not really doing the job. It's just they're just giving you satisfying words to make you feel better, like they are doing something, but in reality, they're not doing a fucking thing, because city council be getting frustrated with this one motherfucker, and they're like, we've asked you to show us, you know, show us the numbers, show us the data repeatedly. And he always has fucking pivoting, satisfying white boy answer. And I think he thinks that, I think it's like, well, I'm a semi-decent, you know, looking white dude. I don't know. That's what I heard. Semi-decent white dude speaking kind of charmingly. I have my white little presence to woo you into believing anything I fucking tell you. And that's how it's been, because it's been the same motherfucker that me and Jesse avidly knew he was a fucking racist, running these small micro communities. How did he go? How does he start one seated, right? Raise millions of dollars in it, quits it, joins the allegedly quits it, jumps on the mayoral fucking cabinet, right? Moves around to there, and it becomes the czar, right? The spokesman, right? And then go ahead and create some motherfucking this all in whatever the fuck bullshit renaming, rebranding fucking situation. It's the head motherfucker in charge, and they need money to fund it, and his face is right there with it. You see, so it's like cronyism and all that extra shit. You dig? Oh, there's one thing I want to show one more time before I go. It's really interesting, because I've been saying, man, motherfuckers need an audit, like for a real audit. Like, can we get an audit? I like powers of manifestation. Look, check this out. This just happened like last week too. Bam. I'm sorry. Forgive me.
GMC Sierra. It's the truck. Or get 2.9% APR for 72 months on select Sierra.
After Denver Mayor Mike Johnson introduced a $90 million budget for migrant services, some advocates say that they're worried the city's new plans could actually make the crisis worse. Fox 31's Ashley Michaels has taken a closer look at those concerns this week on Colorado Point of View.
The plan is to close migrant shelters and give about 1,000 people who are currently living in them direct rental and food assistance for 6 months. Mayor Johnston says 6 months is how long it takes for them to get legal work authorization. But some Denverites are questioning the amount of money being spent for services for migrants. Part of what's happening is out of the mayor's control. Denver became a sanctuary city back in 2017 when then Mayor Michael Hancock signed a law saying the city would not comply with federal immigration enforcement, and he directed local agencies to help people living here legally. Now, 7 years later, the city is dealing with a much different situation. We asked our analysts, is Denver's status as a sanctuary city sustainable?
No, I don't think it is, and I think it's clear that it's not. I think policies have consequences, right? And when you have a sanctuary city status and then people start coming in, you have to respond accordingly, and now they're starting to cut down and say we can't do this. But we could have predicted that years ago.
We can, but we have to do it in a limited capacity. There is some validation for saying we are out of resources and go elsewhere. We're trying to handle this as humanely as possible. And the reality is we are a sanctuary city. We can maintain it. We should, just morally and ethically.
You can catch that full conversation on Colorado Point of View. It airs at 7:30 Saturday night and again at 7:30 Sunday morning on our news partners, Channel 2. Ashley Michaels, Fox 31.
Angeline, the city is basically going to draw a line between the migrants who have previously arrived and those who arrive later.
Yes, and the line is today as of midnight. The city says that the people arriving today have unique challenges compared to the people who came last year, for instance, who qualified for temporary protected status in some cases. Instead, those arriving now have to apply for asylum, then wait 6 months to get a work permit. So this program is designed to help them in that waiting period. The city will do a count today. Everyone in shelter or transitional housing will have priority for this new Denver asylum seeker program. But if you're not in the shelter today and you get here tomorrow, for instance, then you'll pretty much be on your own here.
It's a program the city promises will give more help.
So this is why we built this model around the needs that folks have around a 6-month wait for work authorization.
Mayor Johnson says it will offer intensive resources to roughly 1,000 people in shelters today.
We will have a limited number of slots to be able to do that because these services require more time.
Johnson says the city will help and pay for migrants to apply for asylum, then assist with housing, workforce training, and food assistance.
We think this allows us to deliver a win-win.
Yoli Casas with Vive Wellness, who's been doing this work since 2022, says weeks-long stays at hotel shelters isn't working anymore.
We know that it's just not sustainable, and we're finding more and more people that you can't get your life together in 1 month.
The people in shelter today are the lucky ones. They'll be in the pilot program. The ones who get here tomorrow will now get 3 days in shelter compared to families who got 32 days.
That's the hardest. I think that's my
real
nightmares.
For them.
But I feel like
not,
what will look like is this. They'll arrive.
Yeah, me and
we have
Jesse
enough
were all
time.
over it.
Maybe I think that we're given a
If you
72-hour shelter. Communicate, sit down with those families.
Advocates worry the impact it
where
will
they
have.
We have to continue sheltering migrants for their success
V. Reeves is with House Keys Action Network
by suggesting that they only have 72 hours of authorized shelter stay, after which they get a ticket out of town, or what is that people will turn to the streets. People are not looking to move on.
Migrants say it will be worse for the people who arrive here later.
No es ayuda, no, porque no está haciendo nada.
Raul just got to Denver a couple weeks ago. He's no longer in shelter, so he won't qualify for the new program.
No tenemos un hogar, no tenemos la ayuda, de verdad no tenemos la capacidad de sostenernos porque no tenemos trabajo, pues me entiende.
Meaning some today will get the help they need, and others will inevitably be left out.
A spokesperson for Mayor Johnson said that they recognize there is a chance encampments and living on the street can happen. Johnson said that they have staff from Denver Human Services at the border right now showing migrants that long-term sheltering is no longer happening in Denver. And so make sure to be aware of that if you plan to come.
To counteract the narrative, people have spread down the chain that Denver is a welcoming place to come. But for now, this program is at capacity for the moment.
Roughly 1,000 people. Count will be tonight at capacity. But then we asked, would you reevaluate in 2 months? They said potentially no date for that. Not sure how many spots would open. And so at this point, time will tell.
All right, Angeline, Mark, thank you both.
Hello, Ghostbusters. It's Doug of Doug and Limu. We help people customize and save hundreds on car insurance with Liberty Mutual. Anyway,
Said he's talking.
we had a bit of a situation here.
Stop the cat, man. You know that's not happening. First of all, to give somebody an under the table job, really gonna ask for permission? No, you're not. You're just gonna do it and pray you don't get in trouble for it because you're not filing the right paperwork at all for them to be with you. They're not like your regular employees. They're not even independent contractors. Who knows how you file your paperwork with your business for how many employees you have? Because under the table means they don't exist. Right? So think about it like that. They don't exist. So you know how you file that when you file your paperwork, on tax write-offs or whatever you got to do every year to renew your license, your business license, or your contract thing. How many workers do you have? Well, you probably have 6 American ones, but he has 20 illegal ones. You know what I mean? But he only shows he has 6 employees. So I have the same 6 for like 10 years. In reality, he's been in fucking rotation with all his under the table workers. You know what I mean? So basically, have some money here. Get some money for that, They ain't gonna pay you. IRS are not gonna say, oh yeah, we overpaid you for your employees. No, say, yeah, well, you only had 6. This is what you were able to write off. So you got some labor out of it. You got damn near the whole labor. You know what I mean? You paid for it, but with only 6 Americans. But really, you knew it cost more to do, so you got 20 free labor workers. You feel me? And you only had to pay them whatever, right? Because they're not sitting there like, hey, I know my value in another country. I'm paid this because your money ain't the same. So no, that would be capped too. You feel me? I'm over there making $12. Well, if you're making that, why the fuck you come over here? Because it's not like that, right? So basically, I got some more free labor out of you. It's fucking ridiculous. You say, yeah, no, I don't foresee motherfucker. I mean, even I know better than that. Like I roll down the street right now in my neighborhood, and there's like a couple of areas where, I want to say temp agencies, would drive around and be like, hey, you want to work today? Got a couple of jobs. You want to work? And then just pick up whoever, right? So a lot of the migrants, or even I'm gonna say fuck the migrants. Unemployed people want to go stand out and try to get a job, so they'll go stand in the same spot. You feel me? But hey, we need about 15 people. We gotta lay this road down. Anybody wants to work, the pay is gonna be $60 today. You want it or not? I'm just saying, hypothetical, right? So it could be anybody. They don't give a fuck. They just gonna pull up and ask. If you want to make that little $60, $80 a change, shit, you gonna hop your ass in the van. Ain't nobody taking they ain't writing your shit down. They ask you no questions. They say, are you American citizen? Do you have an ID? Can I get your name, your social security number? Is this your current address? Is that your phone number? Do you have a mailing address? Great. Yeah, you just knows we're gonna need this so we can, issue a check at the end of the night. No, this is the motherfucker. We pull up, beep beep. Hey man, I need 15 people. 80. Come on. Yeah, you get off whenever we say you get off. Thank you. That's how it works. So you think that those bosses are calling and be like, Mayor Johnson, can we please hire your immigrants? We just want to be helpful. No, cuz they're not doing any of that. So the mayor says it. You got, oh shit, man, thank you. You checked it?
Yes.
Thank you. What's it say? Oh, is that it? Was that my brother's? No, is that my brother's accent? I can't read it.
Says Gomez, yeah.
Yes. Okay. Okay. What's this? What's this? Ooh, what is this? Ooh. Ooh. Can you open these three things? These three. Because I can't read it. Really can't read. I just know they say my name on it. Yes, sir. Oh, finally. I remember the last time I saw a menu. A physical one. I remember they used to drive up. Man, when the last time you had Chinese food where they actually took cash? Somebody drove up and took cash? Huh? Oh, and yeah, I asked them for that. Because I remember we have these discussions yet. Come on, man. Hurry up and start playing. I hate when these things happen. Like, oh, guys, this one. Yeah, he did that. All right. Yeah. So I think it's Cap when he fucking tells us stuff. I think he's just lying. I don't think that I know for a fact.
Study.
Oh, what's it say?
This is information you can call from an appointment. It's allowed 48 hours for referral to be processed before calling an appointment.
I don't remember if I did it or not. I don't remember if I told you I did it or not.
You did tell me.
Did I actually schedule it?
Yeah.
Fuck. I don't remember. I don't remember the date.
Wednesday, I think you said you did it on Monday.
I don't remember what day I did it for though. There's one more thing I want to show you, family. I just try to see if I put it in here. It was kind of it's kind of very funny to me. Oh, two things. Here you go. It's right here. I gotta go slow, or else I'll miss it.
Survey.
There's nothing, huh?
Medical practice survey.
Okay, thank you. Okay, there you go. Bam.
At Consumer Cellular, we pride ourselves on giving you fast, reliable, nationwide coverage at up to half the cost of the leading carriers. But don't worry.
Thank you.
We've got more than that going for us. Like this beautiful store in Arizona, for example. It's the perfect place for me to tell you a little bit more about our phones and how they can become your phones. You name it, we probably got it. We have the top smartphones from all the major companies. If it's state-of-the-art cameras you want, we got them. If you want a smartphone with lots of bells and whistles but won't break the bank, we've got that too. We even have a flip phone, like the Iris Flip. We even have watches. I know what you're thinking. What if I don't have one of these amazing stores in my town yet? Can I get these phones sent to me?
Yes, you can.
Is it easy?
Easy as pie.
And for a limited time, new customers get their second.
Anger swelled in 2020 and demands for police accountability increased in the wake of George Floyd's murder. Colorado lawmakers changed laws. One of the laws requires the state to publish a use of force report outlining how often every single police agency in Colorado uses things like batons, pepper spray, and guns on citizens. For the first time ever, such a report was published this year, but 6 months late. And only 57% of police agencies required to submit their use of force data did so for the year 2022. The data is so lacking, the report says itself, this report does not give a full picture of law enforcement contacts and use of force.
Yeah, the intent of the report is to see, where law enforcement might be racially profiling, where they might be using excessive force, and on who.
State Democratic Representative Leslie Herod pushed for changes in the law. She calls the report disappointing because of a lack of police data. The report points out data from several large law enforcement agencies is missing. Herod says lawmakers may need to give the Attorney General power to force police agencies to comply.
Absolutely, I'm disappointed, but we need to dig in and see why. Again, if it's just strict non-compliance, then there are tools that we need to put at our disposal to ensure there is compliance. If there's something that we can do to help, we'll do that too.
In the report, Colorado's Department of Safety cites challenges with new methods of data collection from police agencies that may not be used to using a new system. Here's what the report does show. Out of more than 200,000 police contacts with people in the last half of 2022, only 0.3% resulted in use of force. Again, we have to stress here the report is not a complete picture of what happened in the year 2022. It's expected that the 2023 report should be better with more police reporting and more data. Live in the newsroom, Jeremy Hoholland, 9 News.
Yeah, you want to see police departments doing this voluntarily. You don't want it to be like Aurora Police where you have to have a consent decree to really get in there and be transparent about what's happening within the department.
Yeah, and they're expecting police to get used to this new method of data collection and for them to give up their data as required by law.
All right, Jeremy, thank you.
Hi, my name is Tanya. I'm 42 years young, and I got Botox Cosmetic. I got treatment in my forehead, on my crow's feet, and then also on my frown lines. I think I waited this long to get Botox Cosmetic because I take like no time for myself. The length of time that it took, for me to go into the office and get it done, I could go on my lunch break, 30 minutes, if that. My life is still crazy. It's just as full as it was before, just with less lines. Talk to your doctor about Botox Cosmetic and whether it's right for you. The effects of Botox Cosmetic may spread hours to weeks after injection, causing serious symptoms. Learn more at BotoxCosmetic.com.
More than 7 million migrants have illegally crossed the US-Mexico border since Joe Biden took office. The influx is impacting several cities across America, where thousands of migrants now remain after being bused there by the Texas government. Sky News Washington correspondent Annalise Nielsen has been speaking to those on the front line of the migrant crisis in Denver, Colorado.
A surge of migrants causing chaos in
CBS News has learned.
You've seen the stories. Millions of people have walked over the border between the US and Mexico in the last few years. Border states have started busing these people to cities across the country. But when the headlines disappear, what happens to all the people who've made it to America?
What is the plan for sustaining this since we have wide open borders right now? So
we're in Denver, Colorado. This is a sanctuary city, which means people who've come to America illegally know local law enforcement won't cooperate with federal law enforcement to deport them. The city had a population of 710,000 people before it welcomed 40,000 undocumented migrants.
Venezuela, pobreza.
Yeah.
I hungry.
Yeah.
I hungry.
We're gonna close, so every day people walk in and come back.
For months, Young Prince has hosted hundreds of migrants who showed up on the doorstep of her motel in the dark of night.
Around 30 people first day, then I don't know how they get it. Everybody got it here.
In January, Young was emotional speaking to CNN about the plight of migrants at her hotel.
And it's almost like they've become your family.
Yeah. I'm gonna make sure they're eating.
You want to make sure they're eating, taken care of.
But when Sky News visits Young less than 2 months on, we find her patience is wearing thin.
Oh, yeah.
Are you going to have to clean this up?
Yeah, we did.
She used to own this motel with her late husband and was prepared to sell it when the migrants started arriving.
What are you doing here? No.
When we get there, we discover it's been trashed.
They take it out air condition too. Whoa. They already sent my lawyer before he quit.
Young Prince tells us that her sale has fallen through, which means her retirement nest egg is now in doubt.
We're getting the door there.
Even as we're with her, we find some of the rooms have been broken into.
Excuse me, you can stay here, go, please.
Although even in the messy chaos of her unexpected shelter, there's one family Young Prince has adopted as her own.
I came to work to give my children a better future so they can study and have a future. And I thank God that I got here and met this beautiful person.
This is the makeshift shelter that's been running at the Denver Friends Church since the beginning of January this year. The congregation opened their doors to take people off the street in the bitter cold of the Colorado winter.
Food, dormida, food, baño.
Hola. Good morning. Good morning. Buenos dias.
They're allowed to house 29 people each night.
I believe that Jesus would help the poor. He would help the suffering. He would help those that are down and out. the widow and the child and the man on the street. I believe that these families need to see the love of God, and we get to do that.
This entire operation has been run by volunteers.
And you're yourself sleeping in a sleeping bag here.
Yeah, we have a nice cot though. We know these people. They're coming. We have a few people that are new each time, but not often. It's a lot of the same regular people that have been coming since end of January.
There's still a lot of confusion around what to do with these migrants longer term.
The challenge is we don't know. We don't know if it's going to be the end of this month. We don't know how many might find jobs and find housing in this area.
Some of these children might not have a home, but they found a seat in the classroom at Eagleton Elementary. At the end of 2023, the school had 220 students. After the Christmas break, they welcomed another 125 children of migrants. This is a class where some of the children who've recently moved to the district are catching up, but no one knows for how long.
So initially challenges were like, where am I going to find room for students in my classroom? What are the desks? Where find jobs and find housing in this area?
Some of these children might not have a home, but they found a seat in the classroom at Eagleton Elementary. At the end of 2023, the school had 220 students. After the Christmas break, they welcomed another 125 children of migrants. This is a class where some of the children who've recently moved to the district are catching up, but no one knows for how long.
So initially challenges were like, where am I going to find room for students in my classroom? What are the desks? Where are the pencils? Where's the extra curriculum books that I need? Like, where's the space? And so once that initial challenge is over, then it's the complexities of instruction. I'm basically teaching 2 classrooms, and where do I put my energy?
While Colorado seems to have handled its influx of migrants better than other states with sanctuary cities, there are concerns that if these buses continue to come, if more migrants come, that there simply won't be the resources to handle this long term.
We are inviting them across our border or giving them permission to cross our border, or even if they come in the illegal way across our border. But we don't have a next step for them, truly. It's get in this bus, go to this city, and good luck. And they arrive in a city like ours, and our services are depleted. We have a limited amount, but we're talking about weeks, when what they need is a lifetime of care. What they need is a lifetime of opportunity.
The Denver Friends Church says they may keep their shelter open until April if the cold weather lingers. But the plan is to shut by the end of the month.
Which is hard because it's never easy to shut the doors. That's not something that any of us want to admit, but our volunteers are exhausted.
Annalise Nielsen, Sky News in Denver, Colorado.
What's your credit card debt balance? If it's $10,000 or more, here are 3 easy solutions you can start implementing today. And number 3 is an absolute game changer. Number 1, the first step to tackling your credit card debt is understanding how much debt you actually have and how long it could follow you around for if you're only making minimum payments or have fallen behind. Minimum payments could literally keep you in debt for decades. $10,000 in debt can take anywhere from 14 to 26 years to pay off if you're only paying the minimums. And that's just $10,000. I know many of us have a lot more than that. Number 2, try this popular method to tackle debt. Start with minimum payments to stay current on all your cards. Then take any additional money you can afford and put all of it towards your smallest debt until it's paid off. By paying off your smallest debt first, you'll likely eliminate the most interest in the short.
I've asked a lot of questions on this show about how much money the mayor's homelessness initiative here in Denver is costing taxpayers. Now, the Denver Auditor's Office will be asking some of those same questions. We learned today the auditor is looking into the finances related to the city's homeless shelters. The audit has already started and is expected to wrap up in July or August. While they don't know exactly what they'll find, obviously, the auditor's office confirms that how much it's costing to operate the shelters in Denver will be a part of the scope of that audit. Mayor Mike Johnston's office has released very little information about how much it's costing to move more than 1,400 people off the streets and into shelter. More than $110 million has already been approved by City Council for projects related to the effort, far more than what. Now, the Denver Auditor's Office will be asking some of those same questions. We learned today the auditor is looking into the finances related to the city's homeless shelters. The audit has already started and is expected to wrap up in July or August. While they don't know exactly what they'll find, obviously, the Auditor's Office confirms that how much it's costing to operate the shelters in Denver will be a part of the scope of that audit. Mayor Mike Johnston's office has released very little information about how much it's costing to move more than 1,400 people off the streets and into shelter. More than $110 million has already been approved by City Council for projects related to the effort, far more than what was budgeted.
After Denver Mayor Mike Johnston introduced a $90 million budget for migrant services, some advocates say that they're worried the city's new plans could actually make the crisis worse.
Because, look at he was part of the old administration. You see what I'm saying? So I don't think that he could be really relied upon to really issue some discipline, or anything really. I don't really think that think he'd do anything, because look, he's part of the old campaign, the old cabinet. Oh man, let's flashback. Let's see a flashback, Valley. Let's see a flashback.
Slavery based off of slave catchers, the culture of the police has to change. If we're going to improve anything about public safety, we have to start there. Also, we can hire officers that have actually been trained in mental health, and they have been what is it called? Oh man, what is that testing? It's a certain kind of testing that they do.
Psychological testing.
Thank you. I think one of the most important questions is how you make sure that everybody in Denver feels heard. I had the chance, I started my career as a teacher and a school principal, was the principal of 3 different high schools. But when I was first elected to the state Senate, I served Northeast Denver for 8 years. And one of the first things I did was open a community office in Northeast Denver as a way to make sure residents could get regular and easy access to me. We also started what we call the Citizens Cabinet, which is a cabinet of advisors that were community members who had experience or lived experience in those topics. So if you had a background with trying to start a small business, or you had a background with criminal justice, you're either a victim of crime or you've been through the correctional facilities. You have
like with him, this is when he was running against Jesse, right? With him, if that's the case, right? If you have you need somebody with lived experience, etc., to fill in your spots, and first of all, we shouldn't have to when he became the mayor. He put a lot of motherfuckers that were running against Jesse, or running in the race. I mean to say, running in the race. Some position in his cabinet, in his administration, somewhere. Okay. They didn't have to ask. Really, legitimately, they did not have to ask. There's several people that sit there. I don't know why they act like they don't have no positional pool or anything in the new mayor's cabinet, because they were so quick to brag about the shit, Whereas, that sounded like the fucking proclamation. Whereas, Jesse, this a part of our general principle. If you take a motherfucker's intellectual property and you benefit from it, do they really need to beg you to fucking serve their people? Apparently, the answer is yes. That's the answer. Because I wrote him a seething motherfucking letter in the very beginning. And if through because on the Denver.gov website, if you look at it, it'll say refer a candidate, right? Or refer somebody that you think would be perfect for. Answer these 2 little stupid ass questions. Give your reasoning, tell why, and submit the name, right? Something like that. Man, first of all, I was just like, is he serious? We were hearing through the grapevine, that motherfuckers were like, I don't feel like saying their names. They were sitting somewhere on one of the 700 little vacant appointments. And so, we were like, shit, motherfuckers not gonna beg. But then I was like, fuck it, I'll ask. I'll ask, you know what I mean? They didn't want to. It was like, fuck it, man. Like, how do we, any kind of position that you apply for, kind of like you sit to even do the work in the city. It's not a cheap fucking thing. They're going to give you something for it. You get some sort of income for sitting on to filling all these holes that he has, these available spots. You sit on all these boards. There's access to that, right? So yeah, no, man. Okay, so you wronged us, but look, hey, can we get on somewhere? Especially when it comes to unhoused issues. Like, damn, they're experts. This experts right here. Any of these pipelines, these pipeline things. There's a lot of things like this off general principle. I can speak to because I have lived experience. There's pretty much a lot of things I can speak to. That's why I get lucky to sit with Jesse on some of these boards because, I was just used to sitting back and listen, and I didn't know that it was possible that I could help him or help the city, right? So one day I was like, man, I just jumped in and was like, hey, tell them they could do this, and this, because I knew how to solve the problem, right? There's a way to solve all these problems, and they're really not that hard to fix. However, you can't solve them if the fucking business is create a problem to pretend to fix the problem, only to keep the problem. Consistent rotation, so it stays paid, and you ultimately end up with, filling up prison or jail or whatever. You have ulterior motives, flooding the system, flooding the streets with drugs, but you gotta you gotta clean them up. So you're gonna need some funding for that. You know what I mean? So it's just constant. The problems stay in rotation. They never get solved, right? They really don't. They really fucking don't. And it's kind of stupid when you think about it. But I'm like, man, man, the answer is so easy to fix. Like, okay, you need to get rid of everybody. When you start a new camp, when somebody comes in, everybody that was there from the previous one has to go. Right there. That's the answer. They need to start. You know what I mean? Why? Because you're taking all the crap from the previous, all the cronyism, all the corruption, all the motherfucking misappropriation of funds, all the lying, all the non-transparency, all the pivoting. You get rid of all of that. The fucking slow dragging on the answers. You get rid of all of that. All of that. You can just get rid of it. And start putting in qualified situations. If you got rid of a lot of these motherfucking programs, because all these programs have one thing or two things in common. They all will feed off of each other. There's 5 programs, big ones, that feed off of each other. For example, I'll give you an example. Denver Health, Denver County, Denver, the Denver City and County, the jail, right? So you got the hospital, the jail, right? The shelters, or the shelters, shelters, or what do you call it? Denver Human Services. Okay, so Denver Health, the jail, and Human Services, right? What else? Think about it. There's like 2 more. Okay, the service providers, that's 4, and we'll go ahead and say nope. I just said that. We'll go ahead and say. Go ahead and say. I want to say the police. I want to say the police. I want to say that. I want to say, yeah, I want to say the police. Because the jail and both jails, the city and the county, right? I'm just thinking about what happens in there and how they have certain services in there that are out here, right? That are out on the street. Oh, also too, like behavioral health. Okay? So throw all those together, right? Probably like one more. I just can't really think of the name right now. Right? So you got the service providers, there. Then you have oversight. You got the oversight board, which is just regular citizens. Okay. You have the DA's office, all kinds of things, right? Like that. Just a few sort of things. And the also too, let's not forget the Denver Public Schools. Okay. Now let's not forget them. And I'm gonna go ahead and say transit. Okay, I'll go ahead and throw RTD in there too. Okay, transit. These are all very important things, right, for the city. But they have their hand in everything together. For example, you go to jail, right? So you go to the city jail. Denver City Jail has nurses that are there working inside the jail for either mental health, medical, and mental health, right? They work there. They work for Denver Health, okay? But they're in Denver City Jail. So that's a whole different avenue. So, for example, motherfucker gets picked up off the street, okay? They got an addiction problem, whatever. They have either that's hypothetical. They have an addiction problem, or they have a mental health issue caused by either the scenario that they live in, because motherfucker could be crazy. Doesn't necessarily mean it's drug induced crazy, right? That's a narrative. So it could just mean, hey man, your mother is schizophrenic, you're schizophrenic, okay? You suffer from some sort of delusional fucking shit. It's mental, it's not induced, it's induced by stress, not drugs, right? But you're outside because you don't know how to behave yourself. Or you can't self-soothe, or you don't have the tools to take your medicine or whatever the fuck, right? And you're around too many people, felt triggered, and you just did this. Okay, so they got doctors in there. They have mental health doctors in there. $7 a flight kite, family. Think about that. Okay, they don't talk about that. So that's $7 inside the jail to feed one of those people, okay? To fly a kite. So if you need to see two, that's $14 right there. You're already going back. Okay? Now, pause right there. When you get out, before you get out, right? Because they've been doing all this stuff. So before you get out, you have they're supposed to set you up with resources. That's the right thing to do, right? So you go into jail, say you went in, everybody's a drug addict, allegedly. We can go by that narrative. Everybody's a drug addict, right? You go in, you're supposed to come out with your outcome of why, what you're gonna do after you get out of jail, probation, fucking whatever, right? Treatment plan, if you need such, a medical plan, if you need such, what you're gonna do, your next step in housing, where you go, how you get there, any other fucking research you need. You're supposed to get out and have a plan. That's part of pre-trial, hypothetically. Like, okay, well, what you gonna do when you get out? Well, most motherfuckers will be like, got a job with my uncle. I start on Wednesday. I called in. It's very important. I try to maintain that. Some sort of lie to get out of this shit, right? And then they get a little bond, they get the fuck out. So yeah, they're supposed to have a treatment plan. And a lot of these treatment plans involve those entities. Well, those entities, such as Denver Health, the Department, the Human Services, right? They all need money. They all need certain things. So City Council has to come up with that, right? They have to, renew their contracts. Okay. Well, some of these things, like these things don't run for free. In order to do the work of the people, they gotta get paid, right? Because they don't do it for free. So every couple of months, it seems to me like it's all the time. but it's really like every 6 months they have to renew. Everybody has to renew their money. Everybody does. Everybody has to come back and sit there and explain why they need an extra 20 minutes, why they need an extra 10 million. You know what I mean? Or can they renew their contract and they're asking for an additional 2 million because they're going bankrupt in or whatever the fuck. You know what I mean? They need help with employees. There was a time where I watched city council, they were paying these they call it getting to know you intake specialists. And all they do is ask you, how are you doing? How did you get here? And what would you like to see happen? Hand you a motherfucking flyer, and that's it. There's times I got on the bus, they must think everybody's homeless, right? I clearly live over here. Get on the bus to go somewhere else, right? They hand me a flyer, a homeless flyer. Like, this is where you can sleep. It's where you get a free meal. Yeah. Like, what the fuck is this? Is this what you give people on the bus? RTD, doing the work, right? What else? I would close down a lot of programs, the hospital, and a lot of things because, some things are in the intention of taking care of the people, but you're only taking care of the people because you get paid to take care of the people, right? Certain things are because they have to, but it's just like if the hospital only just kind of fixes you, keeps you just enough, you go right back outside, you get right back into the same shit, get hurt, they fix you again, only to never it never ends. Like the bill I'm on, so I was always sick, always in there for long periods of time. It's just easier to put me in a fucking apartment, so they know where I can continue my care. You know what I mean? I have to. I can't just be out in the street anymore. Like that. That's how they word it. That they need to know where I'm at. That kind of shit. Or if I was in jail too much, man, well, housing would solve that problem. And sure enough, that's what happens, right? So those things are those are the good times. Those are the good parts about that. Other than that, they're always on some other shit, like me calling the county right now. Like, dude, I'm tired of calling the county. If you can imagine, motherfucker like me calling the county every fucking day, twice a day because the phone magically hangs up. But I've been sitting on hold for 3 hours every fucking day. You dig? Only to argue with somebody about the shit I already did, and they know they've seen it. There's a receipt of it right there, and on the fucking same website that we're talking about, But they do this shit, and it's fucked up because you never really get anywhere with it. Like when they say, "Well, we don't want to put everybody in jail, we want to solve the housing problem." Well, the only way we're going to solve the housing problem, look, they were going to lock motherfuckers up to solve the housing problem during this campaign. Okay, during this campaign, the topic had come up, and they were like, "Well, now you can't lock up everybody to solve homelessness. That's fucked up. You already took fucking the handcuff administration took 1,500 people off the street one summer. You serious? No, it's wrong. It's all wrong. The whole thing is wrong, But this is a problem that the city's created. I'm sure this median income and working wage is a really simple, easy fix. I'm pretty sure that the rent doesn't have to be fucking sky high. Like, for example, the place I live in, when I remember when I used to be like, man, one day I want to live there. That's my dream apartment. Because I remember when this kind of had some big ass windows. I really liked the big ass windows. I thought they were doors, really, if I remember correctly. But then I guess they weren't doors, or they really were, and they changed the doors. They were like glass doors. That's how I was like, damn, this is a rip. I was like, man, this would be tight. I think I would because at the time I wasn't sick. It's like, man, I like that top apartment right there. It's like oversee everything. I was like the top apartment. But it was $400, $475. Currently, the same motherfucking apartment, 2024, is like $1,600. for this motherfucking apartment that has no heat or cooling, and I gotta pay motherfucking electricity that's sky motherfucking high, right? Let them tell it the heat works. Not to mention, 3 years I didn't have no fucking problems. Then the whole last year I had mice out of nowhere, and you know how fucking hard that is to get rid of it. They want to blame me, right? Knowing that there's all kinds of gentrification going on around here, like literally right across the street, pushing all the little field animals out, right? And there's just motherfuckers that just got like 20 dogs and 10 kids. What are mice like? You know what I mean? Chaos. Food, things like that they have access to. You know, I thought the mice came from under this little trailer. You know, the motherfucker living in a little trailer in front of my building brought it. I don't know why he was living there and why nobody told him nothing. But one day I was leaving, I was driving around the little narrow sidewalk, and motherfucking like 10 mice came up from underneath this shit. Scared the fuck out of me. I almost crashed. I was like, oh, hell nah. Hell nah. You know what I mean? Like, this motherfucker living right here. No wonder. You see what I'm saying? It's not how hard it is. I figured out they was using my crib coming through the heater vents like a motherfucking pipeline. Like, hell nah. I sealed the fuck out of that. I cocked every fucking little air opening that I duct taped it. Because that's the only way you can solve it. The only fucking way. Figure out how to get in here, motherfuckers. I couldn't figure it out. I was like, why did it keep coming? You know what I mean? Why? Because apparently mice only have like a 2-day living lifespan. It's weird. Fucking weird. But I was like, get rid of them. Just because of that, that's the whole reason I'm so sick. That shit is a problem. That shit is a real problem from the fucking landlords. Like, they realized that they made my heart go into active heart failure. Yeah, instead of just laying dormant, it's active. Like, motherfucker could really die. The possibility of him dying is like, maybe not right now, but like maybe last month, probably say 80%. This month I was feeling pretty all right. So, you know, say 65%. You see what I'm saying? There's definitely days I wonder. You know, definitely days I wonder. But it's probably like 65% chance, right? But it doesn't mean that everything else isn't failing, especially when you're talking about your lung system, right? Not everybody can breathe in fumes or stuff like that, but to have like dander floating around like dust, right? It's like that, dander. Something so minuscule, right? Blowing in your lungs, causing you to not be able to breathe. So like if I decide to walk outside, like for example, getting in the car with my sister, right? Before we could pull up, I couldn't breathe for like, I felt like I was gonna like die just getting to our car. From my room, front door to the front, all the way to the truck. I thought my heart was gonna stop halfway through, right? And then I sat there trying to breathe. It was because I couldn't get that shit in my heart to start to function right. You know what I mean? Doesn't matter what I do, no matter how clean I do it, there's always gonna be some sort of dander remnant somewhere that you don't forget. You feel me? I can't trust that I got everything because fuck, man, I'm sick. And asking for help, then everybody want to say I don't live here. You know what I mean? Like that. You know, same shit, brother, whatever. But maybe you just no. So I gotta do it myself. It's gonna take me fucking forever. So I was outside. I was like, fuck, man, I can't breathe. Because of them, they don't want you to take responsibility of it. They're like, I'm like, look, your shit. First of all, you knew you had this problem, blah blah blah. But telling you for damn near a year, well, now it put me in a life issue where, you know, I could die in here, and you just don't give a damn. All right, cool. Well, I'm not gonna give a damn when I seal up your shit. Don't even try to tax me for it, because you cannot have an asset. The real shit. You know what I mean? This can be a real issue. They can really board this shit up. Yeah. So your little income right here of double dipping can end real quick. You feel me? That's how it be. Fix the motherfucking problem. They wouldn't fix it. They wouldn't fix it. Shit that caused me just because they created the problem. I almost lost the whole thing because that is part of the rules of the lease. You can lose your voucher for their fuckery. You know what I mean? And they won't take responsibility for it. So, what is a motherfucker to do? Take that L or you take the L? All right, I'll take this L. I'm not getting a motherfucking eviction, but you're not going to have an asset. You know what I mean? And then there's another thing. There's a lot of problems that could be merged together, right? So if all these little, for example, all these little housing situations, right? And then you got the animal shelter, right? Before you euthanize a motherfucking dog, why don't you put them to work? Really? You think you would have all this motherfucking tension if you just did the one simple thing and put a couple of dogs up in these little programs, right? Just how you could really make it work. Real shit. You're providing a service. Dogs look out for the residents. They're gonna just gravitate. They're gonna be socially calming. Nobody's gonna want to go postal if a dog is around. Trust me, they're super friendly. No one is wanting to go postal. Matter of fact, they probably just want to sit try to see if they can get the dog to go to their room with them. Okay, they're not gonna want to go postal. It's almost a fact. I calm down when my sister bring her dog over, or my niece used to have a kitten. And she just popped it. She said, "Oh, look," and I was like, "Oh, can I borrow it?" She said, "No." But man, as soon as I touched it, I immediately calmed down. I was not so angry, you know what I mean? So I'm pretty sure that a lot of fucking things could be eliminated and could be really peaceful at these combative fucking spots. If you went and, adopted a couple motherfucking animals to service the community that lives there. Meaning, you can teach them how to guard the motherfucking residents. That's off top. Man, how many residents do you think would sign up to help with that project, right? Just so they can feel like they have something to do. That opens them up to, communicating with people, right? Developing something like a service, relieving themselves of stress. It's kind of therapeutic. I mean, that's like a whole bunch of shit. You think they're going to want to go do drugs because there's a dog in the building? No. Probably not. You think they want to go and be shooting up shit or, fucking off and being destructive inside the building? No. Probably not. You think they want to go out mobbing to the liquor store right before it closed just because they got a problem and they're in their apartment stacked to the ceiling, fucking with nothing to do? No. In fact, they'll find a reason to be more responsible. If they know they got to be walking the motherfucking dog around the neighborhood for exercise or just learning the building or having the dog ride up and down the elevator to, just make sure nothing bad's happening. You can trust dogs to do work, right? They don't need really a lot of supervision. They just need to know what to do. You can make any dog a working dog. It could be a therapeutic dog. So you have motherfucking like 6 of those just kicking it in the lobby. Protecting the lobby, protecting the guards that are not protecting the residents. You know what I mean? I'm protecting the residents. Shit, you think motherfuckers would be beating their bitches in the lobby if there was a dog around? No. Probably not, right? What about cats? Do you think any of these places would have rodents? No. Because there'd be cats there. They have a little section. You just go open the cage, take a cat out. Man, these motherfuckers just love cats. They fucking sit there and talk to them. Jesse's one of them, right? Jesse has no problem going to the garden and there'd be some motherfucking garden cat eating tomatoes or some shit. The way you got these clothes hanging in the closet, freaking me out, man. Yeah, no problem. You be walking by, cat are like real loud and vocal. I'm like, fuck that. You can't bring that cat over here. I remember cats being so fucking vocal. They're like so fucking vocal and loud. Man. And they're amused. People are amused by that. They like that shit. They just have somebody to talk to. Then they have they have a cat to fucking bother them and annoy them, follow them all around, like, and be in their mix. Some people love that. They love being bothered. Like, there's this one summer, this one cat kept fucking with Jesse. Wouldn't let him fucking plant don't plant nothing. Jesse tried to pick him up and take him home. Motherfucker said, fuck that, I belong to the streets. Trade up. Real shit. But he saw Jesse working in the garden. Do you think he was letting him do anything? No, he's over there digging up shit, sleeping in the way, just acting a fool. Meowing all loud. People like that. No, what do you think they're rodents? Or you think that motherfuckers want to be super attention? They want to be like, hey man, fuck you. You know, you're saying fuck you with a cat in your hand? Probably not. Cats seem to get the job done all kind of ways. Let me take him to my apartment. Yeah, go right ahead. Go right ahead. Now you done gave a motherfucker a home. Get a cat a job, chasing mice around the building, calming the people down, giving people the emotionally something to pet, subversing something to fuck with and tweak on, right? And then finally, you done found a motherfucking irresponsible adult that decided he wants to be a pet carrier, a pet savior, a fucking family member. He needs a friend. So he went and got that fucking cat from the lobby and took him home. Now the cat got home. Less space in the shelter. Trust me, we got 8 of these buildings that have more than 100 people in them. And there's plenty of fucking animals just in the Denver shelter alone that they're always trying to get rid of or eliminate. Read about it all the time. Man, this one time I was like, come on, cuz, go get me a dog. They're only $5. There's one time they're like, you couldn't get rid of them. You couldn't kick them all out. They're like, they're just kicking dogs out. Like, fuck, man. You know what I mean? They were so fucking overpowered, overly at capacity. They were like, this article treated it like they were just kicking these motherfuckers out in the street. Like, fuck, we can't take anymore. You have to go, okay? There's all kinds of things you could do, Shit, you can run a whole program. If you behave yourself for like a month, you can get a pet. Got plenty to choose from right here. It really, because the animal shelter's full, It really is. So you got all these animals just sitting there waiting to get picked when they could be somewhere getting played with, walked with, talked to, looked after, soothing. You ain't got this combative shit going on. You can merge some shit together. That right there is a big thing. Merging, right? I mean, you see it with a lot of shit. So why not merge this with that? You're solving 2 problems right there. You really do. There's a lot of shit they could do, Denver could do. They're really serious, Sorry, my head caught me. Yeah. So I don't know, but when he was running, he was not running on.
Had a chance to have your voice involved in what policies we built and how we passed them. So I would want to be open and available in that way, where community members know how to find me, where to find me, and they can give us ideas on how to solve the problems that are most important to them.
He says that, right? So you would think that, we wouldn't have to beg. We're doing a lot of begging. Like, I mean, I don't know. He not just not so much. But I was like, man, fuck that. Fuck that. What's up? Y'all available. You said people with lived experience. That's a lie. It's a lie. Big lie. Let's see. Let's see where I get to Jesse. And man, I think this is one of the ones we got invited to without being on the voucher or the ballot, excuse me. Did I miss it? Or did he go over here? Let me see. Maybe. Oh wait. Let me see if I find it. Yeah, I thought this lady was wearing the prettiest dress. Like, let's see. There's poor Jesse. I didn't really try that day. Like, I think he was prepared. I think he just, like, I mean, man, like we were making notes, trying to practice and everything. It was really hard, you know. Cause a lot of these motherfuckers, a lot of these people that already have a position, like this sister right here. Well, she's on this inclusive tip, okay, Dr. Calderon.
Yet we couldn't get our political leaders to do what was right. Right now, tonight, we are actually in the Globeville, Elyria, Swansea neighborhoods where there are tremendous land use issues going on, including issues of the environment. So I am looking to be your next mayor. Please check out my platform at lisafordenver.com.
As write-in candidates, if you want to vote for one of these candidates, you will need to write their name in the space provided on your ballot. Now, before we dive in, I have some choreography notes for the candidates, if you will. When you're called upon for a response during the forum, please go to the nearest lectern to where you are seated. We will begin with 45-second opening statements from each candidate. We'll proceed in ballot order with these statements, so let's get started with Lisa Calderon.
She came close.
Good evening, everyone. I'm Lisa Calderon, and I'm running to be your next mayor. In 2009,
this is when she was laughing because she rolled her R's. Right? Then me and Jesse were clowning her the other day. I was like, "Hey, man, you see her?" She just did that. She was rocking like this for years, right? And he's like, "Yeah." I said, "She's black this year."
19, I ran and came in third, but it was after trying to get other community and political leaders to run, and no one would. So I stepped up, and that's what leaders do. We step up when it's not convenient. The fact that our housing crisis was happening back then, our homeless crisis was happening back then, and yet we couldn't get our political leaders to do what was right. Right now, tonight, we are actually in the Globeville, Elyria, Swansea neighborhoods where there are tremendous land use issues going on, including issues of the environment. So I am looking to be your next mayor. Please check out my platform at lisafordenver.com. Thank you.
He's an opportunist.
And I will now read an opening statement from Trinidad Rodriguez. I was born and raised in West Denver by a single mom. Growing up, we confronted housing insecurity, addiction, violence, and mental health struggles. But this city helped us through the tough times, and I want
to
promise to put people first, people over politics every single time.
Man, she has to stop. Because that's one of the Jesse things. And I remember I was like, "Oh, this bitch is wild." Man, I remember saying that she's holding the current seat. I think she's termed out. That this is the one Jesse gonna replace. Yeah, I gave him the realistic.
I know together we can tackle Denver's toughest issues like affordable housing, homelessness, and community safety. And we can do it with common sense solutions that, yes, are difficult, but we know that we can roll up our sleeves and get it done. Today in Denver, we need 50,000 more units of housing. We need to tackle our homelessness crisis head on, and we need to make sure.
First of all, none of these people really cared about the unhoused situation. They're only capitalizing off of it because the face of motherfucking homelessness had lived experience. That is the only platform he was really pushing aside from Black first. You know what I mean? Naturally, you know, we want to house our Black family outside, you know, because we still have family that is currently unhoused and they're Black. Elders, women, you know, people like our age, like his age, my age, you know, they're still outside. It's really bad for the disabled, you know. So it's a real life situation. And that was our biggest thing. That was his biggest thing. And he had the experience to house people. He knew how to do it because he housed 8 people before that, including myself. He got me out of several really bad, ugly situations and put me in this. Yeah, so he was capable of doing it. I mean, he's capable of knowing what it took to house people. I mean, people, he knew because he was doing the work, literally doing the work for like one of the they call him hand now, but it's Denver Homeless Out Loud. I was unhoused. I would go to where they were, Denver Homeless Out Loud was. I see them regularly on the street when they come in, protest at the sweeps and whatnot. I would see them regularly, and on Wednesdays they would have meetings. And you go in, you get a little food, dialogue and talk about what they think, what they can talk about with city council, what the needs of the homeless are. Tell us about the fucking lawsuit. Tell us about the upcoming changes, things like that. That's where we could really learn about what's going on, and we see like I know just from there, and I also know, from different things. Nothing bad. I'm just saying, and you're out on that side, on the east side, people got generational roots there, and he's one of them. So he was doing the work, and he's my friend. So, we're just friends. We were just friends at that time. He saw a situation where I needed help to have housing. Initially, he was the first person that actually made it happen. However, he corrected an issue after it happened. First person that had got me housing, I got into housing, did it. This is the rarity. He did it as an inmate in the jail. He's like, man, I can't have her out there like that. She can die. So he made arrangements through the case management in the jail. Also, that's the behavioral health thing. To contact the outreach or the Denver Homeless Out Loud people, and to make them go ahead and give me a hotel voucher until housing could be acquired, right? So I was there for like a long time. It was like the prequel, the detriment of it was when the person that got out, that person was a dangerous factor to me. But I'm a motherfucker. I will not call the laws on you. I will not. I just won't. I'm just not that type. I mean, like, fuck. There was a lot of things I just won't do. You will not give me the tattle. Like, I'm not even telling. I'm telling nobody nothing. I grew up under the premise of whatever happens in your house, stay in your house. So I was suffering a lot of ugliness, and it started to really affect my housing in the hotel, because the police would be up there in the building, either placing people in there or responding to complaints from the front desk about certain other individuals. So they happen to be cruising around the same floor, trying to get at somebody in the room next to me, and they hear fucking violence in the next room. You know what I mean? So naturally, they're gonna kick in the door and find out what's cracked. The whole motherfuckers like, I don't know what you're talking about. No, everything's fine. Clearly not fine. But everything's fine. Clearly not. And that became an issue where, it affected me. I lost my spot. I was going to lose my spot. And I just happened to see him visiting his brother. And after he catch him, I'm like, hey, say, cuz, whoop, 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 whoop. You think you could whoop, whoop, whoop? And if that's possible, shit, he made like 2 phone calls right there. And then the next thing you know, it was right at the start of COVID, and they came and got me in a van, took me to a little testing area, tested me, found out it was negative because I really was really reclusive. didn't really go out nowhere, and took me into another. At that time, they had COVID housing, emergency COVID housing. It was another hotel, and I was gonna stay there, finish my case, the stuff I needed to go into permanent housing, which was I had to continue to get the things I couldn't have. I didn't have the ID, my birth certificate. That's pretty much it. I didn't have those two items. And they wanted me to make sure that I had the things I needed, like I had to apply for food stamps, simple shit like that. I had to make sure that I stayed current with my needs. If I had any medical needs, I had to fill out the paperwork, stuff like that. They made sure that they got me a regular situation with the doctor. So I was going to the community clinic, to start my medical care, because me having a heart condition, I would only go to the doctor if I was having a problem like call it hypoxia. That kicked in. Fuck, man. That's every year, twice. Motherfuckers stop breathing on the street. And then you got to go in and get well for like 7 days. So yeah, they took care of me there. I was in a very nice. There's sometimes like I done lived out the street sometimes my whole life, and there's certain hotels that are just really, really nice on the inside. And at the time we were like, I think it was we were also protesting and tearing up the city. Tearing up the city, fighting with the law, protesting, and waiting for a spot to open up. Jesse got into the fusion. They tried to tell him that there wasn't nobody living there. They weren't taking applications. And he called them out and he brought the proof. And he said, I want to go there. And he made them put him there. And he housed himself. And then when he got in, like I said, the person I was with legitimately caused me to lose my spot, because he was with me and he couldn't follow the rules. He couldn't behave himself. Not only was he violent inside, like really fucking violent. The drinking and the violence was crazy. But the disrespect, like you're supposed to come in. We have curfew. You're not supposed to be gone all night. It's things like that. You know what I mean? He would just take off and be gone for 4 days. And I'm over the line and covering it up. And then catching a mollywop of the century for no reason. Right? And then I have to hurry up, clean up the apartment, clean up the room because somebody called the security. And I'm all battered. I don't know what the fuck happened. I fell. You know what I mean? And they kicked me out over a hole that I didn't make in the bathroom. With the door, like you have a door, there's no stopper. So if you open the door too wide or too quick, the door handle might hit the wall. Well, when I moved in, I didn't think that I had to report that there was a hole where the handle had hit the wall. There was no stopper right there, so that there would be a barrier to prevent a hole. You got two people with long hair, and the drain is on the floor. So there's no bathroom, there's just a drain. So drains get clogged, and they came one day when I wasn't there to work on my room because it had started to flood, and I just wasn't draining right. And started to flood the inside of the room. And, like when I noticed it wasn't draining properly, now I went to go make a report. And while I'm in there, motherfucker is supposed to be working on a drain. Why the fuck you close the door? You know what I mean? That's how I ended up losing that spot, because, the person that was on my voucher with me, he was acting out, right? He was doing stupid shit. All the other residents, because he was on some old hoe shit, all the residents were talking about him. You know what I mean? So that shit's embarrassing off top. But then, they all seen him too. put his motherfucking hands on me. Everybody's seen that. There was places I couldn't go where, he had 1 beer, 2 beers, and he was a whole different individual. Like, he forgot he spoke Spanish. He was a motherfucking loke that day. Like, 2 beers, loke. Full-blown loke. He forgot his mama was fucking Mexican. Real shit. You couldn't talk. There's no reasoning. There's no understanding. Gone. Just like off the chain. A whole different person. And that shit was like, whatever. But, because he want to blame somebody for losing their shit, right? Over a fucking maintenance request. I have machines too. I had to take with me. Expensive ones, to help me breathe. And, you want to take them and break them in the street. Well, that right there is like, first of all, I'm not going to, you're going to fuck yourself up. You're not going to get, I can tell you, you're going to do it. You're going to do it the way you're going to fuck yourself off. Somebody's going to see it. You know what I mean? Doesn't matter. Like, hey, shh, don't do that. Right? It doesn't fucking matter. Motherfucker's on when he ain't hearing it. Right? He ain't hearing shit. There's no understanding at this point. Somebody see you break a life-saving machine. That's basically trying to kill them. They see you try to, dismantle them in the middle of the street. You're asking for it. You know what I mean? It just matter of when. And he did. He broke a fucking machine. This like $20,000 machine to breathe. You know what I mean? Broke it. And I'm like, look, I wouldn't even have to have this outside. This never would have been outside. This is supposed to be inside. But, motherfucker don't know how to behave. Don't know how to behave. That's it. That's just a wrap. It's over with. The motherfucker done lost their shit. Because, here we go. He broke the rules. And he's my guest. Too. So he broke the rules. I suffer. Guilty by association. Sure guess. So I was like, fuck that, man. When that happened, I think I forgot to be outside. I forgot what it was like to be outside. So I had like 18 days outside. And I was I was going through it. I was really going through it. I forgot how to be outside. So some of my skill sets kind of like were really laxed. I bugged the fucking coalition for 17 days straight to get on your job, man. Every motherfucking day. I was over there just raising hell to where they got so fucking tired of seeing me. It took them 17 days to house me. It was initially taking fucking forever. It's like, I knew you motherfuckers can move your ass. Like, you better stop. I could die. Like, for real. Like, I'm in a situation. Like, I no longer have this. I can't plug in my machines. Like, you know what I mean? I'm like having a hard time. Like, come on now, stop fucking around. 17 fucking days. When they said I had an apartment where Jesse lived, they had told me, I went in I jumped the bus with no shoes on. That's how bad it was. Like, I literally could not keep anything I had when I started out, when I lost everything. When I lost the room, I could not hold on to anything because you constantly have to move around. We got a camping van. You know what I mean? And just little by little, fucking couldn't. Man, I'm gone fucking 2 minutes. Shit get fucking swept up. You know what I mean? And nobody looks out for anyone. All of a sudden, you know what I mean? So yeah, I was losing all my things. I was just happy to be out that day sleeping. I rented one of my friend's tents. They had it for rent overnight. Man, they already I put $5 in on it. Like, man, just let me go inside. Cool. It was a little storage tent. You know what I mean? I was in there sleeping, and they was like, came by, said, yeah, you need to come sign these papers. You got a spot. Fuck, finally. You know what I mean? And there I go. I signed the papers. They told me what bus to take. I was like, all right. I went and got on the bus. And then it began. It's like maybe a week over there. I ran into Jesse. I was like, hey, you going over here, cuz? I live here. For real? Like, me too. How long you been here? Man, almost a year. What? You know what I mean? Yeah, I was like, well, what you up to? Ooh, hey, da, 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 da. All right. You know what I mean? And then he was the only one that were hiding. Like, he wouldn't answer the door, you know. Motherfucker come trying to kill me and shit. This motherfucker would not let, because I knew it was safe. You know what I mean? I knew it was safe. And if it wasn't for him, I would have never got out of that situation. Like, for real, I would have never got out of that situation. He fucked up, put himself in jail. But at the time, I would have never been able to get out of that voucher, because that voucher, like, would not let me use any of the resources in that building. Everybody had access to the laundry, food pantry, everything. I didn't have access to none of that. You know what I mean? And that shit was my person, though, the one that did all kind of bad acts. He could go run around, break the window to my apartment, damn near kill me in my room. Like, literally, I had to shave my head and cut my hair because he want to pull my hair out. I had to shave my head. Yeah, so a whole year. All the hair I got now is like all it's growth from that, like 3 years of growth. You know, because I had to. I thought I had to. You know what I mean? Damn it, kill me in my apartment every other day. And then one day he did the worst shit he could do. I was outside. I was in the lobby, chopping it up. I didn't want to go in the room because he was terrorizing the room. And so I was just outside in the lobby. I'm kind of like, you know, saving myself, not going in the room. And he came out. I think he thought I was talking to somebody, like flirting or some shit. I really wasn't. There's other people around. I was just scratching off a scratch off, minding my own business. Really, legitimately, I was like a couple feet away on the same table. Wasn't minding my own business, and he attacked me right there in front of the guards and stuff, in front of the you know, the people, the staff. And I was like, whoa. But to then, you know, I don't think anybody really knew. If they could probably hear it, but I don't think anybody really knew what was going on. You know what I mean? Because I didn't go out. I didn't make no waves. You know, I didn't tell nobody. I just kind of like kept it to myself. They did that. You know, then all of a sudden it was evidently clear that it had been going on, and I still didn't want to talk about it. I talked about it with Jesse because he was a homeless advocate, meaning and a housing advocate. So he knew the steps to get that a person like myself has to go through to protect themselves without protecting them, without, you know, talking to the law, losing my voucher, things like that. You know what I mean? Because, you know, it's very difficult. Like, I'm the type that I don't care what board I sit on now, but I'm the type that at the time, like, I'm not gonna talk to you, man. I'm not gonna talk to the law. I have nothing to offer you. I don't give a fuck what you ask me. Do your own legwork. You know what I mean? And get me to give you nothing. You know what you're doing? Like, who the fuck you talking to? No. You know what I mean? So I wasn't gonna talk to them. I wouldn't talk to them. And even after that happened, I was immediately was like, I'm okay. No, it was nothing. You know, I immediately try to cover it up, you know? Until I was like, man, because you think you can help me get out of this? Because I don't want to say I'm getting out of it, because then you'll know it might get worse. You know what I mean? It might get worse. And who knows what he does when he's outside? Because, you know, we talking about me doing the most. And then I go outside and it's really dangerous. And I really have to wonder, you know what I mean, why this is happening. And then I, you know, got to do other acts of resolve. So I was like, no, man. And he's like, yeah. He was like, yeah. Everything was so behind the scenes, you know? And it was better that way, because he hadn't fucked up yet to where he locked himself up. He hadn't done that yet. So I was like, man, I was making these waves, scared to make these waves, and to switch from one service provider to another, all without him really taking notice of finding out. You know what I mean? But I was over there. I had put myself on a name on the list. You know what I mean? To switch over, I'd found another apartment. I started making moves. You know, getting paperwork together. Then he damn near kills me and breaks my lung open. You see me? And that's when there you go again, Jesse. Had to save my little life, legitimately save my life. You know what I mean? Because the doctors were acting like there was nothing fucking wrong. It was just a little bit of whatever. They weren't gonna fix shit. And Jesse was like, "Okay, I had to do a live video in front of, like, all right, well, it's fuck, you ain't gonna do nothing. Huh? I guess, you know, as these people are watching this go down, you know, fuck that. They're like, oh, he's like, I won't. And you know, the thing is that black people, man, you need black doctors. For real. For real. Like, you can't trust them to take care of you, you know? So he did that for me. He's like the best person to do that. So for Denver to ignore this situation and not really, when the problem at that time during this campaign was everybody was so angry with the unhoused. So why not put somebody that had all the fucking experience in the world, that knew how to fix homelessness, right? Educated, went through the shit, and lived experience and working experience in housing. You know, why not? If that's the problem, and knows what other problems, how to fix them, you know, right? Why wouldn't you? It was all too much, right? So now we're laughing about it because when this campaign was going, I was sitting there for fucking days on end working on this campaign. And man, to tell you, planned like 4 years of fucking work so that it didn't look like there was idle time. You know, a lot of people, you know, when they put when you pick a candidate, that's what I noticed. A lot of people don't have a plan. They say they have a plan. Like, what's your plan? That's very vague. You know, this broad really wasn't like until nobody was really talking about housing like that. None of these people were prior to. None of these people really wanted to jump in this race, you know, in that race. The time it was just 4 people, and one of them been making it very fucking clear, just been making it very clear every year, or every Monday for damn near 2 years he's gonna run for mayor. So it was intentional, and it's like that. And then who puts up 15 million against somebody else for no goddamn reason? You know that that's a threat, right? When you put up so much money, 15 million, a lot of money for a motherfucker, like, to see that, God, you really don't want him to go nowhere with it. So yeah, we didn't make the ballot. So that means certain people that invited him to a candidate forum reneged and took the invite back, or said, because you're not on the ballot, you can't come and have these little forums, you know. Or his nemesis that got him kicked out of his own forum, somebody had done for him, and didn't even show up. You see, really? So there's a lot of messed up things. So it's like, man, and throwing himself in for this lady's position when he gave the nomination for Cornel West. It's like, God damn, are you sure? Are you sure? Are you sure you want to do that? He's like, you were sure. You got this person.
Of Action Committee for Social Change, as well as the Unity Party of Colorado.
So you were so mad. You were so fucking mad. Like, you were so mad. Like, not in hindsight, I'm like, he just wanted to be, you know, be serious about it. But he was like that day was really hard. I think I forgot what happened that day.
Frontline Black News and Sabaka's Black Experience Enhanced, and I will still be the next mayor of Denver in 2023. The reason why I'm running to be the mayor is because we need people with lived experience with these issues that all these candidates are talking about. Well, as a member of one of the founding members of Denver Homeless Out Loud, I've been at the forefront of our unhoused neighbor crisis. Unhoused neighbors, that's my term, I came up with it. Right in, a real revolutionary, real tangible change will come from a Paris administration. JesseDenverMayor.com. Thank you.
And that brings us to round one, our questions. When we put our format together, we determined that we did not want to hear all the candidates answering the same question. So we'll have a few rounds of questions in which each candidate will get their own question, and they will have 45 seconds to answer. In each round, candidates chosen to answer a question were determined completely at random. So let's begin. Mike Johnston, you're up first.
At this point.
All right, Mike. How do you plan to involve and engage the community in decision-making processes?
Thank you. I think one of the most important questions is how you make sure that everybody in Denver feels heard. I had the chance, I started my career as a teacher and a school principal.
This is one thing I can say about old boy. He really has been kind of, I don't know if it's for sure or not, but like he has had a lot of motherfucking town halls. You know, once he got elected, I think once he got elected, he was having a lot of motherfucking town halls, and with the community, especially about, you know, housing, right? I don't think that was his main platform. That's what I'm trying to find out. I don't remember because we didn't really. I mean, we were just like, man, the kingmaker says he needs a white man in there. Bam, white man show up. Needs more Hispanic people. Damn, some Hispanic person shows up. Hey, need a diverse black woman. Okay, a couple of them on that LGBTQ shit. Okay, cool. We need a person of color, whatever the fuck that means. We put one of those. You know there. We need a white woman. Bam, asking you shall receive. You know what I mean? And it felt like that, and that's really how it looked. So it was like, I don't think that was on his main thing. But I'm like, I remember when you and the Nemesis, isn't it? That's what we call him. We're in Park Hill, and I can show his piece, the Nemesis piece, but I don't want to. They were in Park Hill. When they left Park Hill is like this a specific area that I'm talking about. It's kind of like a dead zone, but not to mention the way that area is. There used to be a couple little thriving businesses. There's some still in this little area. This little shopette, you know, the main bars right there. That's tight, you know. But it's just kind of ran down. It's kind of like whatever. It's highly patrolled. You know what I mean? On what, like if you go around the corner of that, then you got the elders. You have the garden. You have the MHCD place. You have we're just going night, where they're gonna have this discussion, this roundtable thing. Is at the church design, senior center or whatever. It's like church. That's what I say it is. I feel like it's like church. Yeah, it's like kind of empty though. It's not really thriving. And it doesn't feel like it's gonna thrive, even though some of these people that were going through a lot of the terrorism, I would like to say that the Nemesis kind of brought on that area. No matter what they do, it's just not really bettering. It's not really getting better. And he was part of that. He came in, he shared an office with the motherfucking Nemesis. And they left that motherfucker like a ghost town. So I was like, why would you vote for somebody that kind of just didn't really help the people there and left the shit all fucked up that the community that lives there has to fix. You know, really. I was like, nah, fuck that. Is that what you did? Look what you did to Park Hill. Really think you should run the city? Like, you can't really say that about Jesse. Jesse ain't never really destroyed a whole city or a whole little part of a city, like a little, one of our areas. You can't even accuse him of that, right? That's stupid. But I can definitely accuse him of that. I
Principal of 3 different high schools, but when I was first elected to the state senate, I served Northeast Denver for 8 years, and one of the first things I did was open a community office in Northeast Denver as a way to make sure residents could get regular and easy access to me. We also started what we call the Citizens Cabinet, which is
talk about the Park Hill thing that he worked with, right? If that's the case, why the fuck does the city look like that? Why does Park Hill look like that? Why did you leave it like that? If that's the case, to help them, if that's the case, why would you do it with a motherfucker that, did something bad there? I don't even want to get into it. I don't want to get into this, but the nemesis wrote a whole book on lies. Let a motherfucking white man come in and record shit. You know what I mean? Clearly showing ops everywhere that even people we know, okay? And you're like, oh my God. And you like, it's all this shit. You know what I mean? And he will go through a motherfucking attempted murder trial. Are you serious? Why would you associate yourself sharing office space with that motherfucker? A, B. Still fuck with him during this campaign. During this campaign, they two were like still kind of dealing with each other or whatever. And I'm pretty sure at that time, he was in the house. I think he was sitting on a House representative seat. You know what I mean?
Cabinet of advisors that were community members who had experience or lived experience in those topics. So if you had a background with trying to start a small business, or you had a background with criminal justice, you're either a victim of crime or you've been through the correctional facilities, you had a chance to have your voice involved in what policies we built and how we passed them. So I would want to be open and available in that way, where community members know how to find me, where to find me, and they can give us ideas on how to solve the problems that are most important to them.
Jesse.
Debbie Ortega, you're up next. You have a different question. All right. What will you pursue as mayor? Policies, investments, or programs that will address the impacts climate change have on Denverites and our environment?
So one of the first issues I want to do is make
many doors as I could to include all of the voices as possible.
I wonder what happened to that guy.
Now we move to round 2. We'll get back to questions in a moment, but we are moving to our lightning round. So our candidates will be asked to answer several quick questions simply by raising their hand to indicate a yes, no, or pass answer. Candidates, you may remain seated for this round. So we'll go to our first question here. Should there be bike lanes on all streets? Hands up for yes. Hands up for no.
I don't know why you say
hands up for pass.
I don't know why you would say no to that.
Next question. Do you support the reduction of regulations for social marijuana clubs? Hands up for yes. Sorry. Do you support the reduction of regulations for social marijuana clubs?
Yes.
Hands up for yes. Hands up for no. Hands up for pass.
I mean, they don't understand it.
Do you think that Suncor should be restricted from doing business in Colorado due to their continuing air quality violations?
Yeah.
Hands up for yes. Hands up for no.
Are you serious?
Hands up for pass. Do you own an electric bike or vehicle? Hands up for yes. Hands up for no. Hands up for pass. Do you own season tickets to any of Denver's major sports teams? Hands up for yes. Hands up for no. Hands up for pass.
But if somebody can fill the position in New York City or Los Angeles or Texas, then that's who we'll hire. Whoever has to, some people who are in this current administration are going to keep their jobs if they're good at it.
See?
I really like to find people who are local to fill these positions because they live in the city, they know the city. But if somebody can fill the position in New York City or Los Angeles or Texas, then that's who we'll hire. Whoever has the best experience, whoever can help get our homeless people off of the streets, whoever can help us bring more better community policing so our police don't have to respond, so we can make sure a crime doesn't happen beforehand, then that's what we're going to bring to the city of Denver. I'm really looking at, I'm not just saying this, we have some wonderful women running for mayor, but we do need a lot of women, and I do support women leading. I just know that I will be the best mayor. Terrence Roberts from mayor.com.
I know that.
Lisa Calderon, the next question is for you.
I was going off on that motherfucker. Religious.
How will you lead and manage our siloed and unwieldy city agencies to move in the same direction to solve systemic issues like the climate crisis that affect everything?
Well, first off, I just want to share some great news. I've just learned that our campaign is tied for first place. So super thrilled about that. And I think it has a lot to do with how our progressive message of how we bring people together. So my first point of business would be hearing from city workers. They know what is working in our city and what is broken in our city. I support unionizing city workers and giving them much more of a say than they've had. They've been demoralized from the Hickenlooper to Hancock years. We have the solutions in our community. And so I would also share power with our community members and our council and not rely on our strong mayoral system, which is from the Klan years.
Next up is Jesse LaShawn Paris. We have a question for you. What is your vision for the city's future and how do you plan to achieve it?
Okay, thank you for the question. My vision for the city is a city that actually has empathy, sympathy, and compassion for those that are suffering most in the city. Whatever you do for the least of these, that's what you do for, your savior, right? So I would like to have a city that was compassionate, that wouldn't just step over somebody that was unhoused on the streets, that would actually lift people up instead of putting them down. Put yourself in that person's shoes. So and the way to go about that is by auditing these service providers, making sure that the money is actually going toward helping those that actually need the services. I'm a client of CCH. I'm not getting the help I need. And the people in my building where I live, the Fusion Studios, they're not getting the help they need either. So we can do better, and under a Paris administration, we will do better. Thank you.
Chris Hansen, it is your turn.
Because you're serious.
Please describe any ideas to improve and or speed up the processes for approving building or zoning permits.
Great, Micah, thank you. Really important question for Denver right now. We are falling behind in large part because the permitting office of the city is not getting the job done in a timely way. I'm hearing stories about 24, 36-month delays. So we need to immediately address the backlog. I think we could use some private contractors to help with that. We can also digitize some of the more simple processes like a garage replacement so that those projects.
A lot of people opposition.
It takes people working together as Adams County commissioners, city council members.
Even 1 or 2 blocks. My doctor has said that it's akin to smoking 1 to 2 packs of cigarettes a day. Pollution in the city has gotten out of control. We all know about the brown cloud. What we have to do is make sure that we have a public transportation that works for everyone. I was talking to the director.
Of yesterday, which is Luis Garcia, who is the East High School student dying from the injuries he sustained in a shooting outside of his high school, to know. After legislative change, now cities have the authority to be able to adopt their own gun restrictions and ways to keep their communities safe. I think we only have to look as far as the tragedy of yesterday, which is Luis Garcia, who is the East High School student dying from the injuries he sustained in a shooting outside of his high school, to know that gun safety is a major crisis in the city. We know the state is taking great steps. I was proud to help work on the legislation to create universal background checks for all gun sales, to also ban high-capacity magazines. Great work was done by folks on this stage to enact red flag laws in Colorado. We have to enforce those more aggressively, particularly keeping guns out of the hands of people that are domestic abusers, where we know there's still the greatest risk for female partners of gun deaths. So I think we can do this, and we should be a national leader on gun safety here in Denver.
Another question in this round, and this one is for Chris Hansen.
Man, some of this shit is like so programmed.
From your website, Chris. Chris will use his systems engineering background to transition Denver to a 100% clean energy city. Give examples of what you as mayor will do to make Denver a 100% clean energy city, and by what date will this be accomplished? Offices, who would and why?
Well, yes, I am platforming on adding more democracy to the city.
That's mine right here. Hold on.
Platforming on adding more democracy to the city of Denver. We don't need any more three-term mayors. The science of three-term mayors are you will be embarrassed if you are not reelected. Well, look what just happened to Lori Lightfoot in Chicago. It's been 40 years since somebody who wasn't incumbent was defeated. Same in Denver, Colorado. Our mayoral system is too strong. We need an elected police official.
Well, first of all, I don't think it's too strong. Like, if you're a fucking leader, how you fuck you too strong of a leader? That don't even make sense. I mean, the status quo. These motherfuckers are dominant society. They want shit they can control, right? That's a real problem. It's a real fucking problem. That's why a lot of shit don't get done right. Okay, they support that old cronyism, corruption, motherfucking, misappropriation, not punishing certain things. They not standing on any of the bills we have, any real laws. Like all this shit is like constant because there's people that fucking support it. A strong mayor. Listen, it has nothing to do with like term. It has everything to do with if they're gonna elect you, right? I don't think that Mayor Hancock or any of the mayors were really a strong mayor. Not when they have other shit moving them or motivating them. You know what I mean? And nothing's getting done. If somebody was really a strong mayor, you think we'd have any of these issues? We wouldn't have no homelessness. We wouldn't have an influx. A strong mayor would be like, no, we're not a sanctuary city. Sorry. Not sorry. You mean because there's little areas around Denver that are like suing Denver. And making these, they're very adamant. They're like, and I can show you an article right now that says, no, we are not going to be a sanctuary city. Keep your people over there. No, we will not be accepting your homeless people. House them. We don't need them over here. Our shit is running nice and smooth. We got no encampments. Everything's cool. There's certain parts of Denver that are like not Denver, but they'll be like Thornton. Certain parts of Thornton. No motherfucking homeless people anywhere. Really. You kind of have curfew too, because it's like a sundown. It's like sundown, really. Until you get dark, motherfucking police are, you see you walking around, they're pulling your ass over. Or no. It happened to me. Went to jail. Doesn't matter. I wasn't doing shit. He profiled me, pulled me over as I was walking. No matter what I was doing, took me to jail. You know, real shit. It's like a sundown area. I never really thought about it until right now. I said it out loud. I don't care. I had a little experience in it, you know? Good luck getting out of there. So, yeah, no. We had a strong mayor. We wouldn't have any of these problems. That also means that not just do you have to have a strong mayor, you have to have a strong city council. You have to have a strong communication and working fucking thing with everybody so that you can enforce stuff. So there's no lack, right?
sheriff. We need an elected fire chief. We need an elected city attorney. We need to let city council and RNOs make more decision-making processes on major development projects in their communities. We need to add more democracy to the city of Denver.
Look, at that point in time, I don't think you should give city council all fucking power to continue to vote in their directions or for their things, because if they were doing the right thing by the people wouldn't be so motherfucking angry every Monday. Really. There's a lot of things.
How would you change what is happening in downtown Denver?
Well, personally, I don't feel unsafe. I'm downtown quite a lot. I grew up in Denver. I'm fourth generation. One of my first jobs was downtown, and I want that to continue.
The narrative, you let them know that it's so unsafe. Man, I used to patrol with us. Well, I think you said feel like it's been a long time. But man, just like literally maybe 8-9 months before, maybe not 8-9 months ago. Hell nah. I was outside all hours of the day. Anytime I felt like going out, be weird ass hours in the morning, I'd be outside on patrol. You know what I mean? I call it patrolling. I'm patrolling the city like Batman. You know what I mean? Little Panther Cub action. Just not really looking for anything, but just just scoping it out, scoping out the city. So, and it could be a whole bunch of reasons I want to go outside. Also a person that, because of the work, the work of being in service, with several organizations like Bark and stuff like that. Shout out to Brother Randall. Bark of, like Brothers Against Racist Cops. I do the work. Yeah. You could count on me to show up and drive around and be like, all, with my little sweater on. You see it, you got an issue. You see me, pull me over. I'll help you within reason. You know what I mean? You don't let her pop one off and hey, I ain't helping you with that. Like, it's too late now. I guess I'm just going to iron with here. Peace out. You know what I mean? You getting sweated by the law. Yeah, of course I'm going to be like, hey, you all right? You good? What's going on over there? You know what I mean? Yeah, I want to get involved, kind of, within reason. You know what I mean? Beefing with your bitch. You see me in the street. Perhaps I can handle it. Like, help de-escalate. Not really trying to get in your mix because I'm just not that way. Man, I might help you do it. De-escalate the situation, right? You fighting in the street over some bullshit. You arguing in the street over some bullshit. Hey, man, I got all kind of answers. Just run that paid. Run them pockets. Peace out. You owed it. He took it. Damn. Done. Shake hands. Peace. You know what I mean? Certain things are really easy to solve. Oh, man. You're really going through it, huh? Okay. What you need? What do you think you need? Let me see. Okay. No, you're not open to suggestion. All right. Well, I did my part. Or me being on patrol, watching the police do fuck shit. Like, for example, terrorizing people, right? Profiling unnecessarily. Them watching me, watching them, watching you. You know what I mean? That's still a problem. Them sweating the park for no motherfucking reason. Watching parking like 3 at a time. Man, I used to fuck with the police. Like, say fuck with them. Well, like I drive by, like shake my head and call them trash or something like that, right? I'm like, ugh, trash. How you always sitting there? Till like when he was running he was running for mayor. Oh my God, I knew they were profiling. Like, and no, they clearly knew, dealing with me most of my motherfucking life, AURORA, right? Clearly know what I'm on. Clearly know it's a fucking issue. When they see me, I'm going to be a problem, regardless. I'm going to be a fucking problem. So I see you. What the fuck are you doing around my building? You know what I mean? There's nothing happening except it's hot as fuck and there's children outside playing. The fuck are you? What are you over here for? You know what I mean? So yeah, I'm like, why here? Making loud scenes. You know what I mean? Or I'm sitting there coming back and I'm patrolling my little neighborhood because there's some little hot zones. I guess they're not really hot zones to me, right? But shit be cracking off late at night sometimes, especially when we have nothing but this area used to be pretty black, right? What area I live in was black at one point, and it's kind of like really black, right? Then after COVID or whatever, then the area kind of started to turn, just more Hispanic, right? But it's still, you would still have some black residents, certain areas of like right in, we're talking about like 8-block radius in any direction, right? But I've been watching, sometimes motherfuckers be at the park, be late at night, and shit be getting crazy, right? But they would find a way to blame black people for it. You know what I mean? And ignore the fact that things were changing. It wasn't black people really committing any crimes out here, right? At all. It was all this fucking new migration, new Hispanic migration over here getting crunk. Okay? Getting crunk. And they were out. But who you gonna blame? Who you gonna fool over the next motherfucking, Aurora's very racist. I don't give a fuck what anybody says. It is very fucking racist. So they pull over black people, fuck with them, take them in, accuse them of shit. You know what I mean? It might be actually, they might come across, a good portion when somebody is wilding and doing some crazy shit. Yeah, that has happened. You know what I mean? We're not innocent, right? But I watch them literally do that or follow a narrative. I watch police commit crimes and not get in trouble. Or they watch a fucking major crime go down and they're nowhere to be found. Or they're there, but they're not solved. They're not going to fucking fix it. Like literally watch the whole thing happen. They didn't report it or none of that. None of that. Didn't see it on the news or nothing. Look, we had a chief over here that clearly had warrants from another state. Real shit. He was clearly a wanted motherfucking man in a whole nother state. And what do? He decides he wants to resign because he wants to go home and spend time with the family. Are you serious, cuz? When he got put on, I was like, that motherfucker said, I'm going outside with y'all. I'm going on patrol. I said, oh my God, cuz we are fucked. We are fucked. White people are fucked. He was hungry. Like, yeah, he didn't mind go ahead and put motherfuckers up behind you. See what I'm saying? So yeah, no, they were on one.
The narrative has been that it is unhoused people that have been making our downtown safe. And we have to stop scapegoating poor people. We need to also rethink.
It's always, that's what I'm going. That's always the unhoused, right? Now you really can't blame the unhoused too much for all the crime that's happening. There's still, this narrative is still, the unhoused, it will still get a bad rap. There's like I said, motherfuckers are outside still. There's still same habitual problems going on. But
downtowns, it's happening across the nation. It shouldn't just be a place that we focus on tourism and corporate business.
Safety. Great question. Yeah, so we can start by actually getting to the root of what policing is in this country. It's been based off of slavery, based off of slave catchers. The culture of the police has to change. If we're going to improve anything about public safety, we have to start there. Also, we can hire officers that have actually been trained in mental health and
like the thing with this is that we sit on one of the boards to change the fucking culture, right? We gave them 112 motherfucking recommendations. It took a year and some change to answer like 80 of them. And it kind of was like, I guess we'll go ahead and try to do this one. and we'll go ahead and try to do this one. That's how they answered it. Really. They really did that. They was like, it took them forever to get back. Yeah, we'll go ahead and we might look at this. I think number 90 might be suitable. Come on, cuz like whole time they had to put a new chief in. There was all kinds of crazy shit happening, and they weren't doing the work. They weren't doing the work. So for people for us, meaning me and Jesse, me and him, trying to change the culture of the motherfucking police, meaning they need to be fucking held accountable for every fucking crime and atrocity they commit towards black people. Real shit. Real shit. Black people should not be dying in jail. At all. They should not be getting shot up behind the scenes with ketamine. That's off top. It's off top. They should not be fucked with while they're inside. You should not be outside watching fucking crimes happening and they don't know how to de-escalate. You should not be able to shoot at an officer if you did your job, right? From inside the celly port, which is right before you go through the doors of booking. You should not be able to do that. There's a lot of things they should be held accountable for major excessive force. It should not be hireable. You kill somebody, doesn't matter what the fucking excuse is, you should go to jail. You should serve time like your term like everybody else. You should lose your job. You should lose the benefits that come with it. Some of these motherfuckers leave with a lifetime paycheck. You know what I mean? No matter what. You should lose their assets. There's a lot of things that should happen. You should be held accountable. The more egregious the act, the more punishable it is, right? And there's a lot of things they're afraid to fucking hit these people with financial fucking punishment as well as time punishment. They will just go and shift the motherfucker around the department. Oh boy, shot the shit off. He's no longer working. Yeah, he is. He's just inside. He's no longer outside. He's just a dangerous motherfucker inside. You don't see him, so we don't know. We just think he's on sabbatical. Come on now. Let's just shift him around. Shift him around. That's it. And then you'll see the narrative of the police. We don't know if it's safe enough or blah blah blah. I mean, what about us? We're in danger. Okay, guys. Since when are you so scared you can't shoot off a pistol? Since when? Make it make sense. You ain't pulling over motherfuckers. There's literally officers there. They'll say they got caught. Hot mic moments talking about they intentionally drive so that right up on your ass, so you'll get out the way. If you continue to be a driver that they want to move around, they're gonna pull you over for no motherfucking reason and find a reason. Literally, said that. Let's see what else. I like the new chief though. I kind of like that dude. That motherfucker is very tolerant. Every time he says my name though, I get scared. I have moments of like going to the cafe with Jesse, and he was like, he tried to call me by my name. He was like, "You coming in, Brandy?" I'm like, "Oh my fucking god!" Real life panic. Yeah, I forgot what the fuck the old boy was running on. Like, he didn't really say there. Let's see.
Apex, a climax. As a city, we have a decision to make. You, as the voters, have a decision to make come April 4th, 2023. Who is going to lead us into a new beginning? We have a new mayor that's coming aboard. It's going to be either one of us up here. What I can say is I have lived experience with this. I am a true revolutionary. I was unhoused. I actually did go from a tent to affordable housing, so it is possible. And I'm a student. I was a student at one time. I have a bachelor's degree in criminology and criminal justice. Vote Jesse Parrish, write me in for Denver mayor. We need a new revolutionary beginning as a city. I'm the only Black first candidate in this race.
Home beds, you actually know that everybody in this city has a place to live. That's the chapter we can write next. And that's why I'd love to be your mayor. My name is Mike Johnston. I'd love your support.
Right here. Like, I swear to God, man, don't let me find it. I don't like that wasn't the first thing. You know, yeah, it's an issue, but it wasn't these people's issue. It just happened to be a hot topic. You know, I was like, that's why we were watching that. It's like, man, what the fuck? You know, but because like now it's gonna be different. You know, with this District 8 seat, it's gonna be a little different. Although I'm gonna keep it 100, I am not feeling that creative about it. The shit, like I watched the forums at. Oh my God, like there's a little taste, a little taste.
It's easier to take a transit system.
This goes on all fucking day long.
That's because there's people sitting there. Something like 9 million people sitting there. That's more than our entire state.
Minimum parking requirements. That's
something about 50% more than our state.
Are you serious?
So why on earth would we put in rules and legislate for things that apply in a heavily populated, densely populated city when that is not what we are? And then trying to force people to adopt that model is very incongruent with the Colorado way of life, the Western way of life, the Rocky Mountain way of life. That's not what we do out here.
Well, what do we do, white man?
I wholeheartedly disagree with the concept of the government saying, this is how we're going to make you do things.
Mm-hmm. Sure. I don't believe it. You know what I mean? I don't believe it.
In some of your major cities, you have to pay for your parking space. San Francisco, LA, New York, DC.
They're building houses.
There are probably some places here in Denver that do that, but down in Douglas County, we don't.
Man, do you think they build?
There are pay parking places if you go to a business, you're on a street or you're in a parking garage.
Like houses?
But to park your own vehicle,
incentives.
That's
build.
That's not a concept that we have down there.
Complex. That you're gonna house.
And then we look at the businesses.
Housing, whatever the fuck.
They want people to be able to park close so they can come and patronize those businesses.
They what? Those motherfuckers.
They want to be able to sell their wares or their services.
To the incentivize.
People find it convenient.
Mm-hmm.
If we make it inconvenient, then we're going to start hurting the small businesses.
Right.
Then we hurt tax revenue and everything else that's associated with it.
It's a revolving door, basically. Right.
As was mentioned earlier, this piece of legislation is going the wrong direction. Along with my colleagues, I would urge a no vote. Thank you.
See, this goes on all motherfucking day long. I was like, Jesus, I can't stay awake through it.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I was,
I think several of us have talked
question.
about this bill from the standpoint of
He said he
local
got it. I
control.
was like, all right.
And I don't think I have to say, or other folks, many of us, to remind you that many of us came from local government.
My headphones. My ear
And because we came from local government,
so I can stay motivated.
we're very sensitive to what we do in this house that impacts them.
Mm-hmm.
And I'll speak for myself when I say I have at least a weekly call with both my city of Grand Junction and Mesa County, commissioners, council members, and mayor. In addition to that, the Chamber of Commerce. And I get concerned when I see a bill like this and the prime sponsors talk in words of empowerment and partnership and stakeholding and effective stakeholding.
Me, I'd be like, like I'd be making.
And then I read what's on the Secretary of State's site about local governments. And I want to read to you the communities that have already stepped in to oppose this. And I, for one, am a partner with my community, and I'm going to listen to how my community feels about this. So let me read these.
Stand on that.
Adams County Board of Commissioners opposing.
This would be like
Adams County Regional Economic Partnership
Miss Majors.
opposing. Boulder County opposing. City of Colorado Springs opposing. City of Thornton opposing.
Throw myself.
Colorado Municipal League, that represents all the municipalities across the state, opposing.
Say it ain't so.
City of Arvada, opposing.
You don't say.
City of Aurora, opposing.
Naturally.
City of Brighton, opposing.
Of course they would.
City of Centennial, opposing.
I couldn't expect less.
City of Cherry Hills Village,
You see,
opposing.
I had to think.
City of Commerce City,
Right.
opposing.
Majors.
City of Fountain, opposing.
Why wouldn't they?
City of Greeley, opposing.
Of course they would.
City of Greenwood Village, opposing.
Shit.
City of Westminster, opposing.
Doesn't really suit them.
Colorado Counties, Inc., opposing.
That's the big money.
Colorado Springs Chamber of Commerce and Economic Development Council, opposing.
No tangibles right there, huh?
Denver Regional Council of Governments, opposing.
Ooh.
Douglas County, opposing.
They're everybody, cuz. Just say
My
everybody.
hometown, Mesa County, City of Grand Junction, opposing.
You don't say.
South Metro Denver Chamber, opposing.
See what I'm saying?
Town of Firestone,
all motherfucking
opposing.
people.
Town of Monument, opposing.
To my people.
Seeing day in, day out, and it was very compelling. It does.
Good.
Let's see and the Finance Committee, and the bill was in very different places in both committees. I've got to say, the Transportation, Housing, and Local Government Committee was a little rough. We had impassioned testimony on both sides of this issue. We had
A helicopter crew chief flying 117 aerial combat missions. And whereas private first class hand.
Oh God, I hate the proclamations. They'd be like, and whereas, whereas, like, what the fuck does that mean? Like, why does it have to be, where does it have to be like 80 types of whereas for one paragraph? Like, stop that. Whereas you cut it down to 3 lines. Whereas you stop using long fucking winded words and word salad to confuse message. Whereas you speak plainly. Can I get that to go through? Whereas you stop acting like an ass and just keep it plain and simple. Whereas you give us 2 hours of lunch because this shit is motherfucking boring. Whereas you allow slight drinking at lunch. Whereas it's cool to eat a gummy during this shit. Just chill. You got a lot of motherfuckers to go ahead of you. Whereas it's all right to have a little, light music playing very low at your desk. Whereas you're not going to get yelled at if you're playing Sudoku or crosswords. You know what I mean? Whereas it's okay to multitask. Be looking at Facebook and reading stories. This shit is boring. Whereas you get to go home before 5 o'clock. Whereas if you just said, hey, do I really got to go up there? Can I just say no? That's acceptable. Whereas, hey man, my community is not going to dig it. Can I just say no for right here? Well, I got to go all the way up there. Fuck, okay, I guess I go up there. My community says no. And just straight up and go back to your seat. Well, why is that? Because it said so. Can you just do that? Whereas they said so. Whereas you better not pass that shit. That's what I heard. Whereas you're not getting reelected. That's that ass if you pass that shit. How about that? Whereas stick it up your ass. I don't give a damn. That white people don't want it. Whereas they said if I approve it, they're gonna tax my ass. You feel me? Like, are you those stupid proclamations and start out whereas are fucking annoying as hell. I was like, I was listening to it, I'm like, oh my god, this bitch say whereas one more da. But that's how it reads. You read it and they'll put whereas in caps. So you know it's there. You don't forget to see it. That shit is whack. Oh shit. There it goes, Jesse. Sorry, Jesse. I apologize. What are you talking about right here? Jesus Christ. Man, I should stop reading your shit before I put it out there. Which for? Oh, yeah. Oh, shit. You caught that, huh? I was talking about you. Where'd you mic check? Who that? Who's that? Who's that, cuz? Is he ready to go now? If he ready to go now, we could talk about it. I'll throw a link on the panel. Other than that, I don't even know who that is. Who is that? I don't want to be disrespectful. Pretty sure. Don't be disrespectful. Just hit me in my messenger or something. If it is who I think it is. But, either way, I got some time, obviously. I got some time, so yeah, if you want to drop now, you can come on right now. I got some time. I got plenty of time. Actually, you got plenty of time to always gossip about some off-brand shit. Oh yeah, I got some time, but you gotta want to go now. I'm gonna keep it pushing on my dialogue that I'm having right here. But yeah, you could try. You can hop on. You can hop on too if you want to. Dialogue with an old boy. You know what I mean? What is this? What that's about? Yeah. What say you guys? Like, little eyeball, is that you? Tell me. Let me know. Cause I'll keep it pushing on whatever the fuck I was talking about. Because yeah, I wasn't even checking. I was already just watching that stupid ass I showed the people what you talking about over there, those house committee seats. The meetings are fucking, I'm like, how you gonna do it? Like me, I'm like, man, I would just be like, my people said no. Can I just say it from my desk? Like, I really gotta get up there and give you a speech? All right, fuck it. Right, it's just really simple. They said no. Like, keep it playing. There's a whole dialogue. They said having whole dialogues to this, Like, hey, Jesse, am I dropping a link or not? All right. Like, somebody got 2 minutes to say something. I'll be back. All right, so anyway. Yeah, I'm like, what the fuck? What is this? Hold on. Nope. I don't want that. I want this. Nope. Go back. Okay, here we go. I was going to try to get that off my screen. From the house floor. Right. I was like, how you gonna really be sitting in there? You know how quiet it is in there? I was like, God, the silence alone is making me want to act out. I'm like, there's some sort of like excitement going on. Like I can see a motherfucker kicking over a trash.
Good morning. The House will come back to order. Good to see everyone here today. Bright-eyed, ready to get back to work. Madam Majority Leader. Do you want announcements?
No, bitch.
We will do announcements.
Finally, business.
Years.
So much
I'm so
idle-
proud of you. I love you so much.
Aww. Yay.
No.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Representative Lynch.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I just want to remind everybody that tomorrow is the best day at the Capitol. We have the Sportsman's Caucus will be here. So if you guys remember, they set up a big, huge barbecue out front. You get to taste things that have recently been killed by vehicles and other wonderful stuff. So don't forget, tomorrow is Sportsman's Day here at the caucus.
Hell nah.
Thank you. Representative Weissman, or McLaughlin, you have another.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Education Committee.
Is this free?
Today we have Senate Bill 188, and then tomorrow is a little change, so listen up. We will be meeting in the library, and we will only have 3 bills. We will have Senate Bill 164 and House Bills 1448 and 1446. Look on your calendar, it is correct, but we will be meeting in the state library. Thanks.
Thank you. Rep Weissman.
Thanks, Madam Speaker. Good morning again. 2 announcements. The first is that the Judiciary Committee will meet at 1:30 today in the Old State Library. We have 2 bills on our agenda, House Bill 1437, followed by Senate Bill 131. The second announcement is just that I guess I want to announce that I'm really grateful for all the nonpartisan staff who have to be here late and come back here early on nights like last night. I appreciate your dedication and you're keeping this place on the rails.
Representative Amabile.
I'd have been mad as hell.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Business
Like,
Affairs and
absolutely.
Labor will be meeting 10 minutes after adjournment. We will be hearing 3 bills, 1245 for action only, 1440, and 173. Thanks. And we're in room 112.
You're going to answer me just here. What?
Representative Kipp and Basenecker.
I don't know if I should.
And
Thank you.
Duran.
And we have some guests at the Capitol today. We have some folks from CSU. We'd like to say welcome to and.
Thank you.
And I'm also privileged to have Daniel from Rocky Mountain High School with me today, shadowing what it means to spend a day in the state legislature. And we're hoping that is just a day and not an evening as well. So thanks for your assistance.
Welcome for a few hours.
Welcome.
What black person?
Representative Snyder.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Well, I was really looking forward to reading out a list of people who had not paid their fines. But I think everybody who had fines that were owed down here, you should thank Representative Kipp because she paid them all and we're completely caught up despite recent legislation to ban assignments. So thank you.
Thank you, Representative Kipp. Woo.
That motherfucker kept putting it on.
Madam Majority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move to proceed out of order for consideration of resolutions.
Seeing no objection, we will proceed out of order for consideration of resolutions. Madam Majority Leader.
Come on, man. I'm like, come with it.
Madam Speaker, I move to lay over
no.
House Resolution 1005 and
should get it done now.
Senate Joint Resolution 9 to Thursday, April 18th, 2024.
Seeing no objection, House Resolution 1005 and Senate Joint Resolution 009 will be laid over until Thursday, April 18th. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title to Senate Joint Resolution 18.
Senate Joint Resolution 18 by Senator Simpson and Hendrickson, also Representatives Morrow and Winter, concerning designation of State Highway 78 in Pueblo County as the private first class Thomas Michael Hanratty Memorial Highway.
Representative Morrow.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. This is a great tribute to one of my constituents in my area, and we are very proud to designate State Highway 78 in Pueblo County as the PFC Thomas Michael Hanratty Memorial Highway, who's the only Vietnam veteran from Beulah listed as MIA.
Representative AML Winter, forgive
Thank
me.
you, Madam Speaker. And to Mr. Hanratty's family, we'd like to welcome him home.
I will ask one of you to move the resolution, please. Representative Morrow.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move SJR 24-18.
Would you like for it to be read? No.
Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Schiebel. Please proceed.
And whereas Private First Class Thomas Michael Mike Hanratty was born on June 19th, 1946 to parents James Patrick Sr. and Lita, and grew up outside of Buena Valley in Pueblo County with siblings Patsy, James Patrick Jr., Bessie, and Bernie. And whereas PFC Hanratty attended Buena School and Pueblo County High School, where he was a talented athlete, graduating in 1964.
I'm gonna keep pushing.
And whereas endowed by his father, James Patrick Sr., in Private First Class Hanratty.
Now you ask, what does this, Madam Speaker, you ask, what does this have to do with the bill? Reduce aviation.
Of an airport board.
Would be right around 325, but we're in the 400s, well over 100. If we looked at just the 100 for the 500.
Regulatory authority to include regulation of geologic storage operations.
Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move House Bill 1346 on third reading and final passage.
Jesus.
Representative DeGraff.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is
a lot going on right here.
nothing has changed since yesterday on this, obviously. This is
I'm just killing time waiting for a response.
getting into a regulatory environment that has
Really, yeah, that's what I'm doing.
still a lot of unanswered questions as to what is actually going to happen with this bill.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of, we'll find out
I'll tell you right now.
when we give rulemaking authority to somebody else, and then we'll see what's in it. So what has become the norm when it used to be a joke is that we have to vote for it to find out what's in it. And that should be a joke. But with so many of our bills, including this one, we have to vote for it to give a rulemaking agency the authority to make rules, pass rules in our name that we sign off on in advance. And we give that authority over to the executive branch because we've ceded the responsibility from the legislative branch in what used to be a deliberative body. And now we don't want to deliberate because you want to just rubber stamp as many bills as possible. And even for this House, we're in the 400s now. 5 times 65 should be right around 325, but we're in the 400s, well over 100. If we looked at just the 100 for the 500 bills, in 100 days, we'd be looking at maybe 2 hours of scrutiny per bill. But now we're passing laws so fast and furious that we have to give rulemaking authority a blank check on rulemaking authority over massive parts of our economy, over massive parts of our safety. And we don't even give them a second thought because we're too busy legislating to even stop and see what we're imposing or what's being imposed in our name.
Representative DeGraff, just a word of caution. I know I certainly give thought to this, and to imply that I'm not giving a second thought seems derogatory. Just stay focused on the bill. Thank you.
Okay.
Was it? He's like, we can't come up with a decision. Now
So we're looking at carbon management.
Is that motherfucking derogatory? You just like
We're looking at carbon management. And really, the main thing that I could find in there would be a cash fund to be used by the government based on penalties collected. So once again, the government is wanting to fund something. So put yourself in this space, be able to collect more fees, be able to get into that space and just be able to get essentially into this money, to get into this grift of carbon sequestration. And I say it's a grift in the most complimentary of ways, because it's really probably more criminal than that. And I've tried to get my colleagues to engage on the actual, because I think we should be more looking at the need for whether we want to be involved in this space. And we ought to, and given the amount of danger that this bill recognizes is in this, because you're talking about carbon dioxide being pressurized at something like 70 atmospheres. Well, if there's a leak if there's an oil leak and that oil leaks, goes on the ground, it creates a problem, it can be cleaned up. If you have a carbon dioxide leak, it doesn't even have to be in a constrained space. There's examples of, say, a lake that had a lot of carbon dioxide locked up in the bottom, and it turned over with an earthquake or something, and then it asphyxiated a whole community. You can't displace, you can't filter out an asphyxiant. You would have to have supplemental oxygen to get away from this. So if you have a leak in an area, so when we're concerned about pipelines, now in general, a leak in a carbon dioxide, I would think, well, that shouldn't be much of a problem because carbon dioxide just makes plants grow. So given the danger of this, and this bill does recognize the danger of this, I think we ought to be more focused on why would we be doing it. And if we want to look at why we would be doing it, there's a couple different ways to look at it. And the first would be to recognize that by the science, the unchallenged science, the science that agrees with the IPCC, the science that agrees with the Princeton and MIT, that carbon dioxide contributes well under 10% to any greenhouse gas effect. 10%. And the percent matters. You could round that up to 100%. It really doesn't do a whole lot. And I'll show you that. So 10%. And of that 10%, you have to look at what we contribute, because there are 350 billion, give or take, probably 10%. So billion tons that are cycled in and out of the atmosphere by natural processes. Probably more, it varies. We have lots of volcanoes, we have lots of, and in comparison to that 350 billion tons that goes into the atmosphere by natural processes every year, comparatively, the globe puts in about 35. Now, in the last 10, 15, 20 years, the United States has decreased theirs by 1 billion tons, 1 gigaton. Well, Asia, based on ours, has increased theirs by 10 billion gigatons. And a lot of that is because I was talking to some oil and gas people the other day and figured out why does oil and gas not fight this a little bit more? And the reason is oil and gas isn't threatened by the green energy movement, because solar panels are made primarily out of quartz and coal, according to the people that are invested in it. And the windmills are made out of plastics and fiberglass, all of these things that rely on the hydrocarbon. And so when you're looking at this, it makes sense why in this green push, in this supposedly green push, the actual carbon dioxide output has increased. So the decrying about this carbon dioxide is done by industries that are forcing up the carbon dioxide. Now, when I ask climate justice warriors why we're doing this, the interesting thing is when they tell me my math is correct, but there are policy decisions that are important that need to be based on this lie. So while my numbers are true, they are considered irrelevant because there's policies, just like we'll have here again in 1304 and some of the other ones that are based on these lies, that are desired to be implemented for the totalitarian vision. So anyways, 350 gigatons
That's what the goal puts in, a little less than 10% of what the natural world puts in of that. And so you could say of the 3,200 gigatons, it's just a hair over 1%.
Representative DeGraff, you do have 1 minute remaining.
Thank you, ma'am. I'll pick it up. So you have 3,200 gigatons in the atmosphere. So you have less than 1% that is produced by humankind. Less than 1% of carbon dioxide in the atmosphere is produced by humans. And that is contributing, if that contributes to anything, it contributes to the increased greening. Of that, the United States puts out 15%, and you do that math, and then you divide it by the 300 million occupants of the United States, and your carbon footprint comes out to be 1/1,000,000th of any part of any greenhouse gas effect on the planet. So what I hate to tell people, and I'm always surprised at how offended they get, is that you are not a climate god. You have no impact. You are so far in the decimals away from irrelevant in terms of your climate impact that you're not just irrelevant. Your factors below irrelevant.
Representative DeGraff, your time has expired. Representative Evans.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Well, colleagues, we talked about this yesterday, and I just wanted to reiterate a couple of points on this particular piece of legislation. This, what is it, 39-page long engrossed bill here. As we discussed yesterday, there's a lot of stuff in this bill as introduced that I liked. I think that this bill does a good job in many ways of responding to emerging technology, allowing the free market to take advantage of that emerging technology and creating a framework by which we can regulate and allow the free market to use that emerging technology. Of course, we're talking about the pore space being that empty space in between the granules of rock and sand and all the other minerals that are way down deep under the earth. That pore space being used as a way to store things that we don't want on the surface of our planet here. So predominantly, we're talking about carbon sequestration here. And so while there may be discussion and debate about is carbon sequestration the right way to go, the wrong way to go, is this economically sound, is this not economically sound? For me, as you've heard me say many times when I come down here, I don't think that government should pick winners and losers. We have pore space. We know that exists. We have the technology to access that pore space. And so regardless of my personal feelings about carbon sequestration, I think that, as I've said many times before, we don't pick winners and losers. We allow the free market to decide whether or not it's viable to be able to access this pore space, to be able to sequester things down there. And we know that there's a lot of other sectors of our economy and many other different groups that are concerned about the environment that also have similar feelings about this. This is something that we should continue to discuss, and as this bill does, this bill sets the regulatory framework by which we have those discussions, by which we can ensure a responsible and safe use of sequestering things in that pore space. The concern that I have, as we've discussed before, and I will repeat it over and over and over again because it is something that seems like it happens a lot in this building, is as this particular piece of legislation moved through the process, there were amendments that were added to it. And some of those amendments moved the goalposts for what our industry, our economy, our jobs, the way that people make money, the way that they were anticipating the regulatory environment. Whenever we come down and we have conversations about these bills that impact our economy and our industry, we always talk about regulatory environment, because regulatory environment is a critical component to making sure that we strike the right balance between safety and responsibility and also affordability. Because we've probably all heard the saying, whatever the government regulates more of, it gets less of that thing. More regulations equals less of that thing. So we have to ensure that we strike the appropriate balance in our regulatory environment and the regulatory structure to ensure that we're providing safety, we're providing transparency, we're providing responsibility and accountability, but the red tape does not become so extensive that the thing that is being regulated can no longer be used because of all of the red tape and the paperwork associated with it. And that is one of the concerns I have about how this piece of legislation evolved as it went through the process. And this particular concerns was the fact that last year, when we had this exact same conversation, we talked about a definition for cumulative impact. And last year, after months of negotiation and stakeholdering with many major players in our economy, in our state, we came to an agreement. And that agreement said that in April of 2024, the ECMC will engage in a rulemaking process. And through that rulemaking process, the ECMC will develop a definition for cumulative impact. That was what we decided last year, House Bill 23-1294. So for a year, almost a year, folks were planning around getting the definition for cumulative impact through that rulemaking. And then a couple of weeks before April 2024, in this particular piece of legislation, another amendment was introduced that said, hey, let's not follow that previously stakeholdered agreement. Let's actually inject via legislative fiat a definition for cumulative impact. And that has a lot of concerns for me because that makes a more complex and a more unstable regulatory environment in which our economy functions, and that ultimately impacts our jobs and our cost of living when folks are spending time and effort and money to prepare for a regulatory process. And then after working on that regulatory process for a year, the rug gets jerked out from under their feet and we have to go in a new direction. That ultimately translates into more red tape, more uncertainty, higher cost of living, lower business environment, and as we all know, a more complex, more expensive business environment ultimately impacts jobs. You guys have heard me say the statistics before, and I'm going to say it again. Colorado is declining in our rankings for business environment. We are the 38th in the nation, 38th state for the cost of doing business and declining. So higher numbers are worse. 38th, bottom third. We're the 35th state in the nation for cost of living. That ties directly back to regulatory environment. That ties directly back to regulatory instability. That ties back to, unfortunately, the policies that were added onto this bill that move the goalposts, and in moving the goalposts, ultimately those costs get passed on to the consumer and to our economy. And so, again, while there's a lot of things in this bill that I like, I have to rise in opposition to it today because of how we got to this point, because of how the negotiated and stakeholder process that we went through last year was effectively changed up with a couple of weeks' notice, and how that impacts our economy. Now, we talked about it on the second reading debate. There were certain parts of that amendment that the stakeholders did like. Obviously, House Bill 23-1294 last year said that the ECMC rulemaking was supposed to occur in April of 2024. Part of that amendment that to this bill moved that deadline to September. That was, we'll call it the consolation prize for a lot of the industries that had prepared to go through a rulemaking to determine the definition for cumulative impacts. When that changed, then the next best option was to move that deadline to September of this year. So yes, there are certain parts of that amendment that were, again, stakeholder.
I'm just waiting for a response.
But the overarching concern that I have is that
I just want to say,
when we stakeholder, when we come to these agreements and these negotiations, we have to be able to provide some stability for our economy.
As you see, this is some boring ass shit. Let's see. Let's see. Well, are you there? just this I'm about to get off this and just holler at me real quick. Holler at me offline. I'm gonna close this one out. Hope y'all learned something. First of all, I think running for this house seat, I don't think I can make it. I don't think I would make it. I mean, I'm making all kind of noise at you. Like, I try to be entertained. That shit is boring as hell. That's why I was like, do you think you can do that? Like, yeah, my patience level. That's just me. That shit, it really is like, damn, man, can you imagine that they didn't come to no resolution yesterday? Now they're still talking about it. And, even the whites get petty, I learned anything there. Yeah, so today, I have events and whatnot to go to, but my eye, they said, hey, that's where I went to go. I had to go rinse out my eye. It felt like it would never stop long enough for me to keep it clean, just like earlier. It took me like 15 minutes. And I was like, well, now that that's done, I went to go wash my hands, and I turn around, look, and shit's just right there again. I was like, fuck. So it's really causing some blindness. Got some stuff in, now I gotta tape it up. So I'm gonna get off this just for a minute or so, or whatever. Take care of a couple of little things I need to take care of, making some phone calls and whatnot. So that's what I've been waiting for, is my phone to charge up. And mayhaps get back on under something different. I have a couple of things that I really want to look into, and I'm kind of waiting on it on an email. see what direction I should go in. So it's kind of what I'm doing. I thank you for at least stopping in, checking it out. Yeah, I put the mayor in, I have to call it out. The city is doing some really fucked up shit. But that's the way it goes. It's the way it goes. They fund your entry, so you gotta, adhere to your paymasters. You might say whatever to win. At the end of the day, you're gonna do some other shit. Like he said he wasn't, and yet look, he kicked out like 300-400 fucking people at the shelter like one day with no plan. He closed all 4 of them. So that's not very sanctuary city like. However, I'm kind of like, this wouldn't happen with us, and that shit wouldn't have happened. First off, that sanctuary status. I mean, yeah, there's people that that might actually have a real situation. We can do it within reason, within order. However, the situation didn't allow that to happen. You can't really plan for order if 8,000 people mob through your borders. And if it was a strong mayor, type of situation, and a motherfucker sent their migrants over here, I'd be like, okay, cool. Check this out. You get a bill, you get a bill, and you get a bill. And whatever country I find out they're from, that whole country is getting a bill. And, I'll send somebody to go collect it. You don't want to do right. You got a little bit of time. You know what I mean? And somebody can go collect it from you, because it's wrong. I got to feed them, support them, and, put a roof over their head. It's just like any other thing, right? Right? Yeah, somebody's got to pay for it. Shit, money don't grow on trees. You know what you think? Like, what I look like? I just doing this shit for free? No. It's got to get paid for somehow in order for it to keep going. You mean? And like for example, I'll give you another prime example. Like they did these immigrant what do you call them? like a fair, like a job fair almost. Like there was like 400, 500 people there. The mayor was asking for volunteers, to come sit down. They're bilingual. Volunteer your time, right? Volunteer your time to sit there and do these intake processes with them, right? And for the very low price of $500, you too can sponsor an immigrant. Real shit. I just put it in a different way, right? But basically, sponsorship means you gonna pay like damn near five groups, $500, to make sure they get the process started. Where that money go though? It goes to ICE. Yeah, it went to ICE. Did it go to the city of Denver? No, it went to the immigration office. Why do you think that was? Questions, right? I thought it was kind of sus. I mean, it's just, listen to what it said, right? For a low price of $500, you can sponsor a motherfucking migrant. Meaning, you can help them get through the process. Real shit. The whole temporary work process. And that's only if they have started the process of becoming a citizen, right? Now, we know, here's the hype. Right? There's an oblique hype, right? They came over here. Some motherfuckers are coming because it started that process long ago through the proper channels, right? And then they might have got tired and they said, fuck it. We're gone. I'm just going to mob and go get it. They're there, whatever, right? Because you can't convince me. You cannot convince me that none of these places have television or internet cafe, or nobody is looking at the internet, right? So you cannot convince me of that. You can't convince me of it at all. Like, I can't just type in some old crazy shit on TikTok and find Venezuelans doing it. You can't convince me of that lie. I'm pretty sure. I don't have a TikTok, right? But I'm sure when I see my brother, I'll ask him. I'll be like, hey, bro, can you just pull up anything? He probably say, you do, because I always try to promote that shit. I'm like, oh, yeah. Let's say, let's look it up. You know what I mean? I'm pretty sure I can find some couple of Venezuelan content creators over there. You can't tell me they don't have news, right? That there's no Telemundo or Univision or anything like that over there. That nobody's watching soap operas or whatever. Okay? You can't tell me that. Nobody's watching the news at all. I mean, we can literally look this up right now, right? Real shit. So you can't tell me that. You can't. I don't even need to. I don't even need to know. Okay? But you can't tell me that there's nobody's looking at the internet and nobody is reading or watching television at all. And so you're trying to say, so the rationale would be like, no one knows what's going on in the world in Venezuela. Right? So nobody saw what was going on in the United States. Like no other country gets news from the United States. That's random, like a regular PBS or something like that. You know what I mean? They have channels like that. They cover world news. Really, right now, if I went to Jesse's house and I turned on the TV, it's just regular TV, nothing special, no cable, no nothing, just regular antenna TV, no antenna, but just straight basic TV, right? If I hit a couple from bet you 90%, nine times out of 10, if I went in his house right now, channel 31 or Fox would be on. Fox would be on. That would be on TV. It stays on that channel religiously. I don't think he ever switches unless I'm there. And I don't, mobbed off with the remote and decided to watch something else, like, anything. Fucking bounce. Yeah, so just keep it on bounce for all day long. Or watch old ass motherfucking sitcoms I'm just watching Magnum PI for some reason. You know what I mean? Real shit. Texas Ranger. Go, do whatever. You know what I mean? Like every fucking place has television. Basic television. Real shit. Basic, nothing special. Everybody can get world news, right? Everybody, every fucking country has news. Real shit. How do you think we know about what's going on over in the diaspora, right? Not because we have the African Diaspora Channel and Uncle Phil's telling us all the latest details. I mean, there's motherfucking people actually doing news out there. It's real shit. They might be talking about a coup or motherfucking a genocide, a climate thing, a fucking economic thing, a war between certain nations, so something, you know what I mean? Fucking what do you call it? An occupation. There'd be a whole bunch of shit going on, right? You can't convince me that nobody has the news all over the world. Just basic fucking news. You can't convince me of that. So, meaning, people were watching the news before they left to bomb rush the motherfucking United States. Okay? And they had to come through a bunch of countries, right? Like 4. You let a motherfucker tell you there's 9, right? Let's not even start there. What about the motherfuckers in Asia coming over here, right? Let's keep in mind we have Asian immigrants too, not just Hispanics. Man, there's all sorts of immigrants coming through. Okay, all sorts. We got Asians, we got the European ones that slide through, right? And then the obvious, and they get all upset when they see, like I love when they reported on the immigration, and they were like, today we encountered 2 Haitians, and they get fucking scared, like, oh my god, all of a sudden it's a thing. Only 2, you know what I mean? But then they're not talking about the 16 Korean or Chinese males that came through mobbing on the Biden Express, right? They have routes, Nobody's talking about that. I mean, we're talking about it, but how do you think they know about that? The news, right? So I'm saying that when we got that big influx, when the consistent influx, how do you think everybody knew to get on board and join that motherfucking 8,000 person caravan from country to country? The news, right? Motherfuckers walking, not giving a fuck that we were like, no, right? Now, I mean, we even showed it on Frontline Black News where Mayor Eric Adams was like, went to go find out what's cracking in another country. They made signs in English to tell them to get the fuck out of their country. And they still were not going to listen. We're going to go over there anyway. They're going to take it anyway. All right, cool. So we have strong leadership. I don't think you would be trying to take anything if a motherfucker said no. Let me show you what happens when you get here, though. You're going to turn right the fuck around. You're going to go sitting up in the immigration jail, which is literally a 10-minute drive from my house, right? You don't sit your motherfucking ass down. First of all, I don't even know how you got this far, but let me make sure you get the fuck back on and take this bill with you. Take this bill with you. This is for whoever runs your country. Well, don't worry. I'll send a delegate to go pick up your money. Thank you. Thank you. You're a very costly fucking issue. No, you wouldn't be an issue if you would have done the right shit, though. But you just think you're funny. So, no, yeah, take that. I think I'm funny, too, with this bill. Are you amused? I am. Oh, you don't think you don't think it's going to get paid? Cool. Stay your ass here. Right? Because if you look abroad, you ever watch Locked Up Abroad, they don't let us out at all. Check it out. I got a family member who went to prison in Spain. Barely got out this year. He was locked up for like 2 years in Spain. Was it a simple problem that, could have been avoided? Obviously. Could he have gotten less time? Sure. Could he have maneuvered out of that? Possibly. I don't think he, at that point, like when you're in some other country and you get locked up, they dictate the rules of when the fuck they're gonna let you out and on what conditions they're gonna let you out in. Real shit. My family, this brother, is from South Carolina. He locked up in Spain. I guess he found the positives of it all. He grew his hair back out long. I mean, said he's talking about my brother. Telling me my brother that, he worked out. He's been doing, his ab game is ridiculous, right? This is a model. You really? But he's been in there and not getting out. Barely can make a phone call home. It was like once a month that he got to talk to somebody, So, yeah, it's fucked up. You're in there in fucked up ass conditions. They don't dictate. They're like, man, you fucked up over here. You belong to us till we say you can get the fuck up out of here. There's a whole fucking problem. Look at it, locked up abroad. And pick any fucking continent, any country. Be locked up abroad in Mexico or be locked up abroad in motherfucking San Salvador. You see how Salvador is doing them motherfuckers? They did a whole fucking super max. Real shit. What about what country was that that I showed that they went in there trying to hold the motherfucking news hostage with dynamite sticks just to cover up a fucking a cartel member escaping his prison just to go hide out in another prison, and you're like, why would he do that? I mean, the simplest answer is probably because he had some work to get done over there. And he just can't trust anybody to do it. He has to go do it himself. But he had the whole fucking city scared. Only to go to another prison and hide out over there in the same country. Real shit. Everybody shook. Didn't know what to do. You know what I mean? That even the policing was all fucking scary. They didn't even know he was in the other prison for like 4 days. They were looking for him that hard. The fucking people were scared to maneuver around the street. Just walking to the store. They were afraid. Over this one man. You know what I mean? That shit was hilarious to me. Really. So yeah, we had a strong mayor. First of all, you've been making some phone calls. I was trying to avoid this. I'd actually be talking to motherfuckers in every country that I noticed they were going through. But hey, check this out. You keep them over there, I'll throw some incentives your way. I mean, shit. Help me help you. Help me help you. You dig? I'm my end, man. Don't tell me what I can afford. I'm telling you I can't. But I might be interested in what you need. Maybe I can help you with something you need. Don't tell me you don't need nothing. Because clearly you do. You know what I mean? So, I'll be trying to work it out differently. Like, oh shit, okay, let me see. Let me see if that's a possibility. Maybe I can work out a different tangible for you. If you keep your fucking people over there. Help you, better your situation. So your people won't want to run off. Maybe you can keep them in your country. You know what I mean? Maybe you should educate them better, or you should do something, provide some sort of other tangible. I mean, why do we're paying for unnecessary shit where we could probably be doing other shit, good shit in certain countries, right? Instead of, doing some colonization that shouldn't be going on no more. But here we are playing fucking playing games and being part of both wars, both sides, paying for bullshit. We're doing too much. It's all wrong. Maybe we should do some good shit. And motherfuckers will be trying to escape their house, their country. to come over here to fuck up our shit over here, only to add to the fucking mischief that's going on in our country. You think? So, yeah, I'm very remiss to think that they don't have no outlet to know that we don't want that shit over here, right? Or if you're gonna come over because you're in a real serious situation, I mean, make me believe that you got it started, that you really a refugee of that country, right? That you really are you need protections. Yes. No. The one that's current that I was playing before, because you are running behind it. Yeah, it was from today. I was randomly skipping around. I was killing time, really, waiting for you to answer. Chose to go rinse out my eye. And just, yeah. So if we had a strong mayor, hypothetically, first of all, I think I will make sure you couldn't get up in here. Real shit. I might have to cut off certain things to make sure you couldn't just sneak on over and think you just get away with shit. Because there's individuals that are really doing bad things out in the open, like meaning living in an encampment butt ass naked. And there's people with children around you butt ass naked in your tent with the curtains pulled up and you need fresh air and shit. Come on now, cuz, put some clothes on. Somebody should have mopped you by now. You should have been kicked off the island. Really, you doing way too much. If motherfuckers, you get up and stretch your shit and swill a dance or whatever, like you waking up and stretching and shit. I mean, come on now. The door, you got motherfucking men like, hey, come on now. First of all, nobody wants to see that shit. But you are a fucking danger to the people around you. And that is a no-no too. You should not be doing that shit. And here in the United States, that act is an indecent exposure. That right there is a crime. Throw on possible intent to do and make up some shit. Fill in the blank. You know what I mean? Depending on where it's at, it could be really a fucking dangerous thing. You'd be close to a school, library, anything where possibility of children are going to be passing through. You know what I mean? Park. It could be really, really bad for you. So why this individual from another country would be free balling it, no matter what the weather, rain, sleet, snow, wind, or heat, he's out there, like in our community, chilling. Curtains up. You know what I mean? Tent's got curtains too. Tent's got little zip slides and shit. You just let yourself have some fresh air. Yeah, and motherfucker walk by, cuz is naked. You know what I mean? And a real motherfucker have been like, man, we done told him to put some motherfucking clothes on. I don't know why his tent is now lit on fire. I guess it's because he won't put no motherfucking clothes on. I don't know why somebody decided to clip the bottom of his tent with a motherfucking motorcycle and drag him 10 feet. I don't understand. I don't understand why the top of his motherfucking tent all of a sudden got sliced the fuck open. Who did that? I have no idea. Must be a magical motherfucking thing of bad luck. Real shit. Is it raining and a fire started right here in this one only tent? It's raining. Make it make sense why the water is lighting up. Oh man. Neither these two solutes mixed with water. It won't stop. Oh my God. 10 minutes later, what is it? You just got a motherfucker butt ass naked in a fetal position. I don't know what happened to him. Must have been an act of Allah. Like got struck by lightning. Put some motherfucking clothes on. You lucky he didn't die in there. I don't know why cuz getting arrested in the middle of the night. Damn. Why? It's awfully quiet around here. All of a sudden this motherfucker getting yelled at. It's throwing some motherfucking old ass some motherfucking jail uniform at him. And hauled off. in front of everybody in the middle of the night. I don't know why. You know what I mean? I don't know why he's getting stomped out like that. Sounds crazy. What did he do? I guess he should have put some clothes on. Damn. It took all that. You still won't put no clothes on? All right. I don't know why he's getting curb checked. I don't know why. I have no idea. Sounds dangerous, though. Really. We got things like that. We got motherfuckers breaking into apartments just to steal bitches' panties. Why? Who knows? I mean, I would have stole a bowl of cereal or something. I mean, shit, ain't nobody living here. Can I stay here? Fuck it, I'm staying here. You know what I mean? We got other people doing some old raggedy ass squatting events. You know, they squatting up and shit and destroying the motherfucking crib. They get drawn attention to themselves. You know, whole bunch of stuff. There's a whole bunch of bad things happening. There's whole fucking bad things happening. There's motherfucking migrants with daughters or little girls and little young boys, like, loosely mobbing around. No supervision. Nobody to tell them, hey, don't go on that block. Keep your motherfucking ass right here. Little girls like 12, maybe at the most 14-ish, 10-ish, mobbing around. And, you know, since the unhoused are so dangerous, playing around the unhoused, you see? Or even amongst their own community. And little girl come up, you know, something terrible happens, you know, first thing, how they gonna feel then? You know what I mean? Should you have ran away from your house or ran away from your country without doing the right shit, drug your children with you, and then you just leave them to, you know, well, brought the kids, so they gotta help us. You must not know. Let me educate you. They don't let us keep our kids outside. We don't know why you're getting this pass. You know, we can't have our children living outside. Fuck no, especially if you're black. You do not get your fucking kids to live outside. You like lucky you made it. You living in a car with your children or something, and you managed to get through it for like a few months. You were lucky. You know, you don't see families living in motherfucking tents like that with young children, and they're from the soil here. No, they accuse them of all kind of bad things. Neglect. I'm not putting them in school. Neglect. It would look. They can spin it in an abusive way. Neglect. You can't provide for your child. You know, I mean, shit. It's a reality. So why this is happening, I don't know. But I know that they're not. I know for a fact that the major complaint is, you know, for some unhoused is get your kids. You know, get your kids. Like for real, get your kids. Like just for the safety factor, not just because they're annoying and they won't. You know, they don't. They just gotta be exploring, touching shit, asking questions when motherfuckers don't speak their language. Then why, you know, I would ask the question, why you didn't put them in school, or why you didn't leave them over there until you got your shit together, you know? But obviously, you must bring them, and you must not care too much about their well-being, especially if they're little young girls. If little young girls could come up fucked up in your own country, what you think it's like over here, right? Nobody really gives a fuck. Like, you should see how they treat little girls, especially little black girls here in Colorado. Real shit. You should see how they treat them. Or what happens to the, like, I think it was last summer, a young little girl, I would say a little girl because, you know, she's young, like maybe 16, 15, 16. Something bad happened and police allegedly couldn't find her. The family found her. You know what I mean? In our neighborhood and behind a dumpster. How fucking terrible is that? Remember when the police pulled out a sister and her little daughters, had them on the hot ass motherfucking concrete for no motherfucking reason at all, just to be pricks. Just a whole bunch of bad things, you know. Man, that one summer, I think all little girls were not little girls, but young girls were just winding up dead in alleys. You know what I mean? No rhyme or reason. Just really fucked up shit, you know? So if that happens here, not to mention all the fucking missing young black girls and boys and men, women come up missing and nobody fucking answers for it. We don't know. Right? We don't know where they went. They just went outside. You know, we let her out. She thought she was with a friend. She never came back. Nobody looks for them after that. So everybody stopped talking about them. Real shit. It's really a fucking thing. So I don't know why nobody doesn't think that if it's not safe there for your daughter, you're not really protecting her there. If you're letting them do this shit here, what the fuck you think was going on over there? You just let them out, you know. And we're talking about actual people we know saying, all I want, man, if I want anything, I would just like them to get their kids and really be looking after them, because it's a fucking crazy world now we live in, and it's only gonna get worse, you know. So you think you want to protect your daughter or your son? That's like off top. They talk about they just want to work, or do they? Because you know, really, I was outside, really outside, sleeping in a tent, and you know, I'm motherfucking friends that are from other countries, and that was not the narrative, man. They weren't pushing that message all hard like that. Motherfuckers just got it how they know how to get it. Real shit. Now it's like, oh, okay, well, we're just gonna go and dude, you will never see you. We could never get away with setting up a whole motherfucking encampment. More than like 14 to maybe. Then I take that back. There's been a couple spots where we managed to, like by the Platte, we managed to like take over that shit, like miles and miles, like at least 2 miles of motherfucking encampment, because that's where the police would be like out of sight, out of mind until it was in your face. You know what I mean? They had to go and sweep that area, and it took them like 2 days to get it done. You know, but man, if they weren't fucking with any of those people during the winter or anything like that, that's the only place you could go, because they would put up hostile infrastructure. Police would sweep you out. You was going from block to block, so fucking you can't go any further. You have to go somewhere like kind of out the way. You know. So yeah, it's fucked up. It's why would you want to put them through it and then not look after them? Like, you know, motherfuckers wind up in, especially like, you got migrants over there by the Platte. And people you think come up missing or fell in and drifted down. You know what I mean? It's reality. It's been a reality. So we got random acts of fucking all kind of crazy shit happening right now in our city. It's not particularly safe place. That's not necessarily on us to live here. You see what I'm saying? It's really not. It's like a lot of it is not. True, indeed. Like, how the fuck you come over here and you come and you have more access to shit, or you have better assets when you get here than the average motherfucker that lives here, right? And motherfuckers rocking around with high-priced motherfucking cell phone, right? And here we are on basic shit that we can fucking afford, right? How you think that happened? Just think about it. Right? Right. But they could pull up everything. So, and it's also capped to say they didn't know where the fuck they were going when they got here. Once they bomb rushed the motherfucking border. And then you gotta think that man, by the time they got through doing all this bomb rushing of the border, right? To get over here, you know, they really say, oh no, they didn't tell us where we're going. They just shipped us here. You know, we didn't know where to go. They didn't tell us nothing. They just put us on a bus and went there. First of all, that's a lie. Would you get on any old bus? You wouldn't ask no questions. Nobody's asking questions. And trust and believe, at this point in life, especially at the border, everybody speaks Spanish. Let's just say that. Right? So you mean tell me nobody said, you're in Texas, and since you're becoming too much of a financial burden, we're gonna go ahead and look. You got 3 options: New York, Chicago, or Denver. Pick one. Oh, you know what I mean? They don't say, hey, in Denver or in Colorado, it is cold as fuck here. In New York, cold as fuck. I hope you brought a coat. Oh, it looks like you're walking light. You know what I mean? Summertime when you decided to bomb rush our country. You know what I mean? Like for real. Like deep like that. You know what I mean? So yeah, no. They'll say, okay, well, before you get on this bus, you're going to Colorado, you're gonna need a little bit more of a set of this old weak ass motherfucking thin ass fucking paper blanket and pillow to keep yourself comfortable on the bus. You're gonna need a coat. So let me help you get started. Let's put you in a warm little sweatsuit or something. As soon as you get there, it's about to be cold as fuck. That's what it was. Starting to get cold. And the motherfuckers like, I don't know how to live. Shaking his shit. Like, and then have the audacity, I want to go inside. Because you don't want to. Because, the food's fucked up. And there's some constant problems. They all feel unsafe. Goddamn right. You think you're the only motherfuckers that said that? No. You think that it's unsafe? No. You're the only one. Oh my God. And you gotta force this other shit onto us, like we're not taking care of you. Look, cause them motherfucking shelters been whack forever, and you don't know how to protect yourself, or you don't know how to fucking defend yourself, and you get punked in there as an American anyway. Well, I guess you weren't protecting your shit, and you let a motherfucker walk you out. You obviously don't know how to stand up for yourself. You can't talk to the staff after the fact. I guess you wanted to get kicked out. You know what I mean? You're just not gonna protect your shit. I mean, considering those motherfuckers sleep with their shoes on, they put their shit in their fucking drawers. I mean, those motherfuckers go to sleep with their phone by their dick. Real shit. Seriously. Real shit. I ain't even making it up. Right? Because you don't think a motherfucker going, you're in a shelter, a motherfucker ain't going. It depends. It depends on how much they want to get fucking fucked up, right? You don't think anybody going to try to take something out, unzip you because they think they think you put your valuables in your underclothes. No, 90% of the time, motherfucker ain't thinking like that. They thinking whether they can take your shoes because you got caught slipping, you put them under your bed, right? Or you left your backpack right there and you was really tired, but you ain't paying attention and just walked off with it. And you got all your shit up in it, right? Or you was up in there woofing shit and the motherfucker decided to mop you up and take your shit any motherfucker way, right? So these kind of things happen. So, what are you going to do in that? Well, first, you're going to be a motherfucker. It depends on how much you want. You think about yourself. You're going to be a motherfucker and say, what? Well, all right, I guess we just go, all right, take flight. You hear me? Fuck the consequences. And please, when I get kicked out for real, I'm taking flight again outside until I feel I can get back up in here. I don't know. Until I feel satisfied. But come on now. No, I'll catch you trying to touch my shit. Man, there was a time where this happened. Real shit. I first went into the shelter. I had a little bag, this little bag I used to keep my my dirty clothes in. Like a little overnight backpack. Right? Just so I can, wash up or whatever. I finally got stuff just to fit this little lady overnight bag, right? Wasn't a big bag. And when I went into the first time, I went in there, I had to go to the restroom. I put my stuff on, wasn't really thinking, right? This is motherfucker me. Motherfucker been in jail, I don't know how many times. Okay? And motherfucker been in and out the system, right? Board of the state. So I should know better, right? I really should. I really should have known better. Wasn't really thinking about it at the time. I was just thinking, there's a lot of motherfucking old ass bitches up here. Let me go to the restroom, wash my hands, right? Go to the restroom. I'm getting sweaty at the door in the restroom. I'm like, man, bitch, give me a moment. Like that. Like, whooping shit. I'm like, man, come up out this motherfucker and what? Like, oh no, I'm not gonna shut the fuck up. We'll come in and do something about it. You know, like we talking shit back and forth. Now I realize it's some old ass bitch, right? I don't even say I'm sorry. I just kind of like, well, excuse me, and move past her. You know? Mind my own motherfucking business. I go back to my spot. And somebody took my bag. They just had dirty clothes in it, like maybe 2 things in it, right? Wasn't shit. And I was like, who took it? I said, oh, let me back that track up. What direction did you see the bag mop off to? Right? Because I mean, I don't want you to tell. I mean, shit. Some people live by a moral code of conduct. I'm like, man, shit. I think it went outside towards the bus. Right? You know what I mean? Cool. Let me go investigate for myself. You know what I mean? I'm not even gonna say where I heard what. Little bird, man, fuck it. I'm just gonna follow my detective skills and go see if I can find it. You know what I mean? But that right there was like, huh. When I came back in, because obviously it got away, right? Not because the bus pulled off, but I didn't really know where it went. And I wasn't gonna sit around asking people either. I was just gonna use my eyes and keep it pushing, right? If I saw it, then I saw it. And I was gonna take it back, right? Because that's just who I am. And no, that's it. So I come back and immediate guilt, right? Immediate guilt when a motherfucker be like, hey, did you find it? Did you catch him? Oh, what? Do what? Did I find what? Whole subject change, right? Oh, because, somebody took it, right? Took what? Hey, what you talking about? Took what? You know what I mean? Well, where'd you go to what? Get fresh air in my own motherfucking business. I mean, who the fuck is you to ask me questions? Why are you asking me? What, did you go outside today? Did you get fresh air? Like, you know what I mean? Just switch shit up. Because that kind of shit happens, right? There's times where I'll be asleep and I'll sleep with my backpack in my motherfucking hand, clutched around like the sleep, clutched, right? I make sure that, first of all, I don't like to be touched. So I make sure that, I'm sleeping. And if I had valuables, it wasn't just plugged in, laid like that. You know what I mean? Just laid out on my little cot next to me, my phone charging. Hell nah. No. That motherfucker was somewhere else. You know what I mean? You just believe if you're trying to fill me up, you think I'm going to wake up. I'm going to wake up. If I feel like you be touched in places, yeah, I'm going to wake up. And it's not going to be great when I wake up. Why the fuck are you touching me, bitch? You know what I mean? Like, why the fuck are you in my face breathing on me? Because back the fuck up off me. Like, it's going to get real. And yes, it's going to get realer. Because no answer is going to make sense. You touching on me. You next to me. You too motherfucking close to me. I don't know what the fuck your intentions are. Who gives a fuck? Conditioned not to give a fuck. You too close. I didn't invite you. I woke up. You over me. You catch it. I don't give a fuck. Find me outside again. I'll be right there. Call somebody. Who cares? You're too close to me. You know what I mean? I'm that way. So yeah, if I felt you breathing on me or you trying to reach in my undergarment and manhandle me so you can grab something I put in there, money. It could be money, a bra. It could be anything. A pack of Newports, a motherfucking cell phone. It could be anything. You know what I mean? A fucking anything. A bag of weed. It could be fucking anything. Too close to me. You know what I mean? Too close to me. There's times where like I literally lost most of my rings one night because I fell asleep and I was so sick. It was raining. I was sick. I was outside and somebody came and took most of my rings off my fucking fingers. Literally. Like I woke up, I had like maybe 4 when I started. I was 16. Okay. So I was like, man. And after that, I was like, okay. And I started to see that. It's like, who has the fucking balls to do that type of shit when a motherfucker is sleeping on the sidewalk? so fucking worn out. You know what I mean? I thought I had my hands all, close to me. I guess not. You know what I mean? Because I was so fucking sick. I didn't feel nobody touching my fucking hand and sliding my motherfucking rings off my fingers. That's how tired I was. Because you couldn't just sleep. You couldn't be in no tent at that time. Because we have a real live camping bed. And it's just not being, it's kind of halfway enforced. You know what I mean? So at that time, you could not cover yourself with no sleeping bag or a tent or anything like that, a blanket, none of that shit. None of that shit. You couldn't sleep nowhere. You were just walking around fucking burnt out and tired. That's why they're always pushing this motherfucking drug narrative, right? But why do you think some of that shit happened? Because motherfuckers are getting fucked up or fucked off trying to stay awake, So then they ended up saying, "Man, fuck that shit, man. I gotta be watching everything. These motherfuckers don't know how to behave. They don't know how to keep their hands to themselves. I guess I'm gonna have to do some drugs. It's cold out here. I guess I'm gonna start drinking. Shit like that. That's how that happens. You know what I mean? And then they wonder why it's a situation. Well, because you won't let no one rest. And then there's fucking stupidity on every corner. Not everybody's built the same. Some motherfuckers are actually like targeted, like soft targets. Then there's motherfuckers like a motherfucker like me that looks like a soft target. You really have to catch me slipping. And that's kind of rare. You know what I mean? That's really rare. Like, I gotta be not on my shit. And even then, I don't really do a lot of talking because the people are fucking stupid and weird. You know what I mean? And everybody's manipulative when they want something. And will find a way to, because they think they can. So a motherfucker might try to, talk at you or talk to you. And might try to, talk to you out of something. It brings on some motherfucking agenda down there. So yeah, I knew that from before. Been outside. It is like for these motherfuckers to come and act like our sheltering system isn't good enough. Why the fuck you come over here? And why the fuck you over here then? What did you think was gonna happen? I mean, what kind of program you got over there? I want to know. Let me find out. You know what I mean? Because it ain't good enough for us. But they weren't changing it. They ain't gonna change it for us. But you can come over here and cry and fucking make a scene and just say you want to work. Yeah, motherfucker, I want to work too. You see them helping me? At all. No. Stop the cap. I just need to work. I just want to work. That's all we want to do. Do you think they gave a fuck? I mean, I've been in Denver for a long time. I had children and everything. You think they give a fuck when I'm like, man, I just want to have a job so I can raise my son? No. No. Good luck out there. It's a cold, cruel world. I hope that happens, Or, damn, man, you and your daughter outside. You and your daughter living in a woman's shelter. Oh no, we got to take her away. Fuck you, Dolores Project. You feel me? Okay, so it ain't good enough for us, right? And we complain, and we fucking complain, and we like, goddamn, man, they took my kid. You know what I mean? Man, I guess if I gotta listen to Bible thumping and eat a fucking generic ass motherfucking weird ass off-brand white lunch, I guess I got to, because I gotta stay inside somewhere. You know what I mean? It's fucking raining outside, but oh no, they ain't good enough for you. That you gonna come over here and force demand? Okay, you think that we can do that? Oh, we can sit all day long and be like, fucking Salvation Army. I just want to go in there and eat lunch and sit in the back and smoke cigarettes. Why do I gotta listen to Christian shit all fucking day and try to get on board with this narrative? Why the fuck, when I come over here, I ain't never been here before, but they know my government name and I already have an ID ready? What the fuck is that really about? How the fuck they know it's me? I ain't never been in here, not one motherfucking time, but you just know my name, my whole name, birthday and everything, where I'm from. Like, come on, cuz. Like, tell me that ain't no fucking police shit right there. It is. It is. That was a fucking wide eye-opening experience going into the rescue mission for the first time. I looked at that shit and I thought all men lived there. Only men went there. I remember the triangle was right there. I was like, something but men right there. Yeah, I know. I used to go there, Sir Rock. I'm out there, you know what I mean? That was when I was well enough to do so. I was walking around, dressed, walking around. I had a mission done. You know? So I'm looking at the mail at the rescue mission. And I'm like, I don't want to go over there. Not at all. There's men there. It's a dangerous place. For me. Look at me. It's a dangerous fucking place for me. Cute and shit. Smart. No, it's a fucking dangerous place. Don't want to go over there. No, I'm not trying to get raped. Thank you, sir. I'm not trying to fight with no fucking weird ass dude. I'm not trying to be fucked with. I just leave me alone. Like, please don't make me go over there. As soon as I went in there, I like literally went to the desk and was going to do the ID process, I guess. And I didn't have to. I did not have to. I swear to God. I said, hello. They're like, Brandy Majors? Excuse me? Yeah, Brandy Majors. Birthday's in April 1st. Generation X, 1980. What? How the fuck? Excuse me? How'd you know? Yeah, they know. I'm like, because I'm not out here doing no real fuck shit. So it must be an old jail thing. It has to be a jail thing because how else would you know? You know, when a motherfucker walk in, they just know. You know what I mean? Like that facial recognition type shit, or the fact that it's obviously a jail thing over there at the rescue mission. So how the fuck, you know? But you got to go in there and you got to subject yourself to breakfast, lunch, and dinner. And so that's where the men go to wait for the bus, to get on the bus, to have a place to sleep at night, if they so choose to, right? Women ain't supposed to be in there. I didn't think women ever went in there. I learned that they ain't supposed to be in there after 4. Okay? So I'm still like, whoa, I don't want to go over there. But no, I had to go. Please, literally move me over there. I refused to go willingly. They had to kidnap me and move me across the street. Meaning, I didn't want to go. I was protesting. They pushed me in my wheelchair over there. I didn't give a fuck what I said. Literally, did not give a fuck. I was like, no, I don't want to go. Literally, like a fucking little kid. I don't want to go over there. There's nothing but fucking men over there. I don't want to go over there. You just gonna have to arrest me or something. I'm not going over there. You're trying to put me in danger. Literally pushed me over there in my wheelchair, forced me. That's how I think about it. I think the police kidnapped me from one block, one corner to the other, of their hostage. The literal shit. They pushed me in my chair, up the ramp, through the door. They didn't give a fuck what protesting I was doing. Tell me that sounds so fucking old op shit. You know what I mean? And then sat there and watched me get an ID so I can go in and out that bitch. Real shit. Every sheltering program knew my name. That was fucking weird. Till I got sick. I had never used the shelter. I never used the shelter. Never. I'd just be outside or I'd be moving around. You know what I mean? It doesn't matter where I be. I just didn't have to go in the shelter. You know? I didn't go in the shelter at all. Why? Because I just didn't. Why? I didn't want to, I guess. I don't know, but I just didn't. So, it's kind of mind-boggling to me how when I went in the first time, when I got sick and I actually went in, had to go inside, how the fucking Samaritan house knew who the fuck I was. Really, really. I hadn't gotten arrested in I don't know how long. And by the time I became homeless, I had just got back from California. And I really wasn't doing anything bad. That the police had to manage me. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? I really wasn't. And that's just to say it like that, running out there just fucking off. So I don't understand how they knew. The motherfucker just kind of stay out the way. Fuck you, they know who you are. You dig? It's really fucked up shit. I couldn't even fathom how they knew. It just fucked me up. I was like, man, it's some old police shit. That's what I said immediately when it fucking went into Samaritan House. I went in an emergency or the overnight shelter. That's real shit. I went into the overnight shelter. They knew I was. Then when the shit went down and sweeping, motherfucking police kidnapped me from one corner and pushed me up there. The fucking rescue mission knew I was. I ain't never been in that building. Not one day before that. Never even walked past that at night or certain times because I'd be like, man, fuck no, I'm gonna get snatched off. Real shit. Motherfucker, some old weirdo gonna run off with me and do bad things to me. I'm gonna stay right here across the street, away from them. Unless I got something to do at the time when something happens, you're not really physically able to take care of yourself that well. You know, you really look at options like, nah, I'm good. Unlike I'm moving around pushing rock. I'm on my feet. I got a machete in my backpack. Come get it if you really want it. Don't do that. There, just take your shit, let me bounce. Thank you. I don't have no problems. Hey, how you doing? Oh man, shit, all money's good, man. Let me get that 5. You know what I mean? Come on now. That's a different time. This time I'm like, fuck no, I'm not going. No, bitch, don't. Where you going? Don't push me up. Don't push me up. Oh my God. You're freaking out and shit. Because I felt like, why are you taking me to this dangerous ass place? You just really want me to get hurt. And the police doing it. It's like, oh, this is no. And a woman did it. A woman did it. I was like, bitch, you raggedy. That's what I told her. I said, you a raggedy bitch. She said, don't call me names, I'll arrest you. Do that. Let's do that. Don't take me here. You old raggedy asshole. I was like, why are you taking me here? Like, this is dangerous. Don't you feel danger? Danger, danger, danger. You know what I mean? Like, as a girl. Like, grown men up in here. Danger, danger, danger. Let's not go. Abort mission, bitch. Real shit. What the fuck is you on? No. Danger. I don't know about you, but you know, motherfuckers will rape a white bitch. They're definitely gonna try to snatch me up because they don't give a fuck. You know what I mean? It's a dangerous time. Danger. No. Stay away from them. Don't be provoking them. Don't look them in the eyes. You know what I mean? Don't look men directly in the eyes, man. Who knows what kind of arousals are gonna happen? We're outside. Motherfuckers been outside. Okay? Who knows how long it's been? They try to talk you out your drawers anyway. No, abort, bitch, abort. She was not hearing any of that. She told me to stop calling your names or she was gonna lock me up. You know, I was like, oh, you a raggedy asshole. No, bitch. No, I said no. Let's do that. How many times I gotta say bitch? Come on now. Well, fuck this, man. Oh, fuck it, man. So I'm white and say so, huh? Fuck. I wish I could walk better. You know what I mean? Because that's what happened. I'm white. I'm a woman. I'm a police officer. Bitch, you take your ambiguous looking ass over here and go up in this shelter till 4:30. I don't wanna. Don't give a fuck what you want. That's pretty much how it went down. I don't want to. Why the fuck I got to? It's still 3:30. Like, the fuck you on? No. I ain't got to. Can I just stay here? I'm just gonna mind my business under this tree. Like I've been doing. I mind my own business. No, bitch. She's like, no. Like, oh, you a raggedy asshole. Fucking police officer, man. Straight up did that. I was like, so fucking, all I can think of is if I say I ain't going near that motherfucker, there's too many men just lurking around there. Like that, it feels like, you know, not to go over there. It feels kind of rapey. Rapey. It feels kind of rapey to me. So I'm gonna be like, yeah, I'm cool. I'm cool. Thank you though. No. Fuck no. Too many motherfuckers. There's too many of them that are on some other shit. And then there's one of me who's not on that shit. So no. And motherfuckers don't like to hear no. No matter how, you know, there's some motherfuckers that are like, they don't have to do things like that. And yet they do things like that. You know what I mean? So I'm like, shit, come find out. Let me check this out, man. There are real women, come to find out, real women sleeping with the unhoused. They got jobs and everything. what the fuck is that about, right? And some of these people are like, you know, they're just doing the most. And I'm like, man, shit's changed. I never would have thought I would see a motherfucker and say, oh yeah, no, he live in a tent, it's cool. He got good dick. What, bitch? No, no, you raggedy asshole. No, 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 bad form. Yeah, it's a dangerous shit. That's going on right now amongst motherfucking other shit. You know, you got motherfucking they call it survival prostitution, allegedly. I think it's something else, right? Yeah, these motherfuckers over there encampment. Where do you think that women go? You think that women are just making fucking dry ass motherfucking sandwiches and selling them at the Stanley? No. Either they promoting these motherfucking food narratives. Come on, man. No. No. They getting it how they live. Real shit. Where do you think the women go? Really? Ask yourself. Do you know? I know. I know. And regular motherfuckers are like, shit, I ain't gotta really give her much. She don't do drugs. She is asking for basic things. And I gave her this dick. Like, I was like, well, cuz no. 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 You're just tricking on a homeless level. It's fucking disgusting, man. Come on, calm down. Calm down. Man. So, bitches are loose. Literally, figuratively. And children are just unattended. Right? And motherfuckers out there squeegee, window washing and shit. And punking motherfuckers in parking spots. Begging everywhere. And fuck that. Then now I'm knocking on your motherfucking door and asking you for shit. And telling you they just give you a whole sob story. Like you gonna do something about it. Like really, you gonna do something. Like all Americans are just kind hearted. And you ain't gonna run across a motherfucker like me saying, fuck that. No. Matter of fact, you probably get mad. But you're gonna ask me something in Spanish, you can think, you know what I mean? I'm like, yeah, that's like the fifth language, third language that I speak. But it's really, one of the five. But I'm not gonna speak to you in it intentionally. I'm gonna make you fucking speak to me in English. Why? Because that's just how it is. If I was living to another country, first of all, I would be learning my fucking English before I decided to run away from my country and come over here just to be doing the most. I would not be lost on no motherfucking, or lost on a fucking busing system. Or just take over all our systems, period. Like, we can't even get on the bus sometimes. I'm serious. Real shit. If Jesse was here. He could say it. Like, we can't even get on the bus. And then they wonder why we're upset. You know what I mean? While we're talking shit. I just was going home one night from Jesse's house. It was really late. It was like midnight. So I don't want to take the bus, I ain't got no problem creeping around the city. I'm sitting out there, I got out to the bus. It was like maybe whatever, like two people. I looked around, put my shit. So they're trying to put my gloves on over my rings and managed to play music. I was trying to do some other. When you pay attention. But to tell you that I didn't feel no fear or no issue from one of my FBA brothers standing like right behind me, literally. I was like, I didn't even notice him. Not that I didn't notice him. I didn't feel no reason to be suspicious or turn around and look or anything like that. I didn't feel nothing like that I would have to be concerned, It just felt like a chill energy, like the one I was just chilling with, like my energy. Just felt like it's too cold to fucking really tell. I just know I wasn't paying attention to anything unless it was right up on me or was causing me danger or my inner warning system was going off. No, I was minding my own business. Trying to put my motherfucking gloves on over my rings. It was cold and I was struggling. You know, it was just over there trying to straighten myself out and play music at the same time without dropping the phone. I was having problems with my hands. Like I couldn't get my rings on right. So as I turn around and decided to put my shit in my pocket, deal with it when I get on the bus. I noticed this brother right behind me. You know what I mean? And everybody started running toward the bus. And I was like, man, okay, this is the usual shit. But it's already midnight. Why the fuck is it feel so packed? Right? It's like one of the remaining last buses. I'm coming out from over there by Jesse's to my neighborhood. Right? It's like a 15-minute drive on the bus. So I'm like, man, I look up and cause like, man, look at all these animals. Fucking animals, right? And I said, hey, I'm sorry, I'm not talking about our people like that. I'm talking about them. Shit, you ain't gotta say nothing else. Right? You ain't gotta say nothing else. I already get it. I get it. Because I do. I do get it. Because we're like, our city buses is flooded. We can't go nowhere. And they like, man, there's times where a bus would skip us because they're so full. Or they just want to let me on, but not Jesse. You feel me? Because they have to adhere to the handicapped seating arrangement, right? Or they'll make him try to fucking make him fold up his cart when we're together. And I'm like, no, fuck that, man. I can take work on the team. This is my helper, and these are my belongings. You just carried it for him. No, he can't take it out. I don't mind telling the motherfucker no. No. I'm just gonna keep on pushing. He gonna help me anyway. Excuse me. Go ahead and lift that seat up and park your shit. Yeah. And I go, hey, what the fuck? Like, no. Now, if somebody needs it, then it's a different situation, right? Right now, currently, there was no elders or anybody that needed it, you know? However, you're not gonna tell I tell you, not you tell me, right? So to get on the bus, and they don't, first of all, they ain't checking for motherfuckers like me. And if it wasn't for that brother making sure that did happen, he didn't have to, but I like that he went out his way to do it. I was very thankful for that, right? I wasn't in no hurry. We all leaving at the same time, right? But he's like, wah, 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 wah. And the motherfucker dropped the rap. And I was cool. But as I'm turning around, you think these motherfuckers had any wait time, any patience? Nah, they still trying to get through as I'm trying to still maneuver my shit. Don't make me nervous. You walking up on me, right? Calm down, people. They get up on there, and it's weird. It's like, how is it only just 2 or 3 black people on this motherfucking bus? That seems normal that late at night. But where the fuck are all of you going? Real shit. Because I pretty much know our little neighborhood. So where the fuck are all of you going? There's like 20 other fucking immigrants. Where the fuck are you going? Because I know you're not getting off from here. You're going to get off past here in my area. So where the fuck are you going after that? Because I like to cruise. I cruise around. You know what I mean? When I'm outside. Where the fuck are you going? Riddle me that, Batman. I need to know. I don't need to know, but I want to know. I'm curious. Because it's fucking late. And you out there traveling. I don't know. I can remember the time I was outside waiting for the bus at Jesse's old by Jesse's. And I was like, no wonder they keep saying they don't know where they're going. Nope. Nobody knows what bus is pulling up. You know, you just know that it's not the RTD. It's a motherfucking like Greyhound coach-like situation. Pulling up, no title on the front. They'll say, such and such from Denver or anything like that, to going to say, I don't know, Arkansas or shit like that. He don't say nothing. He'll say it's not no motherfucking casino line bus into the mountains or nothing. It ain't none of that. No number on it, tinted windows. Clearly a fucking traveling bus. And what happened? And all these motherfuckers just hop out, looking around like lost, like tourists. And where they go? First thing they go, for some reason, they gravitated to the train. Like almost instinctual. You know, like they got out, looked up, I don't know where we're at. Let's get on this train. Like this went towards the train. I was like, no, I don't know. That's sus. 2 minutes later in my mind, I'm like, oh, look, must be a bus. Must be motherfucker just try to be slick and just drop them off in our fucking black areas. Like that isn't the truth. Like the motherfucker said, you just dropping off these migrants in black neighborhoods. And then they ridicule us and they say we're lying. No, it's not a lie. They did that. I did it with my own eyes. I was like, oh shit. Look it. They said we were lying. And we're like, it's fucking 12:30 at night. The fuck? You just go directly to the train. Like an instant, like a pool. Some sort of energy pool that say, get on the motherfucking train. They were just following like sheep. I'm like, come on, cuz, where are you going? Why did you bring him out here? Now, oh, never mind, I get it. You don't want to make it look like you were going to Union Station. Like you should be, dropping off like every other Greyhound fucking bus. The Greyhound doesn't stop at it. Motherfucking Union Station. Like you catch other fucking buses to get around the city or the airport. Come on, cuz. So you're going to drop them off at a bus depot to get to Union Station? Man, I see you sneaking around. That's pretty sneaky there. And yeah, that's pretty fucking sneaky. Because you didn't want to look like you were just dropping off migrants at Union Station or near downtown. So you took them to over here in Park Hill / North Aurora. Call it Central Park, whatever that's called now. Oh, to get on the train to go to Union Station. Come on, man. And they called us liars for that. They said we're lying. You just gonna drop these motherfuckers off in black areas, huh? That's not happening. Oh yeah, motherfucker, it is. That's fucked up. Everything's crowded. Man, how the fuck you get moving around too? Because you can't ride the train without a ticket, right? Think about it. Look, they sweat the fuck out of us, okay? Trust me, I try to get away with as much shit as I can. Freely, okay? Real shit. Because I remember when the bus was like 75 cents. I can even take it back to where I can remember when it was 50 cents. Okay? I was this young and I like to be outside, right? So I can remember when the bus was like 75 cents. I can remember me tripping when it turned into like $1.25. I was like, what the fuck? Why is it so expensive? Real shit. I was like, $1.25? Damn. Well, can't get my grind, right? I remember a time when I was like, $1.25 just to go? Yeah, how long does transfer last for? Real shit. There was paper transfers with punch holes in it. I'm like, man, let me get on that way, right? Real shit. I remember when it was like that. So now when the bus is like damn near, I don't know, $4, just part of the way, it's really stupid. It's like $3 something. You better have a fucking way to get a discount. Okay, now, oh my God, you got to contribute another $175 just to use this pass? What the fuck is the point? I still question what the point of live passes. I still question it. I still want to know what the fuck the point is of it, because they really don't ask for it. They don't care about it. and they just accept whatever, right? You kind of have to, argue your way. Now, Yeah, man, I remember times where I would literally find a reason to ask to get on the bus for free. I mean, oh please, man, yo, man, I don't got no money. I got like 75 cents on it. Now it's like, come on, you ain't even gotta make up an excuse anymore. It's really not that hard. It really. They gave up. The drivers just gave up. They're like, man, look at this motherfucker. He gonna try to talk to me. Come on now. You gonna try to give me a little more drunk sob story, man? Come on. We ain't got all day. You know, real shit. They stop asking. We stop giving a fuck. Like, really. And I'm like, man, why the fuck? What this live pass really supposed to do? Because ain't nobody really enforcing it. Because try to use that on a train with no ticket. They're gonna be like, no, sorry, no, right? You need a pass to ride the motherfucking train. No matter where the fuck you're going. On any light rail, they be walking around like ticket. Oh, you ain't got it? Look, I'm gonna write you a ticket because this is your warning. Oh, bitch, no. Give me a ticket for not having a ticket. Hey, what you want me to do with this? This is my first warning. Let's just act like it didn't happen then. Second warning, what? $65? Man, eat a dick. No, that's ridiculous. I was think on one train. I see the motherfucking the fucking train police on one cart. I'm like, man, let me get to the next stop. And hop off on the next stop and then try it again. Because I was just like, why the fuck is it so expensive? Like, really so expensive. And the most inopportune times. No, I refuse. I fucking refuse. I have to stand on my principles on this. Some shit is just ridiculous. It should not be so fucking expensive. Like, what are we really paying for, really, ultimately? You know? You're paying for your shit to be built only for you to be sweated, talked about, and forced off. You can't just ride the fucking train when it's cold out at night. They're not going to let you. If they know you're going to the motherfucking Union Station or the airport, they're going to try to divert you. You know? If you're a fucking problem, they're going to divert you. You know what I mean? If you're fucking up, they don't give a fuck. But they sure fucking only care about the whites and people who are visiting during major fucking events. Like New Year's Eve. They ain't enforcing shit. They're just looking out, right? They're everywhere. During major games, major sports events, or actual functions, you know, like parades and whatnot, such and such. Whatever involves going downtown. You know, there might be something going on. You know, so they're gonna be like, they ain't checking for nobody. They ain't stopping the whites on the way to a baseball game. And then they're there drunk talking all throughout fucking all on the train, talking about whatever before the game. They ain't doing none of that. None of that. But if you black or you're homeless or you're fucking anything, you just look like you're gonna be a fucking problem. You look like you're on drugs. You look homeless, whatever the fuck. There's mostly a perception or visual. You know, you should probably just not be. And you just feeling not yourself, right? Yeah, no, you get sweated. You're getting sweated, for real. I mean, even me and Jesse seen it firsthand. I don't give a fuck. Dude, there was a time when we watched fucking 5 police officers and a dog literally follow this man. And this man was like, man, you know, he's trying to leave him away. Leave them. He was trying to get them to leave him alone. A dog counts as an officer too. You got fucking 5 white people lacing up their gloves, putting on gloves as they follow it, talking about, no, you're gonna stop. And they're just walking slow. You better stop. I ain't stopping for shit, man. I'm going home. Why don't you mind your open? Now you're gonna stop. Hey, what you like? You know, yeah, of course me and Jessica gonna be interrupted. That shit's fucking crazy. Why don't you stop and talk to us? For what? I'm gonna leave. I'm leaving. And then no, we said stop. And? And? So what I would have said. I'm like, so fucking what? I guess if it was really a situation you would have got a hold of me, right? And you would have really caught me doing something or trying to stop me. Instead, you just profiling me and following me like some old weirdo. And nobody's else, like, you know what I see is the police down there fucking with black folk and nobody really stopping it. That's what we saw. There's no reason that late and we're standing there waiting on a train and we're watching 5 white officers plus a dog follow a brother who's clearly just trying to be on his way. And they ain't hearing it. They're lacing up their gloves and shit. Talk about, we said stop. And he's, planned? For what? And keeps walking and talking. I'm like, yeah, I'm late. But we're like, hey, don't be doing that. You're following. Why are you profiling? And really acting a fool at the fucking thing. When it says no smoking, we're clearly smoking a cigarette on the fucking wait right there waiting for the light rail to open up. Talking shit. Like, hey, why you following that man? Don't leave that black man alone. You good, brother? Like, that's how we were that night. You know what I mean? Yeah, right? You know, an officer counts as a dog, bro. Dog is an officer too. You know, don't make no sudden rapid runoffs. Don't run off. So you got that dog. And as soon as you run off, man, said don't even try to think about running off. Just casual walk fast. Because you run off, that motherfucker let go of that leash. That's your ass. Real shit. That's fucked up. Like, so that kind of shit happens, man. You know, not to mention, it's just weird. Like, do they get sweated? Do the immigrants get sweated at Union Station like the unhoused? That's my question. Right? Do they get accused of doing too much while they're down there? The answer is no. They do not get sweated. Now, I mean, I know. I went to go, you know, patrol a suite, take notes, right? Down there during the day. And we had a little bit of migrants out there. No, they didn't give no fucks. They just looked past them, around them. They focused on what they perceive is dangerous. Homeless people trying to stay warm. They're like, oh, they're doing drugs. Man, you know what? That is the case. Sometimes, you know. I'm saying majority of times because it's warm and there's all kind of warming little areas at the Union Station. The motherfucker gets cold. Yeah, you gotta stay awake. You know, cold make you pass out too. You know, you get too cold, you'll fall asleep. You know, motherfucker drinking a little whiskey or something, smoking, trying to stay awake. They don't give a fuck at some point because they've been maneuvered, moved around, told they can't sit there, go there, get out of here, don't come in there. Fuck no. I don't know how you're gonna feed yourself today. Hey, let me get them shoes. Man, what the fuck you doing around here? Why are you going through that dumpster? Ew, get a job. You go through all that all day long. Yeah, of course you just don't give a fuck at some point. You're just like, man, that's all I fucking, man, you should just get a job. Yeah, you think? Oh my God, this is making downtown look like shit. Yeah, so motherfuckers stop giving a fuck and just start smoking drugs right there. And then they too fucked up to be like, hey, you know you're smoking on camera. And so you want some? They get that kind of attitude out there. And then the mayor made them disappear for like 1,500 of them just witnessing in jails. No answer. Don't know. They can't account for it. There's no data. Don't know what happened. Yeah, real shit. Motherfuckers just woo, woo, woo. That's it. You know what I mean? That's how you solve homelessness. Jail don't run out of beds. Think about it. There's always a place for you to sleep in jail. They got boats and mats extra. You know what I mean? Trust me, they'll find a spot on the floor for you. That's how they solve housing. You know what I mean? The homeless population getting too big, getting too crunk. Guess we need to go ahead and give them a nice warm place for about 3 to 6 months, and we'll just shift them around. Give them a little tour, from one jail to the next. 3 months here, 6 months there. Fuck it, why not? We'll let them out, later after they've been thoroughly, thoroughly fucking cleansed and fucked with, that they have no other choice but to just ride that wave. By the time they get out, they're like, huh, I guess, I don't know, one set up with no success, have nowhere to be. I guess I'm going right back to, man, I missed the mission. We gonna see what's going on over there. And right back in. You see what I'm saying? And it's just a setup. It was set up. So yeah. I'm tired. I wonder if they get treated the same fucking way. And they don't. They really don't. They really don't. That's why, like, you'll see, like, if anybody's ever reading the news break, then you'll see it's motherfucking, it's not necessarily us fucking up. It seemed to me everybody got like 2 motherfucking last names. Real shit. They all look alike. Like this committing mass, like fucking crime waves. When I was collecting signatures for myself, I asked this one proffer if she lived in the, whatever. I was trying to get signatures for my shit. And I was really curious to why this bitch was throwing all kind of shade. But how the fuck did she get this motherfucking truck? It was like a brand new fucking truck. Like an SUV type. Can't really tell you what it was looking like. It bitch was all fucking hoity-toity. And as soon as I asked her, she told me in Spanish she don't speak English. And that she just barely moved here. I said, move here? You know what I mean? Like, for real? You know what I mean? It was like, what are you doing living in this area? So, I do speak Spanish, but I was curious. I was like, it's like my third language. I had to learn it out of necessity. I was like, I asked her, I said, why you move over here if you're not interested in voting? You live in this area. Don't you care to vote? She's like, yeah. And she told me, well, she's like, I only vote for what I can understand. I said, how the fuck you get this truck? I asked her in Spanish. I asked her in slang Spanish because that's all I speak. That's what I learned, right? Like street Spanish, long time ago. So I was like, asked her like kind of trying to ask her the way I asked her, She gave me that look, like, best talking to you before it's bad happens, Goddamn right. But I was just like, why the fuck you got this truck then? I was like, do you have a job? Like, do you work here? She's like, who pays for that? Do you got a husband? She's like, I pay for it. How? You can work here? That means you can vote. She's like, no. I said, oh, you's a prostitute. But I told her in Spanish. I called it a different name, right? I was like you old trick ass hoe. So you a hoe? Sweet. Now I understand. Now it all makes sense. It all makes, but can you vote though? You got an ID? Hey, is it legal to you? I don't believe it. Never mind. Let me move on. If you're gonna be in this country, living here, got the audacity to talk crazy to a motherfucker that lives here. Like, why the fuck are we asking you if you live in the area, if you can vote in the election, and why we care? Are you fucking stupid? Of course we care. Hopefully, we think we're talking to American citizens, only to find out you just here selling yourself and living well. That bitch was living well. Clearly living well. I mean, like, man, I wish my sister was. She would say that bitch. She was having things, like getting it. There was no real jealousy about that. That was like, okay, bitch, I can dig it, I guess. you gotta get it. You gotta get it, I guess. Now you're just looking excessive. This isn't about survival. This is about, I don't know, looking fancy, I guess, or I don't know what the fuck it's about. You like fancy things all of a sudden. So you just gonna go do this, get you a little truck, and you didn't pay for that, bitch. Come on, that's some dude's truck. You barely paying for your shoes and shit. It's not play me for no fool. But why the fuck would you live in the area and you shop at the area? You say, that's what I was telling my sister. I was like, I don't believe after anything anybody says. Like you say that you have an apartment or you live in an apartment, well, but you don't have an ID or you can't vote. The fuck kind of shit is that? You know what I mean? And then it has the audacity to ask me why I'm asking you. Well, shit, because it matters. I'm trying to get on this. I'm trying to get on this belly. Apparently, you just over here doing some other shit, and now you surviving for real. You know, it's better than that old cramped up tent. You get free air. You get to listen to music. You doing the most, and you take a couple of dollars back after you hit the grocery store and buy a couple of things so you can cook for the 50 motherfuckers that were holding your tent down. Come on, man. Really? That's really happening. That is really happening. Man. So yeah, and they said we was assholes because I said, why don't you consider a hard pause and take care of the motherfuckers you have here? Come on, cuz. You are not that tight. I'll be like, why go around the corner of at the same alley? Like, you riding around your little dirt bike. Take that shit up the street. Keep going, man. I'll take y'all for by God. If you let me drive it by myself, I'm not gonna go around the block. I'm not gonna go around the block. I'm gonna come up missing for like 25 minutes. Real shit. I was with the wind blowing through my hair. All right, man. I'm done. I gotta go. Fun stuff. Anyway, family, I'm out. But I don't know. I just feel like we don't ask the right questions. We're not asking the right questions, so I advise everybody to ask the fucking questions. Especially when you feel wronged in some kind of way about some shit. I guess me and Jesse shouldn't be so invested. Yeah. Oh well. Anywho, y'all have a good ass afternoon. Stay black, stay engaged, stay favored, obviously. Let's say Wednesday. Shit, join us on Friday for the Grand Rising with Shabaka in the Chase in the morning. And then Saturday for Frontline Black News. Same usual place, same usual time. I'll see you later. Thanks for hanging out. Especially you two little eyeballs that were watching and didn't say hi. I saw you. All right, I'm gonna go. Oops, where I put my mouse? That's the thing with having a where'd it go? Oh, I dropped it. Fucking one of those remote mouses. I was sitting there fucking with this thing. I'm weaving something right now, like some yarn, making like a little chain. And I forgot I dropped my mouse. Anywho. Have a good afternoon. Be safe out there. Stay black and dangerous. Talk to you soon. Thank you for hanging out.